Buenos dias, bienvenue, obrigado, what it do? It is the Brawlhalla World Championship Day 2, and we will crown one more champion by the end of today. Of course, that champion will be the South American champion, and we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. Of course, Sparky and I are about to argue about who we think is going to win, but y'all can argue next to us over on Twitter if you add a hashtag BH Esports Sparky. I see you laughing. What's going on?
Did you say hello in 3 different ways and then say thank you in Portuguese?
Obrigado?
Obrigado is not hello. It is not welcome.
Whatever.
It is thank you.
Well, thank you for watching, because it's the Brawlhalla World Championship, all right?
Okay. You said it in a bunch of different languages, and then the language of what a lot of people are speaking today. That's the one you chose.
Let me say it the wrong one. Yeah.
All right. Oh, man. Weird. Can we just cancel it? We're off to a real bad start, man. I don't know. Toast, can we? Okay, we cannot cancel it, apparently.
No, we got
to
play
been in
it
the works
out.
for a
Keep
long
rolling.
time.
Yeah, I could have taken 10 seconds to go to Google Translate, but, I wanted to go a little off the cuff with that one and see what happens. Sometimes you don't go in with a plan, much like some of these people are probably going to be coming in without a plan, but hopefully they do. Of course, again, today, being South America, we've got players who are going to be coming in, obviously fighting, hungry for that World Championship title. We've already crowned 2 just a couple hours ago, honestly. And, of course, we will be crowning one more in just a little bit. You can't talk about the South American region now without talking about Fiend. Sparky, what do people need to know about Fiend?
He's been the man for quite some time in South America. Right now, he is PR1, $31,000 in earnings. There is a reason why he has those numbers on the board. It is not from anything big that happened recently. It is not because of a trend that is going on currently. It is because of a long and storied career. It's not just because he's able to travel more than any other South American player. It's because he has something different. Fiend is built different.
Yeah, Fiend, of the South Americans, he has this thing, sometimes I refer to it lovingly as the Fiend factor, where he will be down to 1 or 2 stocks, basically looking like on the brink of losing a game, and then he'll just completely bring it back. It's that Fiend factor, that factor of, like, you can never completely count him out. Of course, we've seen him time and time again make the run, make that victory lap. But, of course, like you said, he's also traveled out to more offline events than any other South American. Of course, being the consistent champion of the region, he gets flown out to the World Championship whenever we have the offline versions. But also, on top of that, because he is such an exciting to watch player, we've seen people just choose to take him to events. We've seen sponsors choose to pick him up and fly him out. We saw him at CEO was it last year or the year before, where he was competing and he did really well in doubles. Like, it's really cool to see Fiend competing in all these places. And of course, being one of the more traveled South Americans out there, that is going to be a nice advantage because it gives you a lot more experience. It gets you a lot more perspective on how these other players play.
Now, Fiend likely coming in character pick-wise. We're expecting the Jaehyun right out the bat. He has a level 36 Jaehyun. So we've seen some lower-level Jaehyuns. 36 is a pretty good number to be at. It's not like the 18s. It's not a 25. It's not a 27. So 36 is solid. Now, going back to Mammoth Cup about 1 month ago, it doesn't seem like Mammoth Cup was a full month ago, but that's going to come into play later. Fiend being so close 1 month ago to LX. Now, if I'm looking at LX's Jaehyun, that's like a level 61 Jaehyun. A lot of time put into that Jaehyun. And Fiend still, even though being kind of a recent adopter of Greatsword, came out on top in that matchup. He has now had 1 month's worth of practice, an additional 1 month's worth of practice with that legend gearing up for the World Championships here. I think Fiend coming out on top then, despite having almost half the level of Jaehyun that LX did, really speaks to Fiend as a player who is just chock full of raw experience in playing the game. He was a little bit lower on the end of Greatsword experience, but just raw competitive experience is going to favor Fiend against virtually anybody else in the region.
Right, and you talked a little bit about LX bringing in that Jae Yun. It is worth pointing out, South America, of all the regions, really dug its heels into the Jae Yun picks. We saw basically all of top 8 in Mammoth Cup be Jae Yuns. We're seeing more and more and more Jae Yuns coming out from the South Americans. Sure, we've seen a little bit here and there. Of course, we saw 1 or 2 in Southeast Asia and Australia, but across the board, it seems like the South Americans are really liking the Greatsword, really liking Jae Yun. Even going to doubles just a week ago, we saw double Jae Yun win the entirety of the doubles for the South Americans. So there's a very real possibility that we are going to be seeing a lot of Jae Yuns coming out. Other names of note, of course, is someone who I don't think will be bringing out the Jae Yun at all. It's Wesley, coming in the second PR for the South American region. Of course, he's rebranded a little bit. He's dropped the Lee. Now it's just Wes. But he's a little bit more known for the Lance plays. If you're going to expect someone to come out here with something other than the Jae Yun, expect him to come out maybe bringing out the Olgrim, maybe bringing out the Orion, maybe even bringing out the Scarlet, sometimes referred to as the Kosalix of South America. But I think he's earned a name in his own right. Wes coming in the second seed of the tournament.
Yeah, he did mention 3 characters specifically. He mentioned the Scarlet first, which he has a level 92 Scarlet. Also might be bringing out a Princess Bubblegum, a Vrax pick that he has leveled up all the way to 44. And then, of course, the Macho Man that we've seen so much of, specifically in tournament at level 59. He almost has 3K hours in the game, which is pretty impressive from Wes. And I'm talking in-game hours, not like the little number that it says on Steam. I'm talking about Brawlhalla in-game hours actually playing. He is coming into this extremely confident in winning. Now, based on what some of the other players were saying in other regions, but also definitely in South America as well, is like they were, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm trying to stay calm. I'm maybe a little bit nervous, but I'm excited. Wes is extremely confident, and I have a lot of hope put into that. He's been grinding, but he's also been taking plenty of breaks, so it seems like he's found a good balance in practice time working up to the World Championships. And also worthy of note, it is a few days late, but his birthday was on November 11th. So if we could get everybody in chat, I don't have the chat number in front of me, let's just say it's 100,000 people. Let's get 100,000 people to say happy birthday, Wes, as he turned 17 just a few days ago. And also, since we're talking about birthdays, I don't remember who brought up birthdays, but today is my mother's birthday. So if we could also get everyone in chat to say happy birthday, Sparky's mom, that would be nice. But aside from birthdays, he does struggle against Greatsword. That's my biggest worry for Wes going into this, is he's going to have to fight guys like Fiend, he's going to have to fight guys like LX, he's going to have to fight guys like DB. All 3 of those are kind of the big, heaviest hitting Greatswords in South America.
Yeah, I have a lot of faith in Wes. I have a lot of faith in a pre-Mammoth Cup Wes, because Wes looked really, really good for the bulk. Again, if you want to bring up that lower strap, amazing placements, many firsts and seconds across the board. And then you go into Mammoth Cup, and he could not handle the Jae Yuns. He has a 5th place in Mammoth Cup, which is a rough showing considering just 1 tournament ago it was a 1st place. You go back one more, a 2nd place. He had some podium placements 3 in a row, and then he comes into Mammoth Cup and he just struggled against the Jae Yuns. It is concerning, but also, like you said, there's been a month, there's been time for him to grind it out, figure out what he needs to do in that matchup. Because if you ask some Greatsword players out there, they're going to tell you Lance does have a favorable matchup. It's got the better air-to-airs, it's got those aerial approaches and a lot of movement. It has that opportunity, but it's going to be on Wes to be able to bring those things out, and it'll be interesting to see if he does. There's one more name you brought up, and that's none other than DB. Again, one of the most seasoned Jae Yuns in the region. I would say arguably more than anyone else. I'm not 100% on the levels. I'm sure you have the levels in your little notebook, but DB has definitely been putting in the work. Coming in here, power rank 3 for the South American region. He's been putting in the time on that Jae Yun, coming hot off the win in the doubles. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do with this Jae Yun.
Now, DB doesn't quite have as high level Jae Yun as someone like LX does. His is coming in at level 50 compared to LX's level 61. Now, my pick for the better Greatsword player between LX and DB, That is a question that doesn't have really a clear answer, at least in my mind right now. It is very much a toss-up between LX and DB. We have seen a couple better placements coming out from LX here recently than DB, but also both LX and DB are coming hot off the doubles win, so they both have the momentum on their side and the confidence on their side in that respect coming straight into singles weekend. But I think the better player here is going to be LX. He has more time on the great sword. He is rank 1 in South America right now in terms of ranked elo, and he is ranked number 1 in the world in terms of elo. What's his elo at? It is at 2842. The next level down is like 2600, so he is comfortably in the lead in terms of ranked elo, which means he's been grinding ranked. He's been practicing in scrims and customs. I have really high hopes for LX, even though some of his other placements during the year would not necessarily, just based on statistics, put him into like a top 3, a top 2, maybe even a top 1 situation.
Yeah, we'll get back to that point, of course, in just a little bit. But on that note, we are going to be switching over to our predictions for the tournament. And of course, my prediction, I got to go with the seasoned veteran. I got to go with the person, the highest seed for the tournament, Fiend. Of course, coming in with the Jaehyun. Didn't have the best showing in doubles. I believe it was a 4th place finish in the doubles scene. But coming in, it's going to be singles. It's a whole different beast. He's stronger in singles. And of course, he is putting in the time on the Jaehyun, coming hot off the win in the Mammoth Cup. I think he's going to get the dub again here at the World Championship.
I would 100% agree with you there. I think overall, as a player, the more experienced player is going to come out on top because, again, it has been a full month since Mammoth Cup. That was the last kind of major that we played in, so there's been a considerable amount of time. Like, Greatsword really came into vogue, and then Mammoth Cup basically happened, and there's been so much time between that and the World Championships for players to practice. So that big boost, that big kind of head start that players like DB and players like LX had on Greatsword, I think Fiend has now closed the gap. Well, I mean, he already closed the gap because he came out on top in Mammoth Cup, but it was really close. I think he's extended that gap now between an LX and a Fiend, or a DB and a Fiend.
Yeah, I think, especially considering, again, going back to the Mammoth Cup doubles, not getting that W, I think it just makes Fiend hungrier. Fiend wants that win. But again, talking about this weekend overall, nothing is set in stone. Things are always changing. Things are insane. And we've seen upsets, many upsets happen already in the World Championship. So it's never 100% set in stone. But on that note, of course, we have to go into our second and third picks. I chose Fiend, of course, as my number 1. I think he's taken home the dub. Right behind him, I think it's someone who has been a consistent, strong competitor, has picked up the Jaehyun, of course, the meta pick for South America. Couple those two things together, I think you got the makings of a solid second place finish for DB. And then right behind him, I think I'm going to give it to Wes, who has been playing out of his mind across the year. It would be upsetting personally to not see him at least make a top 3, and it's going to be on him to get through all of the Jaehyuns that are going to be standing in his way, the gatekeepers of the podium that are going to be in his way.
Right behind Fiend that we both agreed on, I'm going to be putting in second place. I'm putting in Wesley here. Even though he is not jumping on the Greatsword train just yet, I'm excited to see the Scarlet come out. Still think that's a very strong character. I kind of hope he leads with that unless he knows something that I don't based on the Bubblegum or the Macho Man coming out from him. Even though it's a Vrax and I love to see Vrax in tournament, I want to see more of that Scarlet. Even though Cody did show solid Vrax play against specifically Greatsword. So we'll see what happens there. Wesley in second. I'm rejecting modernity, and I am embracing tradition of Lance in tournament. Then coming in third place, I am going to have LX with just barely an edge over DB. I think he has a little bit more experience on the weapon. I think he's coming hot off that win, feeling good. I can see some nerves setting in for DB. I'm looking at the new hotness that is LX to come out on top. He's been grinding in rank. He's been able to amass 2,800 elo. Do you know how many games of ranked you have to play to get 2,800 elo? No one else really has that much elo, so I'll tell you, it is a lot of games. And if you can just go over and over, beating your head against the wall that is Brawlhalla ranked that many times, that shows strong mental. So I'm putting LX in third place, but it is so close between him and DB in my mind.
All that being said, of course, all of the competitors here are insane. They've all earned their invite. Just again, I want to reiterate the fact that anything can happen. Pahe, who earned his invite through the last chance qualifier, if he can upset Fiend, he could very well make the run. We saw that essentially happen in Australia. There's so many strong competitors. It'll be exciting to see what happens. But without further ado, we'll be taking a short little break. And when we come back, we will be starting the World Championship for South America.
I know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if I like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping, I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if it's like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping, I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. get wasted all the time. But for the moment, I'm alright. Because I feel so alive. Yeah.
Welcome to the Brawlhalla World Championship.
America Brawlhalla World Championship 2020. I'm Tazza. Casting with me today is Duke, and we're going to be giving you the winner's side of this awesome top 16 bracket where the best players of South America have qualified to compete for the ultimate prize.
Yes, I'm very excited to see how these things go out because, of course, when it starts with most tournaments, it's always like that's when the craziest things happen. That's when the most potential upsets are going to happen. Of course, it's going to be insane. The level of competition when we get towards the later stages are going to be insane. But here, when it's just starting off, that's when people aren't fully warmed up. That's when you'll start to see some of these really seasoned players trip up, or you'll see them really just run through their opponents. And of course, we're going to be starting off with one of the most seasoned players in the region, of course, Fiend. Going to be going up against Paje, someone who had to fight, had to scrap to earn their spot here in the winner's bracket in the top 16. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one shakes out.
Yeah, just taking a look at the winner side of the bracket now, all top 16 players are currently safe. They have 2 matches to lose. If they lose that first match, they're going to be going to the lower bracket, which we'll see later on throughout the day. But yeah, as you're talking about, Fiend versus Paje, what an interesting story, right? Because the last chance qualifier does put the person who qualifies, which we saw earlier on in the month, into the last seed, which means they're always going to be fighting against the projected best player first. And that makes for such an interesting matchup, especially for the potential of basically the craziest upset possible.
Yeah, it's on one hand, you got to believe that Paje coming in here is probably like, man, that's rough. I finally I finally got to be here on the World Championship stage, and I got to go straight into the number 1 seed. But at the other side, I think it's a proving point, right? This is your opportunity. Because, again, it is a tournament at the end of the day. If you want to be there with the gold medal hanging around your neck, you got to get through everyone. Sooner or later, you will have to run into someone you didn't want to run into. So it's going to happen. And, of course, Paje going to rip that Band-Aid off early, going in against Fiend.
Right. It's going to be a very exciting bracket to see. And like we were talking about earlier, it's not going to be it for him. Even though we are in the top 16, it was a qualifier matches, it's still a double elimination tournament with best of 5s all around. So plenty of time to, as you say, the players weren't warmed up, to get warmed up in these early bracket matches and try to make their way through the bracket. Because you're right, in the World Championship, you have to aim to beat everybody there. It doesn't matter who you fight first or last.
It's gonna happen eventually. Of course, like you said, it is nice that this is a double elimination, and they're not starting off on that on that bottom end. They still have that opportunity to go to have to lose 2 sets. So even if Paje loses here, it's not the complete end of the world. Their World Championship run isn't immediately stopped because they run into the top seed of the tournament. It is, again, it's still double elimination. But we're going to get right on into this. Of course, it's going to be Page versus Fiend for the first match of the South American portion of the World Championship. And Page's coming in with this Teros going up against Fiend's Jae Young.
Very excited for this matchup. But no, Page has a lot of momentum behind him. That's one of the most exciting things about the Last Chance qualifier is that it was a tournament in its own right. You know, he won that tournament. Even if there was a lot of the heavy hitters that weren't in it. Going into this matchup, he's got a lot of eyes on him and a lot of new fans that he previously didn't have, going against the most winningest player in South America. So here we go. In a game number 1 of Mammoth Fortress, and the first weapon goes over to Page, but he gets punched away from Fiend as... Oh no, he's not picking it up. Okay. Just hit him twice with the neutralite and started off strong with that sword.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that you got to give credit to Fiend for, is that he's very strong in the unarmed game. Arguably one of the strongest unarmed players out there. Like, he's perfectly fine throwing away his weapon, just going straight in, pummeling you with the fist.
Let's see how this plays out. I'd imagine that Fiend on, well, I say, you know, the James going to be wanting to prioritize the Great Sword, but the Sword signature kit is so great on that character. We already saw him putting out several side sigs trying to keep Page away, but Page with the down sig after the sidelight nair, great string.
Yeah, nice read from Page going in, hitting that down signature on Fiend, reading the dodge down, but Fiend with the quick 3-piece, just piecing up Page to get that first stock.
I don't care if you're Page or if you're Little Cap. Gravity canceling side sig on Teros X is not a great idea. We saw him get immediately punished for that. I mean, I guess if it hit, it would have absolutely gotten him the knockout, but you saw how much team time Fiend had to get that sidelight finisher, and that stock was just gone. Now it's 3 stocks to 2, and Fiend getting that extra credit as he gets 4 hits in on the Great Sword.
Page, unfortunately, that downlight Sair just a moment ago did not lead to the knockout, and he wasn't able to complete on that offstage. It just gives Fiend time to come back, get another greatsword, add up more damage, and start to widen this gap in the health between the two of them.
Yeah, we're starting to see the experience gap here at the beginning of this game number 1. Fiend already almost 2 stocks above Page. That sider will do it. He was close to being able to get that side sig finisher on Page we saw a little bit earlier, but it was a little bit too low damage. Now Fiend fighting for a weapon as he kicks Page away, and there's that unarmed skill that you were talking about that he has, and putting out the sidelight openers, just trying to catch him off guard, see if he can get the dodge read and go for the sidelight finisher to get the stock. Recovery interrupted. Nicely done.
Nice. Saw the stars come out. Fortunately, Fiend was low on the ground. This wasn't like an offstage, so there wasn't that risk of Gimp. Page starting to go in with the unarmed of his own. I'm seeing him throw his weapon a lot, and it's kind of to his detriment because they're not hitting. They're not doing what he wants, which is opening up Fiend to lead into more.
Right, and sometimes they do hit, and then Fiend goes like, what the heck, and then continues playing, right? It's not leading into some crazy follow-up, and nice job of Fiend using that chase dodge to get the nair afterwards. He's been doing a lot of those sidelight nairs. That time Page was ready for it. He's like, you're not going to catch me that twice, but that ground pound was risky, but Fiend respected the recovery from the hammer and let him get back, knowing that he still has another stock to play with as they have to aim for those early KOs. And another silent side sig, that time not punished as hard as it was on the axe. And he nairs Fiend on the way back down. He's close to evening up these stocks here. Page was like getting hit by a lot of these openers, but I gotta remember, greatsword openers are not finishers. I mean, it sounds obvious, but it also means that they're not tacking on nearly as much damage if you're just getting the opener and bridge and not the finisher afterwards. Now Page with quick 3 hits it suddenly brought this game back to dead even.
Yeah, good old Brawlhalla string theory though is that if you're only getting those openers, you're not getting all that big burst of damage. You just got to keep getting those openers. And generally, your goal is to get those opener bridge, opener bridge, opener bridge.
Yeah, unless you were on the axe, in which case sidelight and sidelight nair is just, you know, it's everything. So that's the
there's a closer in that case.
Yeah,
you're skipping the bridge.
It's interesting. It's like the heavy weapons don't have those finishers, I guess, besides Sair. Nah, okay, I take it back. Daylight Sair's pretty good. Okay, Page almost has Fiend into orange.
Still behind.
Oh, wow. Fiend really mixing things up there. He's going for that sidelight into recovery now. Exchanging the nair for the recovery to get that more powerful hit. We see that nair's not going to take him off the top, but if you hit him with the greatsword recovery, he almost certainly would. And he's just juggling giant swords right now as Page struggling to touch the ground. The recoveries are coming out with that edge guard. Mammoth Fortress just barely keeping Page alive with that platform. He slides right past the neutral sig. Whoa, he got the recovery. This is the chance.
Oh, but the soft platform helping Fiend out. He stayed very high. You saw him start to gray out. He's running out of movement, but Page couldn't punish him because that soft platform was in the way.
And it's interesting, Fiend taking the game there, and I really want to highlight your emphasis on that soft platform. Fiend was recovering it away without a recovery, where Page just had to wait for the landing. That's what he was doing. He wasn't using any jumps. He was like, I'm going to see when you're going to dodge into the ground so that maybe he could get like a Taros down sig. But because the platform was where it was, Fiend got that purchase, got the jumps back and the recovery, and was able to reset the neutral. It was a really, really great boon for him in that game number 1. But Page did a great job coming back and is making this look a lot closer than I was expecting it to look based off how those first 2 stocks went.
Yeah, it definitely looked doable. There was a period in time where Page was down 2 stocks and it looked like things were really rough and Fiend was going to run away with it. Page started to bring it back, and if he can keep that momentum, might see him take a game off our top seed.
Ooh, good start from Page, but Fiend returns in kind. Recovery comes through, not quite high enough, and the down light into Nair. Nicely done from Fiend, and he's trying to get those pogos. Not exactly pogos, because he's not bouncing off of them. But
Still touched?
You know what I mean. The recovery
It's like the great sword pogo. It's a much heavier pogo.
Yeah. You could kind of make it feel like it's a spear.
Oh, no!
Oh, yeah. Bad timing from that recovery from Page, and a good clash from Fiend with that down air. Interrupts the recovery, sends him falling down to his demise.
You saw
Fiend
Page going for that really low recovery. Was trying to just wait out all the options from Fiend, but Fiend just stuck with it. Got that clash out, got that first stock.
Ooh, nice spot dodge on the down light and a hard punish too. So many of these sidelights are hitting, and Fiend's starting to recognize how Page is playing this neutral game, and he just knows that if he misses a silent opener, he could dodge in place. Good Taros neutral sig.
Doesn't need a hit. Page gonna even up the stocks with that neutral signature.
That was a good adaptation. I was about to say that Page was getting read a little bit by Fiend, because Fiend was just doing spot dodges after sidelight whiffs and then hitting with the second sidelight opener. But Page adjusted pretty well. And now he's keeping Fiend boxed out on the right side of the stage. Ooh, stop sider to punish the haymaker. Oh, he didn't pick up the axe though. Yeah, that's rough. And the side sig.
The back end of that side swing connecting onto Page, still launching forward. And that means Page, again, going to be on that back foot against Fiend. But like you said, Fiend definitely learning this neutral game against Page. Doing a really good job, getting more consistency with this.
Tipper ground pound there. Just hit the very end of it. Can Fiend make it back? Page's got a good opportunity for the edge guard. You know, it was interesting that side stick from Fiend on the greatsword, it has a grounded and aerial property, and he timed it just well enough, or spaced it just well enough, so he got the aerial hitbox. Oof, down stick just eliminated him. He got the aerial hitbox despite being on the ground, but man, that is a 300 damage lead for Fiend in game number 2. No chance for a comeback with Page at that time.
Yeah, that was looking rough. That was kind of what I think people expected from this match, is for Fiend to just completely run wild over Page. And you're seeing Page going to make the swap over to the Barbara for game number 3. Of course, this is that winner's bracket point. If he loses here, he's knocked down into the lower bracket and has to make the run of his life here on the World Championship stage.
Page with a big switch, going over to the Barbara for game number 3, recognizing that you might as well pull out all the stops against Fiend. If he's planning on making the most incredible lower bracket run of his life, he might as well show Fiend what he's going to be fighting against him in the rematch. So, we've got the Bryn, or Barbara, the epic crossover Bryn, going out to the Great Hall for game number 3, and Fiend showing off that unarmed skill right away. Fearless as ever. Okay. Side light, neutral light, side light into the side air. He still hasn't been hit. Oh no, Page missed the weapon throw. Oh, Fiend went with a hard read there with that pivot neutral light. Down light, down air, gravity cancel, neutral light, side stick, done!
Oh no.
Destruction.
This is looking real bad for Page now. Full stock behind, has to warm up this Barbara, and didn't even really get much damage on the Fiend's first stock. It was like a recovery and I think one unarmed, or no, a spear neutral light.
Yeah, that was it. And it was off of Fiend, missing that read there. He goes in for that pivot neutral light. Oh, the down air hits. His ground pound time. Nope, that. 2 stocks under 50 seconds. Sure, I'll take it. Fiend's speed running his way to the winner's finals. Page is fighting back, and this is a desperate. Oh, no, don't do it to him, Fiend. Don't 3-stock him in game 3. Page, you can do this. Nice down sig.
Goes for the GC downlight. Almost got the connection. Needs to punish this. Fiend
nice.
Not going to hold right. Instead, thought he was going to get hit or something, but he just kind of fell to his death for Page to deny the 3-stock.
Yeah, Page now fighting back. Oh, gravity cancel downlight. Ground pounds into the great sword. That's the same combo that ended.
Again, gone. That was unnecessary. It didn't even work out. It almost worked out for Page. If he hit the Nair, could have chase dodged up. But either way, Fiend going to take game number 3 in convincing fashion to earn his fight against his brother, his twos partner, Baltazar, in the winner's quarterfinal.
Yeah, and that was about what we could expect from top seed versus the lowest seed for game number 1, but it was exciting to see Page have a little bit of the upper hand for a moment in game number 1, but Fiend's adaptation came in strong as that went through, and Page was just struggling to land hits in game 3, let alone take stocks. So game 3-0 for Fiend goes upwards into the winner's bracket to fight against the winner of that match between Baltazar and Wish, which went 3-1. So Baltazar will be his next opponent, but we still have more winners round 1 matches to watch. Lopez just took a 3-0 over News, as we saw in that bracket, and the next matchup that we got on stream is going to be LX versus Power Ranger. Quite the tough match coming into winners round 1 of this top 16.
Yeah, of course, this being the World Championship stage, these all people who have earned their invite to this stage, they're all heavy hitters in the South American region. This one's going to be interesting because these are two people who fight a lot in doubles. I'm not sure exactly what their head-to-head 1v1 matchup is, but when it comes to straight doubles, we've seen them fight time and time again. LX coming in here, power ranked 9, but fought real hard, has been doing really well with the Jae-Yun, of course, World Championship winner in doubles with DB. On the other side, Power, interesting to see him locked in with the Bryn. I was half expecting the Rayman, because again, this is the rise of the Rayman here at the World Championship.
Yeah.
And Power's got a fantastic one, but I guess he wants to start off with the Bryn.
Yeah, Bryn is not too unusual of a pick, and I imagine that any player that is a Rayman main now was a Bryn player back then, right? There was such a divide between players that preferred Taros and Bryn when they were originally the two Axe Legends, so I imagine that a lot of players are comfortable with that. Also, Bryn just a super solid pick in general, can switch off of it. Excited to see what his opponent will pick when he does lock in to go into this matchup.
Now, whenever we see LX come into this lobby, I fully expect an immediate lock into the Jae-Yun, just waiting on LX here. But it'll be interesting to see. I can see the merits of the Bryn. Spear, another one of those weapons that people are starting to say can do pretty all right. That Spear Neutralite can do a really good job of zoning out and punishing the grounded openers from the Greatsword. It'll be interesting to see if that's what Power opts for, or maybe just going for like dash jump and nairs, getting that 45, because that's a pretty decent approach angle onto the Jae-Yuns as well. We'll see which one Power opts for.
Yeah, the dash jump neutral air, and even chase dodge neutral air on Spear has becoming a more popular option, I've been noticing. Not to mention that Bryn's signature kit, while never necessarily bad, I feel like has been getting more and more popular as of late for how long the hitboxes linger for dodge reads, whether they're dodge in, dodge out, or dodge in place. Just putting out a Spirit down stick, it's so powerful and it's so much damage. We saw, like, in the last set, even though Page was very behind, being able to use that to take a stock off a Fiend was very impressive. There's the Jae-Yun, as you were saying. We're locking in and getting ready for game number 1 of this top 16 matchup between Power Ranger and LX. Bryn versus Jae-Yun.
Looks like the maps are getting banned out. No blatant theme as far as the map bans go. We've got Small Brawlhaven, which is like a very small map. We've got Small Mammoth, which is kind of the more neutral map. And then you got Small Great Hall, which is a tri-platform map. It can be a very large map to play on. And it looks like Power opting for the tri-plats. Makes a lot of sense, of course, with the Axe. You're going to see a lot of Axe players like those tri-platform maps a little bit more than some of the other maps.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to like it as an Axe player and a Spear player, considering that the majority of your knockouts are going to either be side airs or off the bottom of the stage. The ceiling is so incredibly high on the Great Hall due to the amount of platforms, and it's going to be a detriment to both D-Light recovery on Sword and just a raw recovery on Great Sword for taking you off the top in moments of relatively high damage. I feel like it's a very good pick going in for Power Ranger. Let's see how this plays out. Game number 1, Spear versus Greatsword in this opener. I doubt Alex is going to switch off to the Sword here, but there's the Nair that you were talking about, already opening up strong for Power Ranger with a slight damage lead.
Yeah, this is something that was talked about, I believe, yesterday in Southeast Asia, is just how much Jae-Yuns, you'll see them lean on those great swords for the most of the stock and then go over to the sword for the stock finisher. And you're seeing LX showing that adaptation, that strength with the great sword, building up so much damage on the Power already.
Yeah, and we see the recovery coming out, trying to catch Power off guard. Neutral just barely dodged out of the way, but other than a few stray nairs here and there, Power Ranger has been struggling to do anything on the center stage. Alex is keeping him completely boxed out. There's the first sidelight of the game, but the downlight misses. So is the neutral sig, and Power just switches right over to the axe, saying, this isn't working. I need to start hitting some sidelight nairs if I want a chance to maybe get that revenge stock after he loses this one. But nice job dodging the neutral sig, sidelight side air. That's good damage, and Power Ranger trying to get a really cheeky recovery there.
Yeah, Power Ranger did have that stage control, but LX reads the spot dodge, hits the neutral signature, and that's going to be the first stock going the way of LX. And he's got some health to play with here. Oh, Power trying to shut that stock down immediately, just respawning in with the double recovery.
Ooh, satellite, neutral light, bridge. Let's see what Alex is able to do off of this. He's already so far into the lead. Sider from Power Ranger. Ground pound, perhaps. No, he's more risky to go. Oh, nice.
Pogo.
Very smart with that dash jump pogo. But Alex throws a weapon up, gets the unarmed recovery, comes back to the stage, picks up the sword, and he's going to be looking for those side sticks to put Power Ranger in his position where he has to recover. But no, side air hits. Primes the great sword for Alex and evens up the stocks 2-2.
And then going to be sticking with the spear. No weapon spawn, so doesn't even have the opportunity to make that decision to swap over to the axe if he wanted to. Throws out the neutral light, but LX baiting it out with that dash in, dash back. That's what he's looking for. Doing a really good job of reading the movements of Power Ranger.
Recovery missed. Power Ranger didn't get the punish, and the side light, neutral light bridge comes through. Recovery, try to get the nair afterwards, and Alex continues stacking up on the damage. We're seeing the nairs hit from the spear, and that's about all we've been seeing hit. Side light, side air, he pivots on accident, misses, but the neutral light gets him out of the recovery, and no ground pound punish afterwards, meaning Power Ranger still has to tack on a lot more damage before he can even up this game.
Alex playing patient. You're not seeing him go over eager, try to throw out a ground pound off that corner or anything like that. Just wants to stay on stage. Knows he can win out in the neutral. All he needs to do is hit one recovery like that, and he will get the stock off the Power Ranger.
Yeah, great haul. Not doing too much against the power of that move. Downlight hits, no recovery afterwards. A lot of small flubs from Power Ranger off of a lot of his combo starters I've been noticing, and that's been costing him a lot of damage. We've seen some axe sidelights with no follow-up afterwards, some unarmed downlights with no follow-up. That's the follow-up that I'd like to see. Goes all the way up, tries to get the nair off the top, side sig in the wrong way, down sig a little too high, and Alex gets a full punish off of that one. Power Ranger really going for the stock finisher and just not being able to find it.
I'm almost curious if Power Ranger had opted for the side air, gone for the horizontal knockout. Generally speaking, on these tri-platform maps, ceilings can be very high, but the side kill boxes can be very close. He is going to find the side air. This is doable for Power Ranger, not too damaged.
Yeah, Alex went for a questionably risky greatsword recovery there. I guess he expected Power Ranger to find purchase on that right platform, but he kept jumping up. Recovery didn't hit, and it was in a perfect position for him to punish with the axe side air. Now Power Ranger getting control over the center stage. Alex is going to try to take it back with the greatsword, and Power Ranger jumping right in. Ooh, gets hit twice. Can he find these spear neutral airs? No, got interrupted, but he gets a sidelight, downlight, side air to the side stick. That would have been the stock if that hit.
Yeah, LX went for the horizontal dodge instead of a vertical one, and Power Ranger did not find that side stick, but like you said, could have very quickly taken the head off of LX.
Gets the pivot neutral light, went for the jumping side air, but Alex with the side sig, that's it. Hits him with the boulder, sends him flying off the right side of the stage. And there's a lot of words that I want to use for that, but Alex won convincingly, but not so convincingly that I would put it out of Power Ranger's capability coming back. He was doing a very great job coming back towards the end of that game. Still, Alex had the momentum for the majority of it. I'm wondering if the Rayman's going to be coming out in games 2 or 3, or if he's going to be sticking out the Bryn. I think Great Hall didn't work out as well for him as he would have hoped.
For sure.
It actually looked like Alex just knew exactly what to do to control center stage.
Yeah, Alex was still getting the vertical knockouts. Like, usually, if you're playing against someone who's like blasters and gauntlets, where they'll lean a little bit more towards those recoveries for knockouts, then you're like, all right, maybe a tri-platform map's okay because the high ceiling. But Alex was still finding those vertical knockouts. Also, to your point, I want to say that I would like the Rayman as well, but looks like Power going completely off, but going to be bringing out the Sentinel. I definitely agree with swapping off the Barbara, though. The Spear, it just wasn't doing a whole lot. He was getting like a Nair opener and then the end of the story.
Yeah, and there was a lot of, I don't know, the Spear was tightening up towards the end. He didn't find any signature finishes. It was actually remarkable how many instances where I was like, well, if you spaced that correctly, you would have taken a stock, but you missed, and so you lost your stock. It was just that close. That Power, it was so close that Power Ranger almost had an edge. Now he has a completely different weapon set on Sentinel. Hammer and guitars on a small Enigma. Tri-platforms is the name of the game in this best of 5.
Just sticking with the triplats, apparently. South America does like, I would say, like, arguably, quote-unquote, different map picks. Like, you're not seeing as much Mammoth, you're not seeing as much Small Brawlhaven and APOC. Instead, you're seeing a little bit more of these triplats, maybe a little bit more Miami Dome as well.
Yeah, Crystal Temple, I believe, is relatively popular here as well. But yeah, 2 great hauls in a row followed by small Enigmas. Definitely unusual as far as every other region's meta goes. But here we are on game number 2. Power Ranger opening up pretty strong with the guitars here. Good adaptation. I guess if he's thinking if he's going to be able to get these one-hit wins in neutral and then hit out, you might as well try to do it on a weapon to where if he does get the dodge read, you will confirm get 4 to 5 hits afterwards. And that gravity cancel down stick was beautiful. Caught Alex right off guard, but silent finisher. Almost takes Power Ranger off the right side of the stage. I feel like one of those will definitely finish it, but he kicks him out of the way for that neutral stick punish. Oh, recovery's gone!
You saw the stars! So many recoveries getting stuffed out in South America. Power went for the immediate recovery, trying to catch LX, but he was ready for it.
Yeah, rising down air on Greatsword is about as close to the pogo effect that you can get on the Spirit. It kind of simulates you bouncing off of them, per se, but it's so incredibly quick and can catch people off guard that you'll see those recoveries get stuffed all the time.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, he makes it back.
Okay.
He did dodge and barely touch the wall. He gets the recovery as well, but that would have been devastating for game 2. He's so close to evening this up without taking any damage.
Just needs to find that one hit. A stomp could lead to the knockout, but Alex doing a really good job playing around that idea. So you see in Power trying to change up how he's trying to set up into this knockout hit. Can't hit the side air. Misses the stomp. Just hit. He needs to hit a stomp.
Yeah, you know, okay, there. Side air is fine. There comes a point where if you're looking for the combo starter a little too hard, fishing for it too, the enemy's going to be able to look at you and go like, I'm just not going to land near you. What do you keep stomping the ground for? Power does get the side air, though, catches the landing. He's able to even it up, but he took a considerable amount of damage going for it. And now back into the guitars. He's looking for that sideline opener. He finds one, but he doesn't get the down air after the downlight. LX on the sword, however, is going to switch off to the great sword. Power's got to be careful about giving him that center stage.
LX controlling that ground against Power. Power's going to try to make these approaches onto LX, but every single time, LX able to get the escape out. Catches the dodge, gets the 3-piece afterwards, puts Power off stage, but again, LX not going to challenge too hard for the off stage.
Yeah, denies Power from even having a possibility of picking up the hammer here. Switches over to the sword, primes the greatest sword. Down airs Power Ranger into the recovery off that down air punish. No weapon in hand, and he has so few jumps. I think he has to dodge back, and LX, ground pound? No. Goes to the recovery instead. Power Ranger is able to make it back with this weapon.
And a little bit closer to this corner, but
there it is.
All is set up for the recovery. LX likely going to be sticking with the greatsword here. Yep. And then Power just immediately. I love that. Power just comes back and is just like, all right, I'm going to just try to recover you. Hopefully it knocks out. Probably not, but like, I'll do it anyways.
Yeah, try to get that damage in and take advantage of the iframes the moments before you put in that attack input. LX, however, is just sliding around the stage, hitting sidelight after sidelight, recovery down air. Doesn't get the downlight, but that sidelight does hit. And while he's getting the dodge whiffs, or he's not getting the dodge punishes, he's getting the opening hit every single time. Power now in orange, and that's going to be the stock. Max range sidelight. That is as far as he could have been on the stage to get that sidelight finisher without gravity canceling it. And it takes Power out. 2 stocks to 0. What a quick stock. Or what a quick game, rather.
Yeah, LX looking so incredibly strong. And Power going to make the swap back to the Bryn for game number 3. But I don't know. I don't think that it's a character thing right now. I think it's LX just recognizing Power's dodge habits and catching him time and time and time again.
Look at that. Power Ranger bans out all the tri-platform maps. He just banned. Oh, yeah.
Look at that first stock.
Yeah.
Look at that last stock.
That's pretty early. That's pretty early to knock out a Sentinel, I have to say. That is ridiculous. And we might even see earlier knockouts. As we're going to Small Brawlhaven for game number 3, Power Ranger tactically banned out the Great Hall and Small Enigma going into this saying, okay, I get it. I just can't win center stage over Alex's ability to control that space. So now we're going over to Small Brawlhalla, and a nice 3-piece axe string into a Nair puts Power into a sizable lead going in here, down here as well. Alex finally gets a hit in, but that neutral puts him into orange. Great start for Power Ranger. This may have been the exact kind of stage that he needs as he's opened up the axe, and he is just pummeling Alex. I mean, a Cider is going to take the stock at this point. Alex is taking so much damage.
Ooh, but a good spot dodge from LX. Neutralite not going to put him off screen, but it does disarm LX. This is really good for Power Ranger for game number 3. And of course, Power Ranger needs this in order to stay alive here in the winner's bracket.
Falling Nair hits, but he's looking for these pickup recoveries on Spear, and Alex is playing around him now on the sword, a little bit more agile than he is on the Great Sword. Cider hits, and that's going to be the stock. Nicely done.
Did take a little bit of damage there, but it looks like Power Ranger wanting to stick with the Spear. That's so interesting. His axe was looking so clean, but maybe doesn't want to give LX too much information by sticking with a singular weapon.
Possibly. I was liking the axe against this Great Sword a lot as well. Let's see how this plays out here. LX could be in a position where if he gets Power Ranger off the stage now, definitely. The Great Sword recovery, when you jump, fast fall, and then use the recovery right before you land on the ground, it's like this perfect laser beam edge guard that just stops every attempt to recover. And we already see Alex going into this mode. It's like, I don't need to combo you. I just got to hit you with this. The Nair hits, and that actually, to my surprise, knocks out off the top. I thought he still needed a little bit more damage, but Alex evens up the stocks 2-2.
Small Brawlhalla, there's no such thing as needing a little bit more damage. Stocks get taken quick.
I felt like Power Ranger's about to lose that stock in 10 seconds. If that sidelight ended up connecting, he's got to be careful about it. I think if Alex gets a sidelight opener and a dodge read and leads into the sidelight finisher, I think Power Ranger's gone, even at this amount of damage. But Power Ranger, avoiding any of those openers entirely, gets the cider and takes the lead once again, 2-1.
He has his pick of weapons, and I respect the fact that he wants to deny the weapon from LX, but his axe is looking so good against LX's greatsword. I'm super questioning the spear play, but I like the read attempt with that gravity cancel sidelight. He's still able to put out damage with the spear. Maybe just wants that early damage coming into these final stocks.
Avoids the pocket sand, gets the sidelight, and he gets the recovery. Nair hits, recovery as well. Oh, he puts it the gravity cancel down sig and it gets reversed. Okay, if that was gravity cancel neutral sig, would that have even hit? I liked the down sig because it lasted long enough where if Alex spot dodged or dodged down, it would have hit. Oh no!
Oh no!
What?
What?
No!
He was like, "Why? That stock just started."
That's shit.
Small Brawlhalla.
Wait. I'm looking. I'm laser focused.
Oh, did he dodge up?
LX was so done that set. He gets the first reversal.
Bro.
Okay. Power Ranger is yet to be hit.
It was 2 recoveries.
It was 2 recoveries.
That's it.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that was it. Power Ranger was fresh. And he pressed this special button twice.
What a thief. What a robbery. We've made robbery jokes this weekend, but that right there, that was a robbery. Like, I don't, if there's that little graph of like stocks, there's just a line up and down.
Yeah, that'd be really interesting.
That'd
be really interesting to see. I mean, I was still feeling like that was going towards to be a 3-1 set because map advantage was going to go to LX. Obviously, he was up 2-0. But Power Ranger should be on the board right now. I cannot believe the brilliance of LX to be able to turn around and just use both recoveries. And that's the nice thing. Greatsword recovery is interesting on the weekend version of it. You can, for any recovery in the game, you can trade out a jump for a recovery, and it has slightly different properties. And you jump a little bit faster on the weekend recovery, even though it is not as strong as the first one. And I think it just caught Power Ranger off guard, and it was enough force, clearly, to take him out the top of Small Brawlhalla. That was the fastest stock I've ever seen. That was 2 hits to death by knockback. It wasn't even like taking their jumps off the right side of the stage.
Yeah, that wasn't a gimp. That was a stock. But here we go. Going into our next game, Wes and Stardeath. They're like, all right, hey, it's time for y'all to talk about us. Wes, of course, going to be coming in here with the Macho Man pick. On the other side, Stardeath going to be picking up the Ragnar for game number 1, still in the winner's round 1 of things.
3, 2,
It's going to take a long time before I can get that imagery out of my mind.
The double recovery.
Oh, double greatsword recovery off the top. Okay, there's no greatsword in this game. It's Macho Man versus Ragnar, as you said.
Good fastballs from Stardeath.
Wait, Wes, are you gone? Okay, he makes it back. I thought that Okay. Wow. All right,
They're just
we're
starting
going.
off going into it. You're still trying to recover from the last game. I don't blame you. But right now, we're here in game number 1. Stardust
back. I'm fine.
playing this Axe, but Wes is getting these openers, and he's
recovery's
getting
gone.
these hits.
Stardust's gone.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. There, South America's out for blood. They don't want to allow, and they won't allow anybody to use their stock. It's just over within a matter of 3 hits. Wes doing fantastic on okay. Starting off so strong on the Axe on this second stock of Stardust, already taking a damage lead. Recovery from Stardust, double recovery. Nice job coming back. He needs those to hit. He's at a point where now where I feel like a neutral stick might be able to catch him off guard. Recovery hits again. Can Stardust get the neutral stick off the right side of the stage? No, he cannot. He misses it, and there is that going to be the stock for Wes?
Still looking for these recoveries. Stardust playing just high enough to avoid that recovery. Stardust really needs to finish the stock, but you see how Wes is chasing, unconcerned with the fact that he's unarmed and in the red. He's still chasing underneath Stardust.
Gravity cancel side stick didn't pan out, but Stardust is just struggling for his life, and that's 3 stocks to 1 under 1:30. Let's see what the first weapon's going to be for Stardust. It's going to be Katara. Stardust gets sidelight and air. He avoids the ground pound that time, and that's got to be the 7th recovery on Katara. He's hit on West this stock, and it still hasn't taken him off the top. It's been very rough for Stardust going into this game. Neutralite, great anti-air option, catching that down air from Stardust. Axe is picked up. A side air will definitely finish it, but he's way too damaged. He's way too damaged to get a side air follow-up off of a side light on Axe, and Wes is just going to town. Oh, that down air side air almost hit. This is going to be a 3-stock. Wes gets the side air. Is that it?
Didn't hit the
recovery
weapons
early.
off.
He has
One
a
more hit.
oh, recovery.
Why would you
That's
sidelight? But it's still a 3-stock. Wes gonna take game number 1 in convincing fashion. Like, there was no moment in that one where it looked like Stardust was taking that lead.
I mean, we're watching replays right now, but on my screen I can see Wes's clan and it's Lee. so his name's Wesley, but it's broken up twice. I just wanted to point that out. Okay.
Wes
Go
of
ahead.
the clan Lee.
Wes of the clan Lee. Or I guess Lay. She wants to Lay. I don't know. I'm going to say Wesley.
I mean, it's the second part of his name. But Stardust gonna make the swap over to the Val for game number 2. Did not like anything that the Ragnar had to put out. I feel like he didn't even have time to decide if he didn't like that Ragnar.
Well,
like, that was just
there
Wes.
There were cool follow-ups that he did on the guitars for sure. I said it. He's hit 7 recoveries on that first stock. Wes took 218 damage. He just never lost it. That was
Yeah, I was saying, no, those recoveries led to a knockout. Like,
yeah. Oh no, we're seeing a very similar happening to the last game. Whoa! Double recovery into jumping cider. Wes almost exhausted every single mobility option that he possibly had, and that cider hits. Stardust is running for his life. Finally gets some damage in. Wes is just cidering and recovering Stardust constantly.
Wes feeling real confident. Just the way that he's going so aggressive onto Stardust. Like, Wes feeling like he is undefeatable right now in game number 2. But Stardust is able to put out a little bit of damage here onto Wes's first stock.
Yeah, Wes
is
relentless with the corner pressure there. Went for the weapon throw to catch to predict the fast fall. Didn't go for it. Still went for the gravity cancel downlane. Instead, Stardust jumped over all those options. But really good pressure from Wes now onto the lance. Stardust running away from the side airs that were causing him to lose his stock so early on. But that one he can't dodge. Uses the recovery early, and the weapon throw from Wes just lance, axe, throwing the entire arsenal at him. One of them's bound to hit, and it does. 3 stocks to 2 now.
He just caught the axe so he could delay the weapon spawn. Like, that wasn't even he wanted an axe or anything like that. He literally just grabbed it and was like, oh, there's a new weapon on the field. Give me a second. I'm going to delay your weapon spawn for a moment.
Nair. Oh, whoa! Nair ground pound.
Extra.
Gravity cancel sidelight. Nair. What? Wes is crazy. Side air hits the jump off of Stardust, catching him off a guard. Going all the way around for gravity cancel. If he pivoted that was going to be the stock, but Stardust already low on jumps. Recovery's going to hit. No, but Stardust goes super deep, and Wes is just... I feel like Wes is just seeing red right now with some of the options that he's taking because he's just like, I have to chase him constantly, no matter what side air hits. I'm surprised he had
This is like the mark of a South American player, though, is like they don't have concern for how much damage they have on their stocks. They're just constantly looking for knockouts. Wes gonna get another one and still has some health to play with on this Olgrim, this high defense legend.
Yeah, and surprisingly, or at least much to my surprise, Wes still showing some of that patience there. The reason why he got that stock, was because he waited for the gravity cancel side stick from Stardust. Calm with the silent and recovery, now getting a bunch of nairs. Down air doesn't hit, that sider doesn't hit, but I mean he's just whiffing. He's not getting punished. Recovery from Stardust. It's kind of feeling like Ragnar. Those recoveries are hitting, but Wes is still on 3 stocks.
Yeah, they have more force.
I suppose.
Stuffed out the recovery. Wes misses the side light, so Stardust gonna get the knockout with the down light recovery. No 3 stock for game number 2, but Wes coming in here fresh as a daisy. Again, he's just chasing down Stardust. Does not even care, and Stardust is scared.
Yeah, Stardust getting a nice nair into down air. That nair doesn't get through, and Wes gets good damage in. Pummeled away. Stardust starting to fight back. Weapon throw comes through. Wes is just kind of like, well, we're going to wait for a new one. Picks up perfectly. I'm surprised Stardust went for the weapon throw in that situation. Ended up losing it. Dodged the neutral sig. Chase dodges all the way past. Sword picked up. He's getting good damage, and Stardust fighting back. And Wes is struggling to succeed with that playstyle that he was succeeding with so much in the game number 1, but he is still a full stock ahead, but maybe. Oh.
He gets past. Stardust, though, not taking a lot of damage here since Wes came in on the 2nd stock. Suddenly, Stardust looking alive.
Another recovery?
Another one.
Oh! I wonder if Nutrisig was better there. It was a difficult read. The side stick came very, very close. Maybe if he pivoted, it would have hit, but downlight and recovery, not enough just yet. But Stardust has, yeah, as you said, essentially gone untouched. Downlight recovery will take the stock for him here. Oh, man, Wes doesn't care. Wes is jumping so far and get after him. Downlight, down sig. Weapon throw forces the fast fall.
Oh!
Nicely done.
He had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Didn't have the dodge, didn't have the movement. Wes gonna take game number 2, but suddenly Stardust looking alive. I like the movement speed on the Val. Really helped him out because he was able to kind of like dive in and then dive back on a lot of those approaches.
Interesting. Look at the replay here. We're going to be seeing a nice dash pivot ground pound from Wes, but the legend swap over to Stardust is Sir Roland for game number 3.
Yeah, that is a bold decision from Stardust to try to pick one of Wes's characters and go lance to lance against the arguably strongest lance player in the South American region. But right now, Stardust needs something, and maybe it's the defense of a Roland to get through Wes.
Yeah, if there was one thing that was similar between the Val and the Ragnar, it was that he was hitting a lot of recoveries on guitars and gauntlets, and they weren't really leading anywhere. Now onto the sword and lance, maybe getting a more horizontal approach to these knockouts. Oh, no. Okay, all right. We got me scared there, Stardust. The recovery came in clutch.
Yeah, when he did that that horizontal dodge and went underneath the platform, I think he panicked a little bit. Still had the touch, though. Wes didn't challenge.
Ooh,
nice ground pound.
Okay, Stardust on to the first stock lead of the entire set. And Wes is acting like it's not the thing as he jumps up.
He's just chasing vertically again.
I've never seen somebody babysit a Lance player with unarmed before, but that's what we just watched Wes do. And Stardust is unfazed by this. Nice job. Silent Sider hits, weapon throw forces Stardust to jump upwards. No dash jump pivot ground pound. Never mind. Of course, I said no, and then he did it. Yeah. It's been a popular thing from Wes on the left side of the stage, and Stardust hasn't seemed to be playing on the ledge in a way that's going to counteract that. It's been hitting so much for Wes, and now that neutral air hits after the neutral light gets a good amount of damage and evens up the game.
No, but still, Stardust looking much better here in game number 3. Has some health to play with in comparison to Wes. And with the recovery, goes for the gravity cancel D-Light, but Wes staying real high on that one. Gotta be careful about that ground pound, though. You see Stardust trying to recover high to avoid it.
Yeah, Sidelight side air hits, and Wes is on the platform taking advantage of that. Went all the way up with that nair, and oh, no reversal. Side air was stacked, so it didn't hit. Sidelight side air puts him on the side of the stage, and Wes go all the way out for that ground pound. He does jump a little too high. Gravity cancel Sidelight doesn't catch either. He has been very adamant about hitting those gravity cancel sidelights both on Axe and Lance, just catching Stardust off with a very quick, far-reaching move that could potentially combo into his demise. Going deep down for that side air, avoids the recovery. Side air gets punished by a Stardust's own side air on Lance, but that weapon throw doesn't hit, and now Wes is on the hunt. Weapon throw interrupts that recovery, but the recovery still hit.
Chase. Stardust with the weapon advantage, though. Downlight into the recovery, still not enough. Again, this high defense from the Olgrim really cursing Stardust. He's got to work so much harder to finish off these stocks.
It's got to be a record for Stardust on how many recoveries he's hit in a set that don't lead to a knockout. It's been insane. Wes on the axe. Dash on pivot ground pound. Oh, he faked it! He fooled me, but he didn't fool Stardust. The second time he went for it, he actually committed, and Stardust actually punished it this time with the down air. Takes stock lead once more. Nicely played.
Still, Stardust needs to get a nice lead going into these final stocks. He is in the red. Wes just needs to hit a sidelight side air. You could see this stock gone, or a recovery. Just like that, it is even in these final stocks, except for the fact that West is up 2 games.
Down air hits. Down light hit. Stardust trying to get to that weapon. Wesley doesn't punish with the nair, and Stardust has an opportunity. Grab pound misses, but then the grab pound from West connects. Dodges through the neutral light, down light, nair. Goes to the grab cancel silent, but he was a little bit too high. Started dodges through, and Wes on the way back to the stage. It's ground pound
Barely
time.
touched.
Oh, he misses. It's close.
That's the landing.
I would say this is a Stardust lead. It's so close to tell, though. This first hit's going to decide who gets it. Nice down tick. It's just too bad it didn't hit. West got a perfect dodge through.
Nice recoveries.
Oh!
Downlight nair. Didn't go for the recovery on that one.
I think it's because he just hit the recovery. Maybe it still would have been better. I'm not sure.
I think it's more, it's at the very least, it's more damage, which right now he needs against Wes. But hitting the side air has Wes off stage. Doesn't threaten too hard. It's a recovery again, but that one's low, so not expected. This one off the soft platform will lead to a knockout. Stardust gonna get a game.
Stardust takes a game, despite being in a damage deficit every single game so far. Wait, no, that's not true. Okay, it's 584. I was backwards. Anyways, he was up until that point. A nice 60 damage lead up into that game. Put Stardust on the board, and it is now 1-2. Stardust working towards a 3-0 comeback. Let's see if he can do it. The disadvantage, of course, being that West being up 2 games has that advantage in the map picks. So we'll see how that plays out here.
Why would you switch? All right, Zariel, game number
Really?
4.
Did he?
What? There's no, like, generally speaking, in tournaments, you can see the thread lines. You can see the dots that are connecting. But Stardust coming in here with the Zariel, we saw the gauntlets on the Val, but I wouldn't say there was anything specific about that Val gauntlet play that, like, stood out to make me go, yeah, okay, I can see the carryover. Instead, it just seems kind of out of left field, but we'll see what happens as we get into game number 4.
Crystal Temple for Game 4. Wes made some interesting target bans, whittling it down to Small Brawlhaven, Crystal Temple, and Demon Island. This is where Stardust chose to go. And now on to the Zariel. It's interesting. It's bow and gauntlets. You're right. There's a little bit of connection, but it's a little confusing to me. Maybe he was like, okay, I got as much out of the Roland I possibly could, and he's playing a game where he's trying to keep Wes so like on his toes with the legends that he's picking that it's possible.
I do at least appreciate that this Zariel has defense going in with the defense stance, but man, this defense doing nothing against the lance of Wesley. Wesley is finding hits.
Yeah, that gravity cancel neutral was sick. He's getting the recoveries as well. Stardust fighting back with his own recovery, but the downer hits through, and Wes looking for that sider to finish the stock. Is that going to be it? Weapon throw goes a little too low. Wes
can't touch.
Doesn't even
That's
need
a little too far.
Yeah. Now a really solid stock lead for Wes on game number 4. Stardust fighting back. Nice sider. Let's see if we can get a downlight on the gauntlet. Goes for the weapon throw into kick, but that's about it. Sidelight nair. Oh, I thought he was getting sidelight nair again for sure. He landed on the platform, and maybe it was just a little weird with the timing. Or maybe he was going for a dodge read. Either way, it's still good damage. He's not getting punished. Nair ground pound hits as well. Ground pound from Stardust hits through the platform, but West still 3 stocks, 2 neutral light hits. Is it neutral sig time? Oh, yeah, it is, but Stardust was ready for it.
It's a down signature. It's going to launch Wes up, but again, these vertical knockouts just aren't happening in favor of Stardust.
Like the one sig in Zariel's kit, it's like maybe you should have hit that against Wes. It's not gonna do anything. Oh, is that gonna be another recovery? Wes goes for it after resetting his jumps. But Stardust gets the nice knockback on that recovery as well, and he was up to 2-2. Let's see how this plays out. Wes is just jumping around. You know, I wonder when he comes back on a fresh stock. He partially chases against his opponent, but doesn't throw out any attacks with the iframes to also be in the best position for a new weapon spawn as well, since they spawn in the air. I never thought about it that way, but I think that's what Wes is going for.
I just feel like Wes is just saying, hey, my opponent's over there. I want to be over there. It's just going to dive forward with the slide charge side heavy. Stardust trying to go for some tricky stuff. You saw him going for these like weapon tosses to try to reset the strings. Still got some good damage built up onto Wes's second stock, despite the fact that Stardust is behind.
Ooh, nice recovery. One more of those will take that stock, and that will be that'll be match stock for Stardust. He's not able to get that stock, and there it is. Side air hits. West just waits in the ground. One neutral light to celebrate, and he swaps over, primes the axe, and he's looking for those side light and air, side light resets. Let's see what he can do.
Falling Nair will put Wes in the vertical. Expecting more of that juggling, but just couldn't find the neutral light hit. Wes going to disarm himself on the weapon toss, looking for that Lance spawn. Stardust with the denial. Side sig doesn't go over the corner, so it's going to bounce him up. Yeah. Again, that's where Wes likes to be. He has extended so many stocks just because the ceiling apparently grows whenever Wes gets near it.
Ceiling is just has an aversion to Wes. It's like, get away. So just backing
Ceiling
up.
is allergic to him.
Oh, man. Yeah, that side sig, I think, would have actually taken the stock. He got the left side, but started. Wow. Incredible play on that stock, recognizing what's at stake here. Barely got hit. Takes West off the top with the recovery, despite the aversion that it apparently has. And it's now 1-1 on the gauntlets now. I'd like him to go over to the bow. I feel like he's been getting a lot more mileage off of it. Goes into recovery, gets hit by that nair, but oh, the gravity cancel side light into side air. Nice punish on the West. Let's see if he can get any more damage. He's forcing West off to the right side of the stage. Nair hits. Nothing else after it. He's not switching, though. He is determined to stay on the gauntlets.
Up the dodge down with the down air, but Stardust, again, sticking with these gauntlets. He spot dodged inside, got his recovery stuff, got shoved over to the corner. Still fighting back, doesn't hit the ground.
Oh, he dodged under the stage,
oh,
and he hits the recovery. This is a perfect recovery knockback.
No movement.
Yeah, Wes feeling good about hitting that axe recovery. That is for sure. And we're going to see it on the replay. But what remarkable spacing from West to see that gauntlet ground pound to duck underneath the stage and be able to get the punish. It was really well played in that last moment.
It's really tough to do a dip underneath the stage because most people don't feel comfortable when they're underneath the stage. But West playing real smart around that ground pound.
Yeah, we're going to see it here. Like, this is where I was like, started this comeback. First the nair, sees the next ground pound, he's like, I can't nair in time. So he dips underneath, and that's just done. Dodged right in the perfect spot for the axe recovery to send him flying into one angle that he'd have no chance of coming back from. And as a 3-1 victory for Wes over Stardust.
And that means we are finding the last 8. We're going to be in the winner side of things in just a little bit. Of course, we've got DB and Vicina. You just saw the bracket. They're up next. This is going to be our first double J-Yun of the day. DB, of course, already locking in the J-Yun. No surprises on that pick. Vicina going to bring in a J-Yun of their own.
And we're already going right into game 1 here. So we're going to be watching this Jay and Ditto happen in fast form, both on the 4 stance, taking out that Dex, bringing it down to 4 as we go into Small Brawl Haven. Oh man, stocks are going to fly on this stage.
This is going to be a short one for sure. DB, if he can get those extensions, those strings already opening up, gets the dodge read, but Vicina able to avoid anything extra on that one. Finally picks up a greatsword of their own. Oh my goodness. Both of them able to get these chop ups, those dodge reads.
Ooh. Goes in for the neutral light. Finisher does connect. Side light. Oh, he puts up the whole 3-piece string, even though not a single one of those hit. Side light. Oh, he doesn't get it, and DB goes in for the punish, and they're both getting opener dodge. They're dodging away after the opener, getting their own opener, and then they're dodging away from the opener. That time, it's just every time they're just not being able to find the final blow. And now we're getting into the territory where it's like, okay, if I can't hit my sidelight finisher and you can't hit your sidelight finisher, it's time to hit that recovery button. D-Light recovery comes through. Doesn't take Vicina off the top just yet, but that could change very quickly as he goes over to the greatsword. He's keeping him unarmed.
Yeah, that did disarm the greatsword recovery. Will lead to the first knock, and of course DB going to be sticking with that greatsword. Vicina has the free weapon spawn and the pocket sand, almost getting the stock off of DB.
Whoa. Down air didn't hit, but he didn't get the landing hitbox, so he didn't get punished for it. DB getting that sidelight, and this is such a great position for any greatsword player, is to have their opponent on the left side or right side of the stage, be in that edge guard situation. Nice neutral stick off the top. But yet, when you have Greatsword on an edge guard. You could do Sidelight Opener. You could do Recovery. You could do anything right there to basically just keep them from feeling safe about returning to the ground, forcing them to recover upwards, and then get back to center of the stage. It's beautiful. We're seeing DB do a similar thing here. Down air, side air, gravity cancel, side sig. And Vecina was just too scared to come back to the stage, didn't have the resources after dodging.
He was going
that.
for a punish. Now, he was looking for a punish on the whiffed side sig, so you saw Vecina actually drift away from the stage. And because of that, just didn't keep enough movement to get back to the stage. That's going to be a nice lead for DB.
Yeah, but that lead could disappear in just an instant. As we see Vecina getting so much damage here. Oh, no, neutral light finisher. DB gets the nair to recovery, doesn't get the nair afterwards. Side light pivots all the way around. Oh, the down light misses, but DB gets that neutral light and neutral double neutral sig. What?
He just kept hitting sigs. I was like, okay, he hit one neutral sig. It's fine. Oh, he hit it. Oh, okay. No, then he lands the third signature, the side sig, and DB just completely shuts down Vecina in game number 1.
That second neutral sig hit like right at the base. Yeah, right at the base of it, and he went for that dash. That slide charge pivot side, or just the slide charge regular side sig, hit him off at the very edge of the stage, deleted. We're going to Mammoth Fortress now. Much more sizable map for game number 2. Vecina was holding their own against DB, but DB got those super early knockouts, and that's what matters the most on Small Brawlhaven, especially when you're not getting knocked out yourself.
Vecina definitely has some really good strings. You're seeing him get those extensions when he can get those openers, but on the other side, DB just having a little bit more consistency, just getting that damage over time leading to those knockouts. Just putting out hitboxes like, stay over there, Vecina.
Yeah. Ooh, sidelight hits. Was a little hesitant on the neutral light afterwards. Vecina just comes right back to the stage with a powerful recovery. Neutral sig would have taken DB off the top of the side, so it interrupts whatever Vecina was planning. And puts him on the left side of the stage. Vecina's still in control, and that recovery will take him off the top. That platform not so safe when you're against Greatsword. It can cover almost, I feel like, 2/3 of it on the way up if you space it correctly. DB going down is huge. And now Vecina, ooh, really going off the strings. And it's starting to shine here in this game number 2. Vecina's string play on the Greatsword.
What a weird... DB did a landing down air, which can lead to bridge moves, but then decided to just back out and then try to go for a turnaround. Like, there's this stutter. This DB's trying to change up his timing, and it's not quite working out. He still does find the knockout onto Vecina, but DB looking a little awkward right now with the Greatsword.
Oh, Vecina didn't pivot there. Had the right idea. Dash jump side air from DB. Gets a good amount of damage. Down light into neutral light. Or down air into neutral light. Oh, Vecina just guarding the weapon. This is an awkward moment where I feel like both players don't really feel like they have control. DB just starting to take it away from Vecina as he evens up the damage. Side air a little bit too high.
Side sig will connect. Yeah. Put Vecina in a real bad spot. Ground pound. Vecina did get the wall touch, so Vecina does get back, gets that turnaround, and DB still maintains the stage control off that recovery. Beautiful. Side finisher to get the second stock off of Vecina.
Very clever being able to catch him up in the air like that with the neutral light, and then using the downlight bridge to get the side light finisher, utilizing all 3 stances in the Greatsword to take out that stock and punish the dodge from Vecina. Falling down with the Greatsword now, trying to get the recovery, just take as much damage and lead as he can. Vecina fighting back. They had a lead going into this, and that neutral stick does catch him on the backside of that dodge. Nicely done, and that's a very quick stock, evening it up 1-1.
Yeah, an immediate return. This one looking real close for game number 2. Vecina with the juggles, but DB gets that weapon pick up and now has Vecina in the offstage.
Ooh, that was a great dash downlight opener. Just so much distance on that move, catching Vecina off guard, but the recovery hit. Oh, recovery kills. Very nice knockout and great timing from DB to secure a 2-0 lead, but Vecina's fighting back. I'm wondering if DB will not go back to Mammoth after how close that game was. We'll see what Vecina's doing. I know Vecina definitely wants to go back to Mammoth Fortress. It's just like he's a game away from figuring out DB and bringing it to game 5, and Mammoth was left open and DB picked it, didn't want to go to the other 2 stages that were available, and we're going there for game number 3, but Vecina's looking great. DB's just getting those clutch knockouts a little bit sooner.
Yeah, you saw the way DB picked that map. That was DB saying he wants Mammoth. Like, that wasn't even a time to think about the other maps. He's just like, all right, we're just going back to Mammoth for game number 3. Sword versus sword. A rare occurrence in the Jae-Yun mirror match.
Yeah, just happens because they both picked it up. That was the first weapon. They had no choice. And now neither player wants to be weaponless against Sword. Sword's still pretty scary to fight against unarmed. And DB catches the Greatsword right out of Vicina's hands. Now Greatsword's picked up slight lead for DB, but Vicina just needs one of those 4-hit strings. Oh, nice read from DB. Gets him dodging back. Gets the full amount of damage to the sidelight finisher for the earliest knockout possible after those light attacks. And now DB is a solid stock ahead.
Horizontal launches, but Vicina, Pocket Sand goes for his second one. DB barely manages to spot dodge inside of it. Again, Pocket Sand's coming out from Vicina. Vicina looking for this knockout, wants to immediately even this one back up.
Oh!
What a trap!
I mean, that would have been beautiful if we got the second one, but that was just so...
Yeah.
That was so sudden.
Stand on the soft platform. Oh, you're coming over.
Just
Jump ground pound.
Which is very funny. It's too bad it didn't lead into a stock. Okay, that should be it. No! He goes for the side stick and DB gets the hardest punish of his life. Now, going in for the weapon throw breakdance.
Yeah, that's a free punish. That's a free punish.
Still, he still got that neutral sig off of a Greatsword string, which put Vicina from yellow to orange. Really huge with Vicina whiffing on that side stick. And now Sider from DB fully charged side stick. I mean, that may have knocked out if that hit. So you have to be careful about that. And that's
this one might.
That was deja vu from the previous stock right
looking
there.
like that first stock. DB doing a really good job of starting to catch these dodges from Vicina, right? Vicina doing these dodge outs when he's in the deep red, and DB is catching him for it.
Dash up weapon throw was pretty interesting, actually. That just destroyed Vicina. It stopped the opener, and then he was able to get that 4-piece string. He keeps getting this dodge back read. Maybe Vicina could do some diagonal dodge to get out of those strings, but then it's just going to be a matter of whether DB is able to catch with those nairs. But it's been so great for DB. Vicina's string game has just suffered, and that sidelight opener. Oh, Sider doesn't hit, but he gets the neutral sig, and that's it.
Goodness, DB just complete control on the tail end of that one. Vicina did not know which way to look to try to catch this Jester, and DB gonna run away with that. A quick 3-0 to earn his spot in the winner's quarterfinal.
Yeah, and there was a moment in Game 2 where the impression I was getting was Vicina was getting the read on DB, but it was actually the other way around. DB wanted to go back to Mammoth because he was like, you know what, that game was too close. I know exactly how to be able to play that.
I could have won better.
Yeah, and he definitely did. 3-0 in game number 3. DB moves on to fight against the winner of the next matchup that we're going to be having on stream. Is going to be Emperor versus Broly.
This is going to be another one of those brother knockouts here. Going to send one of these brothers down into the lower bracket. Unfortunately, just the way that the seedings shook out, it's going to be Emperor versus Broly. They played together as 2v2 teammates, but now they have to play against each other as 1v1 opponents here on the World Championship stage.
Yes, it's certainly something that hasn't happened before, or it's certainly something that has happened before in Brawlhalla Esports and happens quite often, but it's still no less heartbreaking in terms of like just seeing, oh, well, these two players know each other probably better than anybody else, considering how much they play in twos and likely spar with each other, and now are going to be fighting against each other to see who moves on in the winner's side of the World Championship. What makes these matchups so interesting is that there's always the possibility that they have legend picks and playstyles that are prepared specifically for their teammate as an opponent, more so than anybody else in the bracket. And that's what I'm excited to see as we're going into this game 1 of the best of 5.
Seeing Broly coming in here, the power ranked number 5, of course. You see their characters, those are the common picks that they have when they're playing in tournament, and guess what? That's going to be what they're starting off with here in game number 1. Broly on the Asuri, Emperor on the Koji, both of them level 100. They have put in the time on these legends.
That's actually insane.
It's dedication.
Both of them dipping out of decks to put into force for Asuri and defense for Koji. As do they have the same stat? No, it was close. It was very close.
A little bit more movement speed on the Asuri, whereas Emperor on the Koji gets that extra dexterity. I'm not sure if it really gives a lot. Like there was a period in time where having that extra dex gave Sword a couple of things like Sidelight and Neutralight True. Or like V-Light, Chase Dodge, and Sig on Koji. But I don't think there's really anything there for the decks currently.
Game 1 is going on to Mammoth Fortress. Broly versus Emperor. Oh. And starting off strong with the Asuri, getting a little sidelights here and there. Emperor not allowing him to get too many strings, and that's a great read. Went for the dash jump down air, doesn't find her. And Broly gets to downlight themselves to get the falling Nair. He does sidelight into Nair, and Skendo goes for the weapon throw, picks up the sword, and throws that right away too. He's just tossing everything to the side.
Seeing much more, like they're like right on top of each other and just barely avoiding each other. You're seeing just how close they're getting to finding that little bit of a hit onto each other. Clearly showing their experience playing this matchup against each other. But Emperor reads the movement forward, gets the tatami mat. Could be a first stock going for Emperor as he hits the dare. Yep, first one going the way of Emperor.
Nicely done for Emperor. Broly was getting some good openers with the sidelights, but nothing else after that. And that was a little bit of shades of West there. It was that respawn and just immediately going up towards the top of the stage, just trying to get as much unarmed damage as they possibly could. And Emperor just hits a downlight neutral light and stares at him. It's like,
you want to see me do it again?
look
at it.
Yeah.
Sorry, you go.
No, go ahead, because I think you're about to comment on the same thing that I was about to comment on, which is the Emperor is just like doing a move, standing completely still.
Like no one in Brawlhalla, basically no one stands perfectly still. Like everyone, if you want to stay still like that, you'll like dance around. You'll do that like left, right, looking both directions thing. But like the fact that he's just hitting a move and straight up not touching the movement controls is so weird.
There is one that I can think of, and it is Little Capped.
Okay, that's true. Little Capped's weird
it's the only one.
Little
He's the one.
Too.
It's a very big rarity, and it can be very frightening for your opponent as well. Down to hits because Emperor's showcasing that they have those boosts of movement speed too, where there's just like those moments where it's low activity, and then all of a sudden they're just all over the place, hitting every single string, gravity cancel down for the earliest possible finish that they can get, and now it's 2 stocks to 1. But Broly fighting back the side air, doesn't get the ground pound. Oh no, down air. Is it ground pound time from the bow? No. Puts out the tatami mat, down to hits, and he tries to get the side air, and Broly's trying to make it back to the stage.
Emperor not going hyper aggressive off stage, instead opts for going back to the stage more often than not. Double recovery coming out from Broly.
Sider as well. I think he's going to take the stock, but can he take the game? Emperor is interesting with the gravity cancel neutral light beneath the platform. Ground pound, lands it, gets hit out of his recovery. That's the stock. Emperor doesn't even try to make it back, and Broly doing a great job evening it up 1-1 and not taking too much more damage. He took a lot at the start of that stock and then tightened it up. And now he's doing a great job of stopping Emperor from getting anything that they want.
He does find the bow, which can lead to the tatami mat. Of course, those signatures are weapon dependent. Another one, and Broly out of there. First stock, or first game, going the way of Emperor.
Nicely done by Emperor. Interesting map split. I feel like it's going to be a Mammoth pick for sure. But small Brawlhaven, Mammoth versus Miami Dome.
Ooh, okay, Miami Dome. Or game number 2. I like Miami Dome, especially in favor of the bow character, because you can go for those dares on the bottom corner, and they just get trapped between your bow dares and the angled wall that you can't go through.
Let's see if we get some showcases of what you just talked about. Emperor on the bow, looking for the recoveries. Broly is getting side air, and that's about it. A good start down into neutral light, just trying to. I think that neutral light was to stop Emperor from possibly going for a bow down light, but it didn't work out. And now Emperor's just fighting off stage. Ooh, it's close, but. Honestly, I've gotten to the point in Brawlhalla where I feel like I'm more terrified of bow sider off stage than I am fighting guitars off stage. That's like, it's side air is just so quick.
The Sares and dares can be so devastating, they can lead to some really bad spots like that. The ground pound from Emperor. I was looking for that for so many different offstage engagements. Emperor was instead, he'll hit that dare and then go back up, and I commented it on the last one. But I'm excited to see him start to bring it out here in game number 2.
Broly is now down an entire stock of that amazing dare ground pound from Emperor. And Emperor's getting these recoveries and playing really remarkably well around the platform. Hitting recovery over and over again. Broly, oh, he used the ground pound to get back to the stage, held it too long, and Emperor just was like, okay, fall right into my hands. Down light recovery.
All the time in the world to react to that one.
Oh, he went for a weapon. That was weird. Broly didn't have a dodge up. Neutral Sig misses. That was the quickest end light after Neutral Sig whiff I've ever seen. It had to have been like a base. Wow.
Didn't hold the dare. You can actually hold it and it'll go through the soft platforms. Doesn't matter as the tatami mat connects. And Emperor still sitting on 3 stocks to the 1 of Broly. It's funny because it says bro.
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 Yeah. Just like, bro, stop doing this to me. Hold on.
Can't clown me. This is a world championship.
Yeah, it's like it's one thing where it's a matchup to decide who goes on into the winner or lower bracket. It's another thing when you're getting 3-stocked, right? And Broly is fighting back hard, and he does get the recovery, but can he? Well, he's already taken damage, so I guess it doesn't matter. Emperor looking for that weapon. Nice job dodging the nairs and recoveries coming out from Broly. Safely picks it up. Well, spoke too soon. He gets hit by a nair, and Broly was going for that early knockout. Kind of has to.
He needs something big here. Almost surprised not leaning a little bit more towards those Katars because they do have that potential to get those quick stocks and just kind of get those gimps off of an Ensig, things like that. Instead, Broly maybe opting for the generally safer weapon with the sword in hand.
Ooh, falling Sair hits Nair as well. Broly. It's a similar tale to the last game. I feel like Broly was right around this damage when he stopped getting hit and he took Emperor stock. And I feel like the similar thing's going to happen right here. D-Light Recovery, one more will hit if he can get onto that platform.
I didn't need D-Light Sair.
It's a great question. That was like the perfect position to D-Light
Yeah.
Sair.
That's like the spot where you D-Light Sair.
Yeah. Maybe just felt like the spacing was easier to do the recovery. Sider hits, and that's no recovery for Emperor. Dodges the weapon. He's got nothing left.
Ooh.
Nicely done. Yeah, and this is exactly what happened in the previous game, even though the path that we took to get here is a little bit different. But I feel like Emperor is just going to tighten up, pick up the bow, take out the stock with a down sig or something, and then we're going to have a 2-0 lead. Let's see if Broly can prove me wrong, because I would like to see this go past a 3-0.
We've been seeing many a 3-0 so far for the South Americans. Right now, Emperor playing up against Broly. It's caught by the neutral light. Like you said, Broly has not taken damage for an incredibly long period of time right now.
Yeah, something about hitting orange on one stock left that Broly really changes how they're playing. And he is dodging every single recovery for Emperor. That one he does not. One more of those will do. Gravity gets a downlight, does not catch. He was trying to get the Nair afterwards, and Broly's just recovering for his life. Downer doesn't hit. Nice
Reverse
neutral light
3-0.
punish. Ooh.
Beats out the tatami mat. This is looking doable for either side. Emperor just a little bit healthier than Broly, but
I mean, this would be a
close.
reverse 3-stock.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. Down 6 are coming out. Emperor's playing safe. No, doesn't get it. Bow recovery, not enough. One more is needed. Emperor goes super risky off stage with that downer. Weapon throw hits. I'm surprised they're playing like this. Oh, gets it.
There it is. Gets
Broly.
the recovery.
Wow, what a potential. Like, I mean, yeah, he even came back and damage done. That was how well he was doing. But the stock ended up going over for Emperor. Yeah, we're seeing the replay right there. That's where the damage lead was in favor of Broly, despite being so close, because that downlight ground pound took him off so early off the bottom of the stage.
You got to give credit to Broly, able to extend that final stock such an incredibly long period of time. But he's going to make the swap over to the Bodvar for game number 3. Miami's still on the board, but maybe not liking how that one played out. Yeah, we're going to go into Small Mammoth for game number 3. Emperor versus Broly. Broly trying to stop the 3-0.
Yeah, Broly is switching up his play a little bit here, going into the Bodvar. See how this plays out. Mammoth Fortress. First weapon picked up the sword. Gets hit by the recovery. Emperor onto the Koji sword as well. Nairs and ground pounds being exchanged. Ooh. Very close opening to this game.
No one taking any huge lead. Again, Emperor playing very safe with those edge guards. You're not seeing him go for those dare ground pound, anything like that. Instead, just kind of waiting for his opportunities. Hits the Sair, but then again, backs off of Broly. Just wants to get hits where he can.
Yeah. I wondered if he wanted to reposition on the stage, hit another down light, continue sending Broly off, but no, he just came back, waited out for the down sig. That almost felt like a I know you like to go for this moment.
Yeah.
Because he waited
right,
perfectly
throw it
for
out.
it.
Still denying weapons from Broly, but Broly looking much better here in game number 3. Has the hammer in hand, could easily get a stomp side air if he can get that opener, but Emperor going to interrupt the first stomp.
That spacing on that bow ground pound had to have been pixel perfect. It looked like he went into the stage. That was amazing. If he didn't do that, if he landed on the stage, Broly could have just side-sticked him and smashed him.
Been gone. Throwing out the tatami mat. Easy punish for Broly. Needs another side air.
Yeah.
Or the weapon toss to guarantee it. And Emperor going to be going down ahead of Broly for once.
Yeah, hammer coming in huge. Downlight Sider was able to put him off stage, get that edge guard. Emperor suddenly putting out down six that we have not seen before. Maybe feeling a little flustered being at a deficit for the first time. It is a little taxing to go from a game 2 where you were up 3 stocks to 1, nearly lose it, and then go into a game where you are now at a deficit, right? Broly's just adjusting that well. Let's see if Emperor is able to even things up. Down six are coming through, but they're not hitting anymore, and he might have to rely on the bow recovery or nair to take the stock off.
Broly trying to widen this gap here. Like you said, though, Emperor is not finding the knockout moves. A Neutralite not even going to put Broly off screen. Neutralite very rarely will knock out, but the side sig will indeed. That's going to be an evener, but Emperor a little bit behind.
Yeah, Emperor did a great job playing on the right and left side of the stage, avoiding a lot of the openers from Broly, and then evening up the stock, only taking so much damage. And when that sidelight hits, I think a Sair or a downlight will even damage up completely. Nair comes through. Broly's still struggling to get anything started with the sword. Finally, sidelight hits, but no neutralite afterwards, meaning that Emperor goes back to the safety of the ledge.
Yeah. It's so interesting. Broly likes to go for downlight recovery on those offstage. Like downlight dare, good for setting up Gimps. Downlight Sair, of course, closer kill box, but he goes for downlight recovery, and it's just interesting to me.
He opts for keeping his opponent above his head more often than not. Side stick that time didn't work out. He hit one of those before, and Broly was perfectly positioned for it. And the dodge had enough momentum to make it to the stage, much to my surprise. And now, fighting against Broly, bring him into the orange. Emperor's going to try to make as much off the stock that I feel like should be gone right now. Broly. Oh,
going deep.
For the recovery.
Oh,
I thought he was going to go for a ground pound if that recovery came through, but Emperor doesn't go for it. Instead, just hits him with the Sair, playing as safe as possible. He just knows he needs this 3-0. Doesn't want to be
ground
put in
pound
position.
on stage from Broly. Has a sword in hand, could go for a downlight recovery. Meanwhile, Emperor needs a little bit more damage onto Broly to get the stock off. Recovery, just a raw unarmed recovery off the soft platform, and Broly looking poised to take this to game number 4.
Yeah, Emperor did a great job last stock, bringing it back as soon as possible. But we'll have to see if that's going to be the case this time. It's that down came in a little bit too early, and now Emperor's game plan has been revealed to Broly, and Broly's playing around it just perfectly. You only put out so many down stakes before they stop working. Downlight Nair might have to be the avenue that Emperor goes through, or recovery.
Or just
Nair's
a run
not enough.
Can't get a second one. Over to the sword. Could get a downlight recovery. Misses the downlight on the gravity cancel downlight.
Broly's been hitting a lot of these just ground pounds back to stage. They've been landing on Emperor a ton. Oh, and the haymaker comes through. Emperor's getting a little desperate. Downer clashes the recovery. That's perfect for Broly.
Backs up. He's just getting this extra damage. The longer it takes for Emperor to finish off this stock, the more Broly is widening this gap, giving him a really good position to close this one out. Emperor taking the stock with the Nair.
Okay, let's see what Emperor can do. Emperor's never been in this position in this set before, being down so much damage, and Broly having the momentum lead. Bow's picked up, and as the match develops, it seems like it's going more and more in favor of Broly. Downlight recovery
again.
Yeah, every time that I see it, I'm like, shouldn't that be downlight side air? But Broly seems to be pretty comfortable with catching the landings after the downlight recoveries. We saw he hit the recovery on the way back down there, and he stops the set from being a 3-0, potentially bringing in that reverse sweep as it goes to 2-1. Emperor looking a little lost in that game 3.
I will say, all right, downlight, when you do it on stage, you know to just go for the jump button, right? Like, everyone who plays sword, who is familiar with the sword combos, knows it's downlight, and then you have to do jump attack. But when it goes off stage, that's when it can get wonky, because you might catch their head, they might not go high enough, so you don't know if you jump or not. a little bit more consistency with the recovery because it just starts and you have the active frames. Maybe that's the logic behind it, but right now Emperor throwing logic out the window, already putting the damage out with the bow.
Yeah, what an amazing start for Emperor. Game 4, Broly fighting back with the hammer, neutral light hits, and he's trying to find those falling nairs. Spaces it right, he can't hit it grounded, which is what he's aiming for. Side light hits, and it just doesn't. He just can't hit any of these nairs. Emperor switches over to the bow. Neutral misses the down stick hits, sends him flying. He must be close to getting disarmed. Oh, ground pound? No, just a down air. I don't even know if he touched. Oh, doesn't matter. Didn't time the recovery right, and the unarmed ground pound takes it. What a change in momentum from game number 3.
Yeah. Emperor wanting to shut this one out. He's like, all right, I gave you one. You didn't get completely clowned on the World Championship stage, so now it's time for me to continue on in the bracket. All right, brother?
Yeah, that's what it feels like. That neutral light hits through. The switch to Apocalypse is just all he needed to change his scenery, maybe. Silent didn't hit. Side air does. I thought he was going to go for a ground pound for sure there. Ends up not putting it through. Dash jump, pivot, side air. Emperor just hitting so many hits. Neutral light comes through. Broly has been perfect on dodging the neutral sticks from Emperor, but not dodging the things that Emperor goes after the neutral stick misses. And that's been a big problem in this game. That side air, perfect knockback. And 2-2.
Yeah, Broly does even up the stocks, but a lot of damage has been put out onto Broly's second stock. Emperor, we have seen Emperor struggle to finish off stock, so there's still that potential here for Broly. But goes for the Ensig. All right.
Just expecting Broly to dodge in off of the sword down light. That was unusual. I mean, I definitely would have. I don't know. I feel like sword recovery would have. Anyway.
Yeah, I guess like in that situation, if you're not confident sword recovery is going to knock out, of course the Ensig will have more force. But, of course, the pitfall of that is it's not true.
Yeah.
So Emperor kind of took the gamble on that one. Still finds the down air, though, so he's still looking very good. Poised to close this one out 3-1 and earn his fight against DB.
Yeah, it's looking great. Emperor opening up with the sword as well. Gets the down air weapon throw, goes straight up, prevents Broly from being able to pick up the weapon, denies him by picking up the bow itself. And now a new weapon comes through. Broly trying to go for that edge guard, but I mean, he's unarmed versus bow. Wow, point blank dare! Dodged in place. Broly punches him away. I mean, we saw Broly immediately make the 3-stock comeback. A 2-stock comeback's not nearly as crazy. You know, this is possible.
But we're not seeing that same just invincibility from Broly on that final stock in the red. Does hit the recovery, but unfortunately sends a little too far forward, so Emperor instead going to get bounced. Broly tries to react with the down air, but didn't find the hit. Side sig will launch Emperor. Still needs another hit. Goes for the Ensig this time.
What a punish. Gravity cancel neutral sig. He just walks back and stands still, throws the sword away. He's like, okay, I need the bow here. Where is it? I think he's fine. Recovery comes through. No, doesn't hit. Weapon throw as well. Broly going to go for the ground pound, maybe? No, falling side air. And now it's down sig time. I feel like it's gravity cancel down sig time. I've seen this enough. Yep,
there it is.
And then when it misses, then it's D-Light recovery. Oh, Broly, sidelights. Emperor gets him with recovery. Uh-oh. It's possible.
It's possible.
Throws
Throws away the hammer.
We've seen Broly get these unarmed ground pounds off stage.
Emperor, though, with the bow in hand, dodges through the Ensig. Emperor not connecting with those Ensigs, but knows that all he needs to do is find that one singular hit, and it could be the game.
Yeah, I think D-Light recovery or D-Light Nair will do it now, but oh, Broly got him off stage. All jumps gone. Notice the weapon throw, side air hits, neutral light hits. Oh, if he side sigs.
He's good.
Oh, we can't survive another Nair.
Another Nair, and there it is. Emperor takes it 3-1 over his brother Broly to go on up into the matchup against DB. Fortunately, it's not a complete knockout. His brother just has to go down into the lower bracket and now has to do the long trek while Emperor gets the fast track on the winner's side.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to take a look at how the lower bracket is shaking up now that it's starting to become a little bit more populated. But that's not what we're going to be showing on stream next. No, that was the final match in Winners Round 1, meaning that we've whittled down the 16 players on the winner's side to 8. As you see here on the screen, all of Winners Quarterfinals has now got players in it ready to go, waiting to fight to see who gets into Winners Semis. Oh, and the lower bracket here, as we were talking about, Page beat Wish 3-2. That is the last chance qualifier, not going 0-2 in the World Championship, which is pretty incredible if you ask me.
Going into your bottom seed, not getting O2'd, that's already...
I mean, that's like exactly the goal that you're going for as a person that gets to the last chance qualifier, right? Like that's all right with me.
I mean, that's like most competitors' goal is like 99% of people who join a tournament. It's like if you don't go O2, you're doing pretty good for yourselves. But
That's true.
we're still in the winner side of things, of course. Coming up next, another brother fight. It's going to be Fiend
Ooh.
versus Baltazar. Another
Already.
2v2 team turned 1v1 opponents. It is going to be rough.
Back-to-back family duels. Okay. That is interesting. Very fun in South America considering how many of the top players have those relations going on. But now we've got Fiend and Baltazar in game number 1 of this best of 5 going through map striking. It is going to be Barasa versus Jaeun for game number 1 as we get right into this. Very excited about this. Fiend still on the Jaeun, and now with Baltazar on the Barasa, Miami Dome is going to be map number 1.
Baltazar, first one to pick up the weapon, has the blasters in hand, already connects on the Fiend with a downer. Didn't get much else after that. Fiend with the sword in hand likely will be waiting for a weapon spawn before making the swap over to the Greatsword.
Ooh, downlight, sidelight, and air. Baltazar attacking on a ton of damage with the blasters. But Fiend fighting back with the sword. Blasters picked up once again. Axe, he could get into a place where, yeah, down sig will definitely knock him out at this point. Obviously, slide charge, pivot, neutral sig is always Barasa's bread and butter, but I think downsig is the best signature option here if you can't get a sidelight sider, and Fiend is starting to fight back, recognizing that Baltazar is looking for those knockout options a little bit too hard, and that's it.
Fiend just chopping up his brother with the little sword as he goes over to the Greatsword now for the second stock of Baltazar. Oh my goodness, already.
Ooh,
he
I
even
thought that
had
was
the
gonna be
movement.
I thought that was going to be the reset for sure, but he went for the
Yeah.
downlight instead of the sidelight, but he's still getting so much damage, and Baltazar had such a great start. Downsig hits, that was really sneaky, actually. He did a dash jump, fast fall, dash, slide charge, downsig to just get in on the Fiend as fast as possible. And that's one of the weaknesses on Greatsword that I feel like isn't highlighted too much. Whereas that a lot of Greatsword's range comes from the fact that you are dashing when you're doing a sidelight or a downlight opener. And oftentimes, to catch the Greatsword off guard is just to jump right on top of where they're currently standing. And that's how you avoid the attack and also get the punish in. And Baltazar, being able to do that with the downsing on Blaster is a great start, but Fiend gets that stock real quickly afterwards, and that's 2 stocks under 2 minutes.
Yeah, everything Baltazar does is still from that back foot. The sword coming from the sky. Fiend with those juggles going to keep himself from taking too much unarmed damage, but Baltazar does pick up an axe and avoids that reset from Fiend.
Yeah, I'm worried about Baltazar on the axe, though. It's not... Oh, that was really close, but Fiend was ready for it. And Baltazar on the axe isn't quite looking as good as the axe was against Greatsword in some earlier systems we watched. And Fiend, he doesn't have the recovery. Dodges the Blaster's recovery. Weak hits, considered the strong one, but Baltazar is probably... Oh, wow. I thought we were going to see another double recovery knockout off the top there.
It was close. Again, Fiend in position, just not finding the nair. Nice GC downlight. Going to get that spin around for that finisher.
Whoa.
And a ground pound right on top of Baltazar's head to close out game number 1.
That was a really slick ground pound. We're going to see that in the replay there. He opted not to go for the gravity cancel downlight to avoid the risk of getting interrupted or clashing with the Blaster's recovery hits. There's several of hits in there before the strong one. So he dips down with the fast fall, jumps, and immediately buffers that ground pound to hit right after the end of the recovery here. Really great play from Fiend on that final stock. We're going to watch it. Yeah. So he's just like, I'm not going to go for anything that's going to involve a risk. I'm just going to dip down. I know where the Blaster's recovery is going to go. That's the stock. And now we're going to stage striking for game number 2. And it's straight back to Miami Dome as the Axe Legend changes. We're going over to Azoth, although the aesthetic is very much the same.
Pretty similar. Pretty apocalyptic still.
Yeah. I like what Baltazar's going for with his Axe Legend.
He's got some theming.
So interesting to me. I felt like the Blasters were the strongest part of his kit last game. And he's switching off the Blasters to the bow. We'll see how this plays out. I know bow and spear both have been getting a little popular against Greatsword, but Fiend. That gravity cancel sidelight into
Zero to death!
Most appropriate flag taunt I've ever seen. Way to go.
Untouched, sort of.
Untouched, sort of. Yeah, well... Let's see if Fiend can bring it back. You know, let's see if he can bring it back. He did like a sidelight finisher.
All right, he's back. It's good.
Off
He brought it back.
stage. Oh, and then he just kept using every single recovery option and just fell. I mean, is that the state that South America is in? That, you know, Fiend can just go around tossing stocks and it's fine. He still wins these. Let's see. I want Baltazar to win this just to be able to be like, yeah, you needed that stock. But we're about to find out.
Good damage being put out, though. Fiend in the red, going to get taken out by that falling side air. And Baltazar, again, going to go over to this bow. But he didn't find a lot of momentum. It was like bow signatures, which I guess is kind of par for the course if you're playing Azoth in competitive. But Fiend starting to respect the active frames of those.
Yeah, he spaced that perfectly, actually. The sidelight right after the smoke cleared the way. And him with the neutral light right afterwards getting some good damage in. But Fiend is low. And Baltazar isn't like a slouch of a player. There's a reason why he's in winner's quarters in the World Championship. Fiend going out that side, so trying to catch that landing. Baltazar dodges through all the signatures that Fiend's putting out. But he only has to get through one more stock to make this even up 1-1.
But Fiend is not really finding those resets. You're seeing him get these openers time and time again, but not really getting consistent follow-ups after it.
Side sig hits. Baltazar tosses the weapon forward. Fiend tries to go in for that recovery. And Baltazar's doing a great job. Grab cancel side sig. Not enough from that side of the stage. Grab cancel neutral actually would have been enough. That was really clever.
If it had hit, but Baltazar played underneath it. Got the side air, though. Fiend still a little bit behind here, considering he threw that first stock.
Let's see if he can do it, though. I'm really scared for Baltazar. This is like one of those moments like, okay, Baltazar, just take this game. He gave you the stock. This is the chance to make it not a 3-0, because Fiend was looking crazy good in game number 1. Down sig hits!
Down sig. Another sig? Another down sig. Fiend is high above it, though.
Side sig
opportunity. Yeah,
it's just like, all right.
Which sig's it gonna be?
Yeah, there it is. Another one. No,
I haven't seen an end sig yet.
It's the wrong directional move. You don't use neutral sig. Here it is. Down sig. No, side sig hits. Another side sig.
The down sig, keeping Fiend back. More side signatures.
We're Azoth experts. Oh no, Baltazar, no! Okay, he makes it back.
There.
It was a bait.
Okay.
Baltazar's learned. If I just mess around on the right side of the stage, it just makes Fiend go crazy. He has no idea what's happening, and he loses his stock. 1-1. It was close, all things considered, but I worry for Baltazar in a state where Fiend doesn't lose his stock off of a dreadful combo on him. We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, right? Like, despite the fact that Fiend threw a stock, like literally untouched stock, threw it in the garbage, he was still kind of on the comeback. Like, there was still a possibility if Fiend had just gotten 1 or 2 resets to connect with the Greatsword, he could have run away with game number 2. But here we are, 1 apiece. Baltazar going for the offstage, does not connect with the ground pound.
Nice gravity cancel down light. Sidelight dodge perfectly from Baltazar. Fiend doesn't get the punish afterwards. And another great dodge. But Fiend with that wake-up gravity cancel neutral light. Nicely done.
Yeah, just halting any aggression coming out from Baltazar. Good movement out. That down signature is usually to catch someone who likes to spot dodge after getting hit by an opener. So Fiend was expecting that, but Baltazar backing away. Throwing out the signatures. Little overeager. There's the neutral stick. Almost got him with the second guy, but Fiend!
Ouch.
Gonna get the closer for the first stock.
Yeah, Baltazar was in a damage lead the entire time until Fiend got that sidelight finisher. And now Fiend on the Greatsword, just trying to get some extra credit in before Baltazar's able to take the stock. Ooh, down sig is punished. Just by a quick little tap of the sidelight. Is that going to be it? No, still living. Using that recovery a little bit earlier on. Dodges the stage.
That's it.
I feel like it's not working out in his favor anymore. No, but it is! Neutral sig hits. Gets the stock. Doesn't take too much damage for it either.
You know the quote, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and Baltazar going to try to take as many shots as he can with these side signatures. Good chase forward, but Fiend still going to find the neutral air onto Baltazar. Fiend with a slight lead in the damage department.
Ooh, Baltazar. I think if he charged that side stick just a little bit longer, it actually may have paid off.
Bouncing. No, it's a trick, right? He goes for 2. It's like a boss battle. You get 2 side sigs, and then that's the signal that he's gonna go for a different one. But Fiend,
right,
unconcerned, gets the side air, is gonna launch Baltazar off the screen.
I love that this is just a consistent trope between all Azoth players in every region of the
Just
world.
what happens.
Whether it's Baltazar or Zapapi, I understand what you're doing. You're playing Azoth. That means you're pressing that side sig button a certain amount of damage.
Oh.
Nice!
The dodge, really good from Baltazar. Chase dodging twice, right? He got the hit, so he chase dodged through. Fiend tried to go for the wake up, and Baltazar was like on the other side and was like, all right, I'll get the 3-piece extra damage to guarantee the knockout.
That's the danger of fighting Fiend on a fresh stock, though. As we just saw, they're getting 4 unarmed hits in a row. He'll go for it every time, and he'll most of the time win. I mean, he's so incredibly good at getting those nairs and neutralites. Now on the sword, Baltazar nearly dodged into the pocket sand. He's thankful that he didn't. As this axe is picked up. Neutralite puts him in the orange. Weapon throw stops him from aggressing. Side sig misses. Baltazar, it's time to switch over to the bow. Down air hits. No nair afterwards. Surprised he didn't jump through. And Fiend dodging that weapon throw gets picked up by the nair on the bow. Trying to use the back end. Ooh, Baltazar.
Again. Throwing out these end sigs. Not really connecting.
Oh, and the ground gets a sideline. That's going to be it. Baltazar can't make it back from that. Fiend takes the lead 2-1.
Fiend with a solid finish. But Baltazar is looking decent enough with this Azoth. He's able to put out some good stuff, but a lot of these signatures are getting punished. He's throwing them out, throwing out these neutral signatures, and Fiend is just finding hits on him. Throwing out these side signatures, and Fiend is finding hits on him.
Yeah, the signatures that we are like commenting on constantly aren't the ones that are working out. In fact, it is oftentimes Baltazar getting the nice downlight nairs or recoveries or whatever that are resulting in stock knockouts. Yeah. And what was interesting about that game is that I feel like Baltazar was like in the lead in terms of neutral wins and damage done, but Fiend was just taking out those stocks so early on. And now we're here on Miami Dome, and this is where Fiend was looking really fantastic up until the point where he,
Oh, got the. Yep, he's back. He's back.
And the worst part about that recovery is that every single.
Worst part about he dodges the stock is gone. That's the worst part.
Well, I mean, he nared like 3 times on the way back, and all 3 nairs hit, and then. Okay.
Then he just yoinked the stock on his way back. Like, he was like, I'm trying to get back on the stage, but meanwhile, let me get the big string with the Great Sword Fiend. Trying to close this one out 3-1 again, beating down his brother.
I mean, it's only fair that Baltazar lost the stock that early on after what happened last time on Miami Dome, right? Stock for stock, I guess.
Got to pay it back.
Oh, it happened.
Oh, no.
I thought that weapon throw was going to finish it for sure. Gravity cancel sidelight time. Oh, he went for the down sig. Instead, he got side aired for it. Nice dodge from Baltazar. Didn't dodge up into the pocket sand, but Fiend is still an entire stock and then some ahead. Side sig missed. Down sig missed.
Back to the sigs. Good avoidance, but didn't punish. Throwing out the sig. You saw him gravity cancel it, but the weapon toss from Fiend interrupts.
Down sig again. Oh, Fiend's so ready for those tricks, and now the weapon throw comes up. Downer hits. At least he caught the bow. That's what mattered. He caught the bow while getting hit, and that is what was impressive about that.
Sure.
3 stocks to 1. Fiend is tearing through Baltazar in game 4.
Baltazar is struggling right now. Wants to deny this 3 stock. Gets the neutral light. Goes out the down sig, but Fiend's right on top of him. Recognized what signature that was.
Yeah, that's important too, because if you thought that it was a neutral sig, you would have reacted completely differently. But seeing that it was a down sig, who's chanting for the grasping hands, means that Fiend's just gonna. Oh no! Is he gonna 3-stock him?
Still off stage.
It's recovery time. Oh, down air hits.
Okay.
Nice. Spot dodges the sidelight and then cancels the spot dodge into a gravity cancel down sig. Perfectly catches Fiend on all 3 hits and then hits him off the top.
And that will deny the 3 stock, but Baltazar needs some big plays. Basically needs Fiend to give him a gimme in order to take this game off of him. Good spot dodge to avoid the strings again coming out from Fiend. Spot dodges again. Fiend not finding the timing. He's finding the positioning, just not finding that timing. Ooh, that was close.
Ooh. Down sig after the sidelight doesn't get the right read. Side six from Balthazar coming out. Sider hits. No, I feel like in those situations, when you're gravity canceling them, you can't charge your signatures just a little bit. And if you think that Fiend's going to be taking that trajectory, I feel like there's multiple times where Balthazar could have gotten a charged side sig and taken the stock super early on, but he got the neutral sig, and this is looking like a three-star comeback.
I don't know. He's still pretty hurt, though. Fiend just needs to get one string, get that finisher, and that's a knockout. Or a recovery.
Recovery, yeah. Oh, that's it.
The end sig from Fiend will lead to the knockout and take it 3-1 over his brother. Another brother falls down into the lower bracket, but Fiend will continue on the top seed of the tournament. Not overly surprised to see Fiend do so incredibly well.
Yeah, and there's good reason why both you and Sparky picked him as tournament favorites for this one as well. Fiend has just constantly dominated the region. Obviously, there's been some varying results over the 2020 season, as there tends to be, but Fiend has just been getting better and better on Jaeyoon the longer that he has been tournament legal. And Balthazar goes down 3-1. Our next matchup is going to be Lopez versus Alex, and both of these players are coming off the backs of 3-0s on their winners round 1 matches. So it'll be interesting to see how this tosses up as we go into game number 1 and beyond. I see LX on the Jaeyoon as we had expect, and then the Brawlhalla is actually going to be what is locked in for game number 1 for Lopez.
Yeah, this is our first time seeing Lopez on stream today. And it's very interesting to see Lopez coming in with the Brawlhalla up against LX's Jaeyoon. Brawlhalla doesn't have one of those weapons that are like considered strong against Greatsword. And on top of that, coming in a very low defense legend, coming in base 3, of course, going to be putting into the defense stance to bring that up to 4. But still, it's like putting butter in a paper shredder. It just gets destroyed. It's not like if you get caught by the Greatsword strings, those stocks are gonna be gone.
Yeah. He is dipping into the defense stance, though, so he has 4. It's more than 3, but it's still a low number. And we've seen worse happen to Azoths and Sentinels at the hands of a Greatsword Sidelight finisher. So we're going to see how this plays out. Now, of course, the upside of being Brawlhalla is that you've got pretty good force and dexterity on Axe and Sword, and that's just a rare thing on Axe in general. And her signatures actually work out very well as good reads off of side lights and stuff. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, does Axe Neutral Sig reach these platforms? I'm not exactly sure.
It might just barely, but one thing that could come into play, there's that very real potential of a sidelight end sig being true if LX gets shoved off stage. But right now, we've got the Sword mirror match coming out from Lopez and LX. Lopez trying to use those soft platforms. You'll see a lot of Sword players go for like a downline off those soft platforms.
Oh, I think it does.
Because it can lead to a really good recovery.
We saw Lopez opening up that neutral sig there. And another interesting thing about Brawlhalla is that while it is no longer the same Dude Light neutral sig combo that was in Winters of 2020, it is still a really tight dodge window that we might see him go for. Wow, LX, that was a beautiful punish.
Yeah.
Lopez fully charged the ground pound. He was like, what are you doing? You're committing yourself to one option. He fades underneath the stage, gets the side air, and then finishes off the edge guard. Beautiful frame from LX, despite Lopez feeling like they had the lead.
What a solid punish coming out from LX. But Lopez has some damage, but gets caught. The Shredder is turning on LX with this great sword, can just chop up Lopez.
Yeah. Clash comes through. That's the damage that you don't want to see. Gravity cancel downlight does not connect, and Alex is putting out neutral light. There's a that might be the stock. that was 4.
It almost was.
Yeah. Silent finisher. Ooh. Nice. Gets the recovery. Catches Alex off guard. Came out a little bit faster than they were expecting, but Lopez is at a point where I said that last sideline finisher may have been a stock. The next one definitely will be. Lopez has got to be very careful playing around Alex's greatsword. Good start, though. One down air. Side air. Silent and air would be putting him into deep yellow. Oh, voice the pocket sand.
Alex covering the soft platform landing. Lopez going to deny the weapon. You saw Alex trying to make that swap as well.
That side stick came so close. But it's great recovery time. No, he misses the first one. But the second one's going to come through. No, sidelight, there's the recovery. Lopez playing beautifully around it. I mean, they know as well as I do that at this point, if you're on Greatsword, that's what you want. It's like, okay, I don't even have to risk going for the openers here. I can just do this little dolphin movement with the Greatsword recovery, catch you off the ground, and it puts you in a position where it's pretty hard to punish. But what Lopez was doing,
I think that looks like a
Well, I made some wrong word. You know, that was a reference to a thing that the Great Sword Recovery used to do. Anyways, so what Lopez was doing that was really cool, and that was an amazing stock to finish it off, is they were jumping on the platforms of Miami Dome, which are a lot higher than most stages, jumping up and hitting the down air after Alex was whiffing the recovery. They got a lot of damage into that despite Alex fishing for that Great Sword Recovery. Eventually it did work, but now they're even up in stocks.
A really good read with that sword down signature to get this one even. Again, LX with this greatsword has such huge burst potential onto Lopez. Lopez really needs to start chipping away, winning out in the neutral over LX.
Neutralite hits. Nice recovery from LX, getting that property of the stage, just grinding against the wall, still getting the strong hit. Sidelight, that's it.
Caught the dodge. Caught the dodge again.
Catch the dodge. Lopez is what? Slightly above yellow? Yeah, you're gone.
Yeah. Stock is immediately deleted. That's the trouble of running in with this low defense legend against the Jae-Yun Greatsword. Like, it just deletes stocks. One dodge read, and the stock is gone.
But they're sticking with it. Lopez smartly banning out Miami Dome first after that experience, going like, hey, I made that pretty close, but I was losing my stocks at the side. But now that they see their bans, when would LX not pick small Brawlhalla here? I guess because they don't want to lose their stock super early on to Jala's side sig or something. Enigma and Great Hall are interesting. We saw last time LX was on stream, a similar banning strategy was made against LX by Power Ranger, trying to get him to go to Great Hall and Small Enigma over and over again. But he still played pretty well on those stages.
Yeah,
I guess he decided. I guess he decided not to go to it because I guess Jala has pretty good platform coverage. I'm not sure. Small Brawlhalla is going to be game number 2, and man, if Lopez was worried about losing their stocks early last time. It's going to be a doozy here.
This super exacerbates that issue of one good dodge read and Lopez's stocks are going to be gone. On the other side, like, sure, Lopez has signatures that could get stocks early off of LX on the Jae-Yun, but, like, how many signatures did Lopez really hit in that last game? He got one good sword down sig. Other than that, wasn't really hitting sigs for days.
LX now on the Greatsword. Puts out that side light, gets a good nair as an anti-air. Lopez playing a great
Spot dodge.
No, yeah. Sorry, light orange. Goodbye, Lopez.
Light orange and red, same color. I'm colorblind. Like, that stock's gone.
Lopez should... I'm thinking Lopez should start diagonal dodging it just to avoid that specific follow-up. Like, I feel like it would almost be beneficial to get hit by any other greatsword string than the one that leads into a sidelight finisher, but it's tough. There, diagonal dodge away. Avoid getting caught by it. Continue doing that instead of going for the spot dodge or a dodge away or dodge down, and maybe have a better chance of avoiding. But now LX, you're seeing through the adaptation, that was a good neutral light finisher. Just being like, okay, if I can't take your stock out on orange, I'm just going to bring it to red so that my recovery can take you down. Oh, doesn't get the recovery.
Went for the dribble, needs the extra damage, so they went for the downlight dare instead of the straight recovery, but gets caught approaching forward, and LX going to yoink another stock off of Lopez, but does not find the ground pound.
Oh, but Lopez goes for an unarmed ground pound against the Greatsword and gets nared for it. Now Alex goes for another nair, and it could be recovery time for sure as they prime up a new Greatsword, and that is amazing. The Haymaker came in way before. I think that was a down sig that he was charging up for.
It pops you up, too. I'm surprised that connected onto LX, but
same.
It is going to be a stock. But still, Lopez is in the red. Like, a recovery from LX, and that stock's gone.
Sidelight Nair. Went for the gravity cancel sidelight, but it was a little late, and Alex was like, well, I know your dodge is gone for how long? Oh, I have plenty of time. Takes him off the top. Lopez now down to one stock. It's a really solid game for Alex so far. Likely to be a 2-0 lead at this rate because he just keeps smacking Lopez around with the greatsword. Ooh, there's the D-Light neutral sig.
Yeah. Did it right. LX got caught. Didn't quite knock out for Lopez, but Alex is stacked up, so the weapon toss not going to connect. Now Lopez making the swap over to the axe, trying to play around this greatsword.
Oh, LX with the hard read, dashing back, dashing forward, getting all 5 hits of the greatsword on Lopez, and now a sidelight finisher will probably take him down. Side airs are missing. LX needs a little bit more damage before we can start going for greatsword recoveries. And Lopez for the sword. Does he pick it back up for D-Light recovery? He goes for the D-Light, gets the nair. Lopez wants to even up these stocks.
Could do it.
Oh, D-Light Sarah might do
it.
Ah!
And the turnaround from LX to take game number 2 with the fadeaway side air on the greatsword. LX looking so strong, and suddenly Lopez is like, all right, time to stop putting butter into this blender and switch it up. Get a blender of my own. Find out if it will shred.
Shred the other blender. Wait, which one will win? At least it's very clear who's JM's who. It's very colorful choice coming out from Lopez. And we're going to Crystal Temple, I think that was, for game
Yes, I believe so.
3. 4 stance on both Jayuns.
That seems to be the common option for the stances. Most of the Jayuns that we've been seeing across the entire month of the World Championship have been leaning on that strength stance, and it looks like no surprises here as far as stances go. Lopez getting started up, has the great sword against LX, but LX already inside of it with a gravity cancel. A wake up to the downlight recovery.
See how this plays out. Alex picks up the great sword of their own. Lopez not behind or in the lead. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Both their openers just clashed off of each other. And they're looking for sidelights or downlights here. Lopez picking up the downlights, Alex favoring the sidelights. Sidelight gets, and that's that dodge read. And that's one of those things where no matter what character you pick, as long as your dodge habits against greatsword are the same, the results will also be the same.
Both of them getting some strings, but LX getting the better of it. Has the weapon control. Nair, another Nair. Could go for a recovery. Goes for the Ensig instead, and Lopez gets underneath it. Now has the sword in hand again. Already starting to throw out the pocket sands, but LX can outrange and punish with the greatsword recovery.
He does. Lopez gets that unarmed recovery on the way back, and that's about it. Greatsword picked up once again, and Alex, a whole stock ahead, doesn't push the side sig. Lopez recovers out of the way, but oh man, Alex not getting the side light opener after that read. Maybe the downlight would have hit, and the recovery from Lopez is just barely not enough. One more will definitely do it. Oh! Slide charge that neutral pretty hard.
He was really hoping LX was going to panic in that one. Again, throwing out these N6s. Lopez wants this stock off of LX. Falling Sair will do it, and Lopez gonna get his pick of the weapons. Just waiting for the next one to spawn. Yep, and it's going to be the greatsword.
Weapon all the way up. Ends up actually hitting Alex when he tried to go for the unarmed recovery. Lopez not too far behind. Good Nair, Silent Nair, okay. Great. Silent neutral light bridge, Silent light closer. Oh, and he's avoiding the silence as well. He got through that time. Alex wasn't able to get his string, and he returns with his nice Silent finisher off of that Silent. And now Lopez is even up the damage, and he's avoiding all of Alex's strings.
Lopez getting the better of LX in the greatsword mirror match. Has complete weapon control. Alex finally gets behind him, puts him off stage, and will pick up a sword. But now they're looking for knockouts. Pocket Sand will give LX the stock advantage.
But that could have been what Lopez needed to bring this to a game 4. Haymaker hits, Alex low on jumps, has his recovery early, dodge comes through, and it touches before the ground pound can connect, and Alex gets a little bit of extra credit for the pocket sand inevitably hits and sends him flying. 1 stock to 1.
Lopez fighting to stay in this winner's bracket. Artie is down 2 games to LX, but in the JN mirror match was winning for a moment, but definitely not right now.
Ooh, side air afterwards, too, into the dive kick. What a punish. LX just controlling the ground. Lopez can't find a weapon to save their life, and now it's sword versus greatsword. Tosses that aside, says, I want the one that has the word great in front of it.
I don't want the okay sword. I want the greatsword.
Oh, recovery comes straight up. Down air into Nair. Beautiful from LX. Trying to go for the recovery. I think the recovery will knock out if he doesn't catch him completely grounded, but that's it.
The neutral signature leads to another 3-0 in favor of LX, knocking Lopez down into the lower bracket. LX going to earn that fight against Fiend in the winner's semifinal. A Jae-Yun mirror match will be coming later down the line. But of course, we've still got 4 more people sitting on this winner's side. Top 16. We've got Wes, Gabriel, Wee33, and DB and Emperor still awaiting to fight.
Yeah, half of winners' quarters is finished. Fiend and LX lock in their matchup in the winner's semifinals. The winner of that will be going to winners finals, trying to secure that top 3 spot and perhaps the World Championship victory. Here in the lower bracket, we're seeing things continue to develop. Page still waiting to fight against a loser in the winners quarterfinals, as well as Power Ranger, whereas Lopez and Stardust is one matchup, and Baltazar and Broly has begun, with Baltazar with a small lead, 1-2-0.
Looks like the two brothers who got knocked out by their brother will now have to fight against each other. Baltazar and Broly are fighting in that lower bracket. That's a brief update on what's currently happening in the tournament. Of course, if you want to get involved, maybe you want to see your tweets down beneath us or anything like that, tweet #BHEsports and get involved on the Twitters. But for now, we're going to be taking a short little break. And when we come back, we will be continuing that winner's side production of the South American portion of the World Championship.
Welcome back from the break. We are moving through this South American bracket to crown our final world champion this weekend. I'm sitting here with Flambeau, looking forward to this. We're going to get some greatsword coming up, so I'm glad I'm sitting with Flambeau so he can drop that knowledge. If there's a greatsword on screen, I want to be listening to you.
Yeah, I'm very excited, man. We already got some LX going crazy with the greatsword, and there's only going to be more to come. Even the last championship, we had so much. I think 6 out of the top 8 last time for greatsword players, and it looks like South America is going to go ahead and keep that trend going. I'm excited to see how people have improved since the last weekend, because I'm a harsh critic, man. If you're not doing the optimal thing, I will let you know. But so far, from what I've seen, that looks pretty good so far.
And there has been a lot of time. The last major tournament was Mammoth Cup. For some of these players, it was the lower championship qualifier. Actually, I don't think any of these players still in this fought in the last chance qualifier. So yeah, the last tournament they played in was that Mammoth Cup, which was basically a month ago. That is 4 weeks. That is a long amount of time to really get on board with the greatsword as you're playing it. We've seen a lot of players who kind of started to adopt the greatsword at Mammoth Cup, sort of had lower level characters, players like Fiend, compared to like the LXs and the DBs who have the level 50s, the level 60s, things like that. So we've seen the lower level kind of a little bit late adopters to greatsword really spend the time and put it in. You still have Fiend on the winner's side of the bracket. You still have LX on the winner's side of the bracket. I'm super jazzed for that set, but first we have Wesley versus Gabriel, and I'm really psyched for this one as well. Gabriel has some very interesting placements, kind of a consistent top 8 player. You see their head-to-heads right there. Wes is definitely going to outrank Gabriel, definitely in the earnings and the power rank as well, but don't sleep on Gabe.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Wesley's going to be able to do here. Basically has to go through a gauntlet of greatsword if he wants to come out on top, and that's going to be pretty tough. Rocket Lance hasn't gotten some love in quite some time. It doesn't have a true kill confirm. Wesley's going to have to go for some crazy plays to find the KOs here, where for Gabriel, it should be a lot easier if Gabriel can get a weapon, and it's not a greatsword, so great start for Wesley and some good luck as well.
And we've seen Wesley, among others, being very verbal against greatsword on Twitter. So he's definitely a player that does not like playing into the weapon, has trouble playing into the weapon. So that mental aspect could be trouble for Wesley, because even if he makes it past this one, you're exactly right. He has a gauntlet of greatsword to deal with. He's starting this one out really strong, but if he wins this, he goes from Gabriel into DB, a step up in terms of greatsword play, possibly either into LX or Fiend. Kind of the 2 best greatswords in South America after that. So if he can't even make it past this, it is going to be a long day for Wesley.
Oof, and there we go. Wesley taking quite a bit of damage from Gabriel there. And Wesley has the game plan more or less locked in. He's going to have to float a lot in order to get his hits in. If he kind of misses on the ground, he's going to take a world of punishment. So he's doing a pretty good job. He's staying, jumping around, trying to bait Gabriel to throw out a move first so he can punish the opener. But Gabriel being more patient than Wesley would like.
And you see right there, he killed with a Lance Neutralite from the middle of the stage. Not a popular option. Definitely not something you want to be looking for and relying on if you are a Lance player. It took over a minute to take that stock. And you see, Gabriel did a decent job of building up the damage onto Wes. Now has him in the orange. So that's something Wesley's going to have to deal with. Like you said earlier, no true kill confirm on the Lance. He might have to fish for it, which means the stocks are taking longer.
Nice.
Maybe it'll change if he has the axe in his hand. Oh my gosh! This could be an easy edge guard. Goes for the really high recovery when Gabriel was below him. A little bit of an interesting choice from Wes there. He had a really solid recovery kill pickup in a previous set today. Didn't find it there. Gabriel finds the KO. Only has about 100 damage, maybe 120 on this stock. So he's not too far behind. Has the greatsword, has the weapon advantage.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, Wesley's been doing a great job here. Probably a little sad he wasn't able to confirm the K on that edge guard, but it doesn't matter. Finds a beautiful read with that neutral sig as an anti-air. It did get nerfed, so it no longer hits grounded, but it doesn't matter if they're dodging up and into you. That's a perfect response from Wesley.
And he charged it up a little bit too, so he got a little more juice on it. Able to KO, even though it's sending that 45-degree vertical angle. It's not usually what you want to be looking for, but that strike does have a considerable amount of force on it. Wesley used it really well. Charged just a little bit. Oh my gosh, has him in the red! Almost found the side air that would have surely been the stock. Wesley, second stock. Samuel waking up. Wasn't even in the orange yet.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Well, Wesley, you know, we were saying he needs to find a way to get the KOs, and he was definitely doing it here. We got 2 different NSIG KOs, and even with that, Hacks, he was finding those Sayers easy. Like, it was just like he woke up in the morning and had his morning coffee. It was so easy for him to find these blows, and Gabriel honestly looked kind of lost there for a second, but I feel like Gabriel might just kind of want to stick off the regular sword a little bit. I don't know. Granted, it looks like we're switching over completely to the Thor, which isn't a bad pick either, right? Like, Thor is a good legend. You know, he's not the popular great sword flavor of the month, but let me tell you, this legend is still very, very good.
This is one of the legends that he did expect to play going into this weekend. It was a list of 4 characters: Bodvar, Nash, Thor, and Jae-Yun. Already went through the Jae-Yun, clearly did not work. It seemed like Wesley just needed a little bit of warm-up time, and he already saw through Gabriel's greatsword. So I'm down with this swap here. I'm down with the timing of the swap and choosing to play this Thor here. We'll see if he can find those 45-degree initiations with the dare. Oh, it's not working so far for him. Wesley is the overwhelming power here, GCD-sig!
This is tough for Gabriel. Gabriel's just trying to get his footing. You see, he wants this weapon. All right, maybe we can finally get something started, but at this point, a little bit too late. Eats another Sayer from Wesley and loses the first stock extremely quickly there. Not even a minute into the game, and Wesley already finds himself with the lead and is getting more damage still.
So Wesley was really confident going into this weekend, and we've seen it in virtually every game he's played on stream today. He has just looked so overwhelming, controlling the pacing of the match. His strings on Axe have been fantastic. His strings on Lance have been insane. He's found offstage Lance gameplay, the down air. Oh, the weapon toss to finish it up. Good throw by Gabriel.
Okay, so actually that's not too bad for Gabriel. Only got taken kind of to the light yellow there, you know, maybe going to be in the orange soon enough, but was able to KO Wesley early enough where if he starts getting some hits in now, he can bring it back, but so far that hasn't been the case. Wesley's still untouched. That's going to be a baby punish, and that kind of stinks, right? You catch his dodge, he did a gravity cancel. You know you can get a lot more damage than that, but all he got was a side light for his troubles. Wesley must be feeling good about that.
Got a big side air, so you can finish it up here. Goes down, goes for the ground pound. Put himself in a really good spot there to grab the ground pound. Now, one thing that I'm really excited for is when the like sweat animation comes in the game for when your options are done, because you'll really get to notice how often, oh my gosh, how often Wesley spins the game grayed out. He just goes gray almost all the time. It is scary, and the neutral signature and the weapon toss again, not losing that second stock, barely in the orange.
I don't even know what to say there, Sparky. That was absolute domination from Wesley. Honestly, these past 2 games have been largely that. You know, Gabriel swapped over to the Thor, and that didn't really do anything. The orb didn't get much started. You know, he got single hits in here and there with the hammer, but immediately he's not ready for these wake-ups from Wesley. Like, some of these hits, Wesley just did gravity cancel sidelight with Axe out of hit stun and converted into a combo, and you know, Gabriel's not ready for that kind of aggression. We have a swap over to Petra, see if maybe this will be the game changer, but I don't know. If I'm Gabriel, I'm kind of lost right now.
Wesley's able to control so much momentum of the game with virtually everything he does, whether it's just in raw neutral, whether it is a wake-up attack after him getting hit, whether it's an off-stage engagement. Like, everything is in Wes's favor right now. If it was a slider between these 2 characters of who is doing better, like if it was chess with the little bar on the side, it's all the way in Wes's favor. It is all the way slid to the left for Wesley.
We have game 3 loading up here. Gabriel manages to pick up an orb. Gets a little bit of aggression here. Not a bad start for Gabriel as well, but you know, I want to see if you can keep that momentum going. Wesley is so good at changing the tide of momentum that I'm wondering if Gabriel will be able to put a stop to that. And so far, it's a good start, but I'm not going to keep my hopes up until I see that first KO gone.
Yeah, we are seeing some good orb early on. Definitely has the lead here. Picks up the sidelight sider, not quite red. That turned him red. Definitely doing a better job than we saw previously. Even the orb here is looking way better than the orb on Thor, but here comes Wesley trying to build that momentum back in this game of tug of war. The side air ended up putting out some damage, barely dodges through the ground pound. What a perfect dodge from Wes. You're seeing these signatures gravity canceled are not working just yet. He went for the GC side sig, didn't work. He went for the GC D sig and it got punished, and Wesley got KO'd. Oh my gosh!
That was like off of one engagement. You already got Wesley into the orange off of that. And there we go. The N-Sig from Gabriel, not going to KO quite yet. Goes aggressively off stage with the edge guard. He only has a dodge to come down with, but Wesley not able to sniff it out. So he's going to be able to kind of reset, play the edge guard game here. Misses that down air. Gets hit by the recovery from Wesley. And Wesley in hot pursuit. But, you know, first stock gone. Beautiful save from Wesley. A lot of work to make up for here.
So before in the previous sets, or previous games, Wesley was doing a lot of work on that second stock, but he was never quite behind and in the position that he is now on that second stock when the work was done. Usually he had already taken 1 or 2 stocks from Gabriel, and he was in white or yellow. Now he's deep in the red behind Gabriel. Has some nice unarmed damage coming out, but immediately answer back from Gabriel. Sidelight into the recovery for the KO. Huge lead for Gabriel here. The Petra pick working wonders. The orb completely upgraded from the Thor. The gauntlets looking great as well.
Yeah, this may be exactly what Gabriel needed here. Was trying to starve Wesley. That weapon spawn was a little bit lucky, if I do say so myself, kind of falling right into the lap of Wesley, but Gabriel still playing around and getting these hits in down air, neutral air, finding the pummels from these gauntlets, and Wesley just has a dodge. You have to, see, that's the worst feeling in the world when somebody burns so many resources to try and chase you in the air and they miss, and you know all they have is a dodge to get back to the ground with, but you just can't guess correctly.
Taking a recovery there, Wesley might be much closer to evening this up than he has been so far in this game. Oh, the neutral signature, not hitting grounded. You saw the dash forward from Gabriel, so he was basically stacked with Wes. He's looking for these sidelights, finds it one the other direction. Sidelight into the recovery for the KO. Swaps back to the axe, maybe feels more confident in his string potential with the axe. About 100 damage behind Gabriel on this final stock. If Wes wants to take it 3-0, this is his chance. But Gabriel's going to be fighting for his life here, just a little bit ahead still.
Oh my gosh. He jumped out of that. If Wesley had gone for a recovery immediately after that neutral air, Gabriel would be dead right now, and he still is! That N-Sig read from Wesley completely taking the wind out of Gabriel's sails. We really thought that Gabriel had a pretty good shot of taking that one, but Wesley just has the answer every single time.
And that's tough to watch. After you saw the switch to Petra and everything just changed for Gabriel, you hate to see him get the lead early on, play so well through the entire set, then throw out that raw neutral signature, just kind of hoping that Wes was going to fall into it, and then all of a sudden the neutral signature just completely ends any hope that Gabriel had to win not only that game but definitely the set. So he's going down into the losers bracket, still going to have a chance to play, but it's a tough road ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley, I got to give props there. The amount of damage that Wesley got per engagement was extremely high. Like, every time he got a hit, it was never just one hit, you know, it was at minimum 2, at best probably like 5, and that was every single time Wesley got a hit on the Gabriel. Gabriel, on the other hand, at the end with those gauntlets, he was finding a blow here, a blow there, and that is not gonna get you the game. Wesley completely capitalized, managed to steal that out 3-0, and now we have to just keep it pushing.
So now we're going to be moving on right into the next set. Players are ready to go. It's going to be DB versus Emperor, and we're already going to get some greatsword play right off the bat. Of course, DB is coming in with that Jaehyun, a level 51 Jaehyun, one of the higher ones in South America. Still not quite as high as LX, but still definitely one of the higher ones over players like Fiend and some of the other kind of late adopters to that greatsword. And we're going right on to Crystal Temple. What do you feel about this map and greatsword interactions?
I feel like this map is great. You know, usually when you're playing greatsword, you're like, oh man, I don't want the platforms. The platforms will mess up my strings, people will camp around them, but the platforms on this map are low enough that if you do a down air on the platforms, it'll hit clean below to a model standing below it. And on top of that, Jaehyun's N-Sig hits the platforms clean, covers like half of it, so it really isn't much of a detriment at all to have that platform set up. But DB hasn't even had a chance to get a greatsword yet. You can see Emperor's trying to keep him with that sword in hand. If a new weapon spawns, he's gonna swap just so DB doesn't have that greatsword.
Now, we did see Emperor previously come out victorious in his set. DB barely getting over to that bottom corner of the wall. Weapon toss and the down air. Almost picked up the neutral air right off of the bounce. Still keeping him away from this greatsword, securing the KO and having a massive lead Gonna juggle those weapons just a little bit to delay the weapon spawn. If he can get back to the middle of the stage, DB finally has the greatsword in hand. We'll see if he can make up for lost time.
And this is the kind of thing where, oh, beautiful.
Oh, he doing it.
Oh, you could have killed him. You could have killed him there, DB. You could have killed him. You had the dodge. You got the side light, end light. All you had to do was dash up, end light, D light, side light, and Emperor would be dead right now. But anyway, with that said, DB still in a pretty good spot to secure the KO. Emperor, though, is rocking that Koji, who has one of the better matchups into Greatsword. That bow kit is ridiculous.
But he is going to have that kind of lower defense, so it's not going to take too much for DB to find those KOs. Did find the recovery there. He's not too far behind whatsoever. Not even going to worry about juggling the weapons because he doesn't want to lose his greatsword.
Hey, nice from Emperor, finding a way back down to the ground, but not without taking some damage for his troubles. DB has more or less, you know, kind of secured footing in this match, right? The distance isn't as far anymore. Sure, DB's behind a little bit, but has another greatsword here. Oh, he has no dodge. That's a free conversion right there. Could have gotten a little bit more, but that's fine. Tries to get the Sayer, and we're just going to get back on stage because greatsword off stage can be a pretty scary place to be. Nice, 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 nice.
Finish that one up. So you're happy with that one?
I am extremely happy with that one because he actually didn't have Emperor's dodge that entire time. And if he went for the finisher there, he would have been dodged out. So going for the N-Sig was the perfect response for someone who's being greedy with holding their dodges.
Weapon toss going in, hits Emperor. Searching for this KO, trying to juggle, missing a couple nairs, goes for the recovery as well, misses that too. DB throwing out the damage, now has a pretty solid lead. Jaehyun gonna be a little thick, so it's gonna be tough to KO him. Woo. Oh, he charged it up and went right into it, Flammo. No!
Great sword special, baby. You charge that N-Sig. Oh my gosh, speaking of N-Sigs, Emperor responds with one of his own. But at this point, Emperor's in the red. You need to keep DB starved here. You need to pray that the Brawlhalla legends are on your side, but it doesn't even matter. DB says he'll do it unarmed. D-Light ground pound to secure game one. DB answering back there. I was a little bit scared for him, not gonna lie, with the way that match started, but he picked up a great sword and made up for lost time. Oh man, that N-Sig's so good. I love watching that. I love watching that because it covers spot dodge and it covers dodge up as well. So it's a pretty safe read to go for if you don't have their dodge in that scenario. Great play from DB.
Now, next game's coming out, and we are going on to Enigma. It was Emperor's choice to ban, and I expected the tiny wall maps to immediately all get banned off. Like Crystal Temple, you saw Emperor just go into the charge neutral signature because he might not have felt comfortable being on the wall. Then at the end, you saw DB pick up the D-Light ground pound because Emperor didn't have a safe spot on the wall. So I was expecting those to immediately get taken off, so we had the longer stage maps. But Crystal Temple and Apocalypse were still left on the map choice list. DB didn't choose to go for either one. Oh, Emperor on the edge! Ground pound into
Wow!
Hey, yo, what is he doing? He's crazy for that one, and goes for the taunt!
My man got sauced. You got completely sauced. Nothing else to say. I didn't know what he was going to go for out there. I was like, oh, maybe another down air, maybe a Sayer, but the gravity cancel down sig, the Koji special, how did I not know he was going to go for it?
Oh, okay. I was so worried Emperor was going to get caught in that pocket sand and just basically squander the lead that he just got. He was able to dodge through it, though. Still has the lead on a DB, has him in the yellow. Emperor's getting close to KO damage. Oh, nice.
Let's go, Emperor. I'm so surprised DB left this stage open, man. If I'm Emperor, I'm hopping to these platforms, just running, jumping around. I'm a circle camp my way to victory here. Now, granted, DB does manage to find one there, manages to get the recovery off of kind of an obvious approach to the top platform from Emperor, but it's still fine. You can space around. Oh, could have been a reverse down air, but that's fine. Emperor biding some time here. And DB doesn't want to go off stage. He knows it's a bad place to be.
And I think you nailed it there, mentioning camping on the platforms. Because of that soft top soft platform, and because the right and left soft platforms are close enough to the corner, rather than kind of squished a little bit towards the middle on like a Crystal Temple, they're very easy to camp around. Where on Crystal Temple, the soft platforms are what you want. On here, they're not what you want.
Oh my gosh, your DB is shuffling. DB is chefing. I don't even know what to say there. I was already astounded by the fact that he got that opener off the stage, knew he couldn't go into a bridge, and immediately grabbed the cancel Ensig to get a follow-up right there. And then even toward the end there, Emperor was struggling to find that KO, finally finds it a little bit too late now that the game is tied. I want to see Emperor mash that bow D-Light whenever he's in range of Great Sword D-Light. He's going to beat DB at that range every single time. His hitbox comes out first, and he puts his hitbox out further than the Great Sword will actually get the chance to because Jaehyun steps forward first. But he hasn't really been taking advantage of that, and DB's been finding these D-Lights in scenarios where I don't think he should.
Yeah, he's only really thrown out a couple D-Lights. On stage, it's mostly been the side light. A lot of the D-Lights we've seen from him so far have been off stage, gravity canceled back to on stage, just to kind of get that range and approach safely to the stage with a hitbox in front of you. But you're right, he hasn't really used them on the platform in the neutral game where he can overspace everything that Great Sword has.
And now this is danger zone for, oh my gosh, Emperor. Yeah, Emperor, anything will pretty much KO at this point. Needs a perfect sequence to win this game. An edge guard maybe. Goes for the kind of the game-winning ground pound, right? It would be great if this hit, he thought, but it didn't. But still in a pretty good spot here. Keep DB in the air, and that is your ticket to victory. He doesn't have a dodge. It's going to come back right around now. And now Emperor's in a terrible spot. He's to avoid recovery, Ensig, pretty much everything, but he's doing it. Oh no, I don't know if that was the play. Goes for the D-Light. Not KO'd.
Oh! Neutral air enough to KO off the top. That was a solid comeback that Emperor was mounting towards the end of that game, though.
Yeah, it was so close to oh man, this sequence.
Dude, that was so sick.
That was sick. I guess he had a few different options there. It looks like DB burned his dodge right before it. Just decided to go for a down 6. That's the easiest one to hit. He's a smart man, Emperor. Smart man. This mix, yeah. That's the Great Sword Classic, man. You just fish and fish and fish with those openers until you see that dodge, and then it's time to go the full, 9 miles, man.
Now, Emperor is opting into the defense stance. That's going to give him one more, and we're going back to Crystal Temple. This was a map that definitely favored DB before.
See, Emperor. Oh wow, what a brazy way of coming back right there. Oh my gosh. Oh, he got the reset again. But since he had used the side light, he would have needed to dash up and light to catch that because he couldn't side light again in time. He was locked out of that move, but DB showing amazing prowess with this weapon here. Emperor, yes, that's what I like to see. Keep him in the air. Throw out those end lights. I'd like to see a couple more neutral layers coming out as well, but now we have the regular sword in DB's hand, which is actually a pretty good spot for Emperor. Beautiful ground pound. He was hovering around the corner for too long, and Emperor capitalized on that.
Quick movement with that one. Trying to get over there as fast as he could, so DB didn't have quite as much reaction time to find a dodge or to just drift away deeper into the push-off column. Finds another side light there. Doesn't find the side air follow-up. He's been doing a good job when he's stuck on the edge and DB's on the platform. We haven't seen too much off stage coming out from DB. It's mostly been that signature right on the corner. Oh, picks that recovery and the side air. That's done.
Oh, he missed the weapon throw.
Oh, he was too slow with the ground pound.
Okay, well, this is a
that
great
was a free ground pound.
It really was. I thought he had it lined up, but he didn't. I mean, Emperor has a spot. Chance here to go ahead and make this lead even bigger. I kind of even want to see him go for some D-Light into recoveries. Even though it's not going to KO yet, it's going to push DB off stage much further than like an N-Light will. At least go for a D-Light, N-Light, D-Light, Sayer maybe just to push him off the stage so you can set up that edge guard scenario. Bow's pretty strong in the corner, but with that said, DB finds the neutral light to go ahead and close out Emperor's first stock and picks up the Great Sword. And the weapon doesn't spawn in time for him to queue up another one, but he's still going to be good.
Oh, GCD6 onto the stage. Immediately gets punished for it. Also, he didn't have his dodge. So DB was able to find 2 hits. Seen a lot of moves coming out from DB. Finds the opening, got the dodge. Oh, you gotta keep going with it.
Oh, Emperor. Okay, he's fishing. He needs that kill. I'm saying rely on the D-Light. If it whiffs, it's kind of whatever. Nice. I'm surprised it actually hit, but we'll take it. But still not gonna K. Wow. Man.
DB finally found a way to beat that neutral signature. Emperor has found 2 neutral sig KOs so far in this set. Can't believe that neutral light didn't KO. Oh, the GC side heavy to get over towards the stage. Emperor punishes after that, gets the weapon toss to clean it up. Not going to strip the board. Sticks with the sword here. Doesn't go for that bow. Weapon spawn coming in. It's on the right side platform. DB, a little bit slow to get over to it. Oh, still finds the neutral heavy.
Wow. You can see DB just feels comfortable. Like, this is one of those moments where, yes, I have the greatsword, but I feel very comfortable with my regular sword. I feel very comfortable unarmed. I'm not going to make it so extremely obvious to you when I'm going to go ahead and dash in for the weapon because I can play without it. That's a very strong tool to have at your arsenal. There's a lot of people that play greatsword that are kind of just one trick for the greatsword, but DB, you know, he's proficient with everything.
On the three-piece. Oh, no. Emperor has to be done here. And the taunt on stage, securing the 3-0 for DB over Emperor. He went back to Crystal Temple, and DB showing again that map definitely favors him, his Jae-Yun, his sword, and his greatsword.
Yeah, that was tough for Emperor. Emperor did show, you know, some signs of greatsword counterplay attempts. We saw him go for wake-up, gravity cancel attacks out of hit stun a lot, try and hit the greatsword, but in the same way that can work, it can also backfire extremely because we saw moments where he did that and DB was just able to kind of carry him to the kill box because he didn't have a dodge, so he was just getting eaten alive there. But with that said, you know, Emperor will go ahead and try his best down the lower side. You already see we got Lopez and Baltazar sitting down there as well, waiting to duke it out. But so far, South America, they've been going crazy with it, man. Their greatswords are looking good. I don't have too many complaints so far. So far, pretty crisp.
And now we're about to see two of the best greatswords that South America has to offer. It's going to be Fiend versus LX. This is a showdown I was really looking forward to, and I'm glad that we actually get to see it, especially on the winner's side of the bracket. The winner of this will be moving on into the winner's finals. I had Fiend and LX both in my top 3. Duke had Fiend in his top 3. I put Fiend coming out over LX, though. I think just overall Fiend's pedigree is much stronger. He's shown himself overall as the better player, and now that he's had a significant amount of time, month in between Mammoth Cup, to really work on this greatsword even further, I think he's definitely going to take it out over LX, because even in Mammoth Cup, he still came out on top over LX, just barely, but he still was able to secure it. There you see the stats. That's the pedigree I'm talking about. PR number 1, 31,710 in earnings. Look at those top 8s, the top 32s, the gold medals, baby.
Meanwhile, Alex has that one silver, just that one silver medal, but it ain't nothing to laugh at. But you can already see that in terms of class of competition that LX has to defeat, he has a lot of work cut out for him. Fiend is like, you think South America, you think Fiend, right? You think Wesley. Those are kind of the two players that immediately strike you out. And of course, there's a heap of other good players as well, but those are the two that have risen above and above and above, especially recently. So I'm going to see how LX is able to fare. Granted, the Greatsword Ditto is a very volatile thing, but if there's anything that I think Fiend is known for, it's that clutch factor, man. And that's just years of tournament experience, years of being on top. If Fiend finds himself in a last stock scenario, he will find some way that doesn't make logical sense to you or me, but it'll work and he will come out on top.
And if you're LX, or if you're an LX fan and you're looking at those numbers and you see that silver medal, you might be pogging, but think about who he got that silver medal to. He got double knocked out by Fiend in the Mammoth Cup. It wasn't someone else in Fiend, it was both knockouts by Fiend. He's going to get up the first weapon as well. The spawn's coming in on the right side. LX being very careful. He's maybe a little bit too careful, so Fiend also grabs the second weapon. Third spawn coming in. It goes to LX. It's not a great sword, so it's just a sword v sword ditto.
All right, this is going to be some honest neutral for a little bit. We haven't seen much Pocket Sand come out. These guys are just playing raw sword, and so far, LX actually getting the better end of Fiend. You can see Fiend's like, you know what? I'm going to yeet this away. I'm not trying to play a fair, honest game right here. I need to get this great sword. I need to start mashing, but so far, LX has the number of Fiend. Fiend hasn't been able to get a hit in a while. There we go. Neutral air. We got 2. LX lands. He's a D-Light recovery away from winning.
Ooh.
Well, not winning, but
yeah, Fiend has some good juggle opportunity there. You saw the neutral sig come out from LX. Maybe a little greedy with that one, and Fiend immediately punished it.
Oh, no.
Oh, Fiend! Did he not
He didn't chase dodge. No.
He didn't chase dodge. Oh, that breaks my heart after that. Oh, no. That is such a tough loss for Fiend.
LX has to be happy about that. Got the first stock. Oh, almost got the reset on Fiend's dodge right there. He was going to react, but that D-Light from Fiend came out with the quickness and that recovery as well to boot. Secure the first stock off of LX there. Fiend finds a way to answer back, and it's always quickly. You never really see Fiend stay behind in a match for too long. He always has the answer. It's always something oddly aggressive, but it always works.
And you saw with the GC D-Light, you also saw Emperor do that last game against DB. So that is a possibly successful option to go for. We'll see how much more Fiend does it, or if he kind of strays away from that, doesn't want to burn his dodge immediately, doesn't want to put himself into recovery frames. D-Light side air coming in here. Neutral game for Fiend looking pretty good. Doesn't even have to rely on the punish game yet. Look at his juggling.
Smoke!
Oh my gosh!
That was great, man. That was crispy cream donuts, man. That was good. That was good. Fiend showing exactly why he is such a powerhouse to deal with. Juggle upon juggle upon juggle. Oh, you think you're good? Had to hit him with that Yasuo real quick to send a message.
Now, normally if you go to like a carnival or something and you see a juggler D-Light recovery, oh, still enough to KO it. You see them juggling like dangerous things like flaming swords and chainsaws or like 100 balls. But Fiend, he will just juggle one man, burns his dodge, still not going to have enough to come back. Even after that huge loss in the beginning of the game, he's still even in stocks and he's ahead in terms of damage. That's the X factor. That's the Fiend factor.
Yeah, LX has the work cut out for him here. It's going to be the Great Sword Ditto to kind of secure things, and I don't actually expect a lot of them to throw out the D-Light at all, because if you just put your side light out, you will stuff the D-Light upon entry. So you see they're all going to go for pretty much side lights exclusively, maybe some end lights, but then they're just waiting for that dodge. Who's going to give it up first? Fiend fishing for that side light, doesn't get it. LX trying to space around, the weapon throw, breaking the mold. They're looking for the first dodge, and Fiend finds it.
Beautiful 4-piece recovery to get back to the stage. Gets the dodge, finds a couple more hits. LX still just a little bit behind. Has the Greatsword. Fiend does not.
Oh, that hit!
Oh, he barely grabbed him with that. The tornado sucked him in.
Vortex, man, and Fiend gonna get the starve here. There we go, the weapon throw. Another N-Tech could be coming out. No, screw it. Pocket Sam, baby. Watch your eyes. Fiend securing game 1 over LX.
And that's where I love Fiend not just relying on the Greatsword, saying, okay, I'm going to leave this weapon spawn here because if I throw my Greatsword away, I'm going to pick up a regular sword. I think it's so important that he went for that weapon spawn, no matter what it was, to keep LX starved.
Yeah, that was great. And LX, honestly.
Look at that. Look at that second stock from Fiend. He took 160 damage so quickly and then just fell. That is such a brutal one. Oh, no.
With that, man, Fiend's mental is like some of the best I've ever seen in Brawlhalla, period. Like, Fiend's just always about, he has a job and he's going to get it done. You know, that's it. It's all, his mindset's on. He ain't sweating. He ain't, you know, nervous about nothing. He's just like, I got a thing I need to do and I'm going to do it. And it shows in the way he played. You don't feel the nerves. Sometimes you're like, oh, there's spaghetti. But it's Fiend really just running at you, man. He never stops.
Swapping back over to the sword. He's going to throw his Greatsword away, pick up the sword, use that little change up in timing to also find the sidelight after. That's a Fiend classic. Not even worried that he's unarmed. That goes back to vintage Fiend, pre-Greatsword.
This is funny because at this point, even though they're both in orange, if either of them get a dodge, you're dead. Ooh, that was nice, though. And N-Sig. I didn't go for the KO there because it wasn't a finisher. The N-Sig is so strong, though. Talk about a different N-Sig. Hits him with the tornado yet again. I was going to say, Jaehyun's N-Sig actually isn't, like, super, super potent in terms of the raw knockback that it has. But it's so quick and spammable that it's hard to get by, right? But Fiend he just finds hits wherever he wants. Oh, gosh.
Now, I think in this set alone, we've already seen Fiend use that regular sword neutral signature better than, like, anyone else. We've seen some good uses of it. Oh, my gosh.
LX is getting a little crazy here. He's going for these spot dodge into D-Light unarmed. It's actually a very strong tool against Greatsword. Just because of all... Wow. What is he... Fiend just... He's crazy, man.
He He chain dodged off stage and did a slide charge unarmed neutral heavy. He's feeling himself right now. He needs to be a little careful though, because it is almost even between these two, and Fiend started off with a big lead.
Yeah, this is even.
Oh, dodge through.
As far as Greatsword goes, give me the dodge, and Alex has the victory right there. But Fiend just gonna scrap out unarmed, man.
Wow, perfect. It's gonna take a lot to get back.
Nice.
Oh, no free edge guard for Fiend.
Okay, we're duking it out unarmed. Has to watch out for the pocket sand here. There it is. Gonna come out again. No, the recovery is gonna be what takes it off the top. LX behind yet again, but still not by a lot. This needs to find even a Greatsword recovery will KO here. A D-Light recovery from Sword should give just enough damage. Oh, but first you have to get back to the floor. No, LX!
Oh, what? I gotta see the replay.
Yeah, he didn't touch the floor. That's what I was saying. You gotta touch the floor first. He drifted off stage, never reset his jumps, and he didn't touch the wall. Here, we're gonna get a replay. This isn't the one we're looking for. It's coming. One right after this one. Okay, take a peek here. Jumping around. One jump. Oh, he jumped out of the hit stun, jumped away, dodged away,
Oh, he's
burned
great.
everything. Yeah.
Oh, man. He got caught with that and then used so many movement options. I guess that's 1 for 1, though. Fiend had a goofy death, and then
That's true.
he had a goofy death right there. Look at the little boy at the end of the graph. Oh, no, he's so cute.
Need a plushie of that graph, man. Merch it.
That's so brutal.
Alex switching over to final boss colors, man. Nice 5th year anniversary colors on that Jae-Yoon, the Jester. We're gonna see if he's gonna be able to make Fiend look like the clown, though.
If he's just coming in default skin, default color scheme, looking like a fake default from Fortnite. You never know if he's a complete noob, a bot, or just the best player.
Best
in the
player, yup. There's no way to know, man. That's the scary. Granted, here it's Fiend, so we know it's not a bot, but still, it still's the fear. Okay.
Oh, yo, this is big.
Man, that feels bad for LX too, because he didn't give up his dodge till the very end there, but he did a dodge up, and he went for that end-light finisher, which caught it, and found some pocket sand at the end to close out the stock as well. Go ahead and grab a sword, switch back to that greatsword, has another greatsword queued up, and LX is looking starved and hungry. All of a twist. Can my man get something to eat?
Did find a sword to pick up. Not going to be the great sword that I'm sure he wants. Dash jump side air, throws it away. Going to be unarmed for a second. Hoping for the spawn to come in. Fiend throws one up. I thought he might be close enough to pick up the same great sword that he just threw. But fortunately for him, he grabs another great sword. Keeps LX starved. Spawn coming in. Fiend yoinks it right out from underneath LX. Been a long time since LX had a weapon.
You know what? I'm okay with that, because LX has been hit once since he threw that sword away. So I was like, alright, as long as you're good enough at playing keep away, it's chill. Right, you got hit twice. Where's that weapon spawn? It's the end light. It spawns kind of in front of Fiend, but he has enough time to sneak by and pull it up. Almost got that end sig. If that was a reverse end sig, that would have actually KO'd Fiend outright. LX gonna be a little bit sad about that one, but recovery will KO.
Oh!
Sig will KO. There we go. Gets the dodge.
Soft platform contributed to him moving down just a little bit there. Still not too far behind here. Not even orange on the second stock. You're seeing some of the moves come out. Just throwing whatever he can. Fiend grabs the greatsword very quickly. Goes for the recovery. No punish. LX neutral airs in the wrong direction.
Okay. Oh, tried to read. Looks like a dodge straight up, but being dodged away. He could only catch that really with a dash up neutral light. Not gonna work out for LX there, but so far, I mean, he's bringing it back considering how starved he was for most of this match. This is actually fairly even here. He manages to pick up a greatsword. Any dodge conversion will KO, but Fiend finds it first. It looks like Fiend once again is on the verge here of potentially securing the set. Just needs one more stock and he's moving forward.
I feel like the story you just told is like the story you've been telling on every single second stock of Fiend and LX. It's like they'll both be close and you're like, okay, this is still basically even because of greatsword. If LX gets the dodge here, Fiend will be dead. Okay, LX is dead. And then
Yeah.
Fiend just holds onto his stock and the game is over. Yo, LX fighting back though?
Yeah, finally
The
found a
story's
dodge.
different this time?
It could be. This could be a game 4 set here if he's able to get some hits on Fiend, but Fiend is so confident playing unarmed here, and unarmed actually has some of the best wake-up options against a Greatsword, but not right now. LX is starting to chef in the kitchen, got a little bit greedy, but the damage has been done. We are actually even now. We spot dodge City. Oh! He said, don't dodge in.
Completely away. Oh, even clashing out. The side light there, going back to the regular sword for Fiend against LX's great sword. It's the dare. Oh, GCD light's the direction. Oh no, off of that GCD light, the wrong direction. We could have even seen a KO off of that, but LX is going to take the victory, keep himself alive in this set.
Oh, look at that, man. That ending sequence was honestly kind of a gimme to LX there, right? Like, he did the optimal punish to secure the KO, but Fiend kind of gave it to him here. He was looking for the gravity cancel D-Light, and he did it to the wrong side. As you said, probably thought LX was going to dash through him or something off a whiff, and he just did not. Made it easy for him to get that KO, because usually we see that gravity cancel D-Light come off of hit stun off of bridge. That's usually the like, hey, stop greatswording option that you use to revert it from being your opponent's turn to now being your turn to get some damage in. But Phoenix did it raw and neutral right there, and that cost him the game.
I'm very curious if that was intended or if that was a misinput, because I can see it definitely both ways, right? Like, if LX, he's over on the left side, so the closer blast zone, if he wants to KO Fiend, is the left blast zone. So I can expect him going through Fiend, wanting to then force Fiend over to the left side for the KO, but then I can also see Fiend just misinputting that in that situation.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Oh, man.
Yo. Oh, Fiend's angry. That was a misinput. Yeah. He's mad.
He's like, I can't believe I lost that game, brother. Here, eat this recovery,
he's
man.
Mad.
M-A-D, angry, furious. Does not feel like he should have lost that game. Look at the way he's playing right now. Alex, like, I need a great sword, man. I can't keep up with the Mad Fiend with a regular sword. Oh, off the Heezy. There you go. I like that. See, only go into the bridge at most. Don't go for that finisher until you see that dodge, man. That's how you get yourself punished. He dashes immediately.
Now, one thing Fiend's been doing... Oh, okay. That actually just contradicts what I'm about to say. Fiend hasn't been turning around in his strings very often. Definitely not as often as LX. He did just do one. See there, he just keeps going usually the same direction, whereas LX will go for the turnaround more often than Fiend does for sure. Neutral sig coming out, not enough to KO yet. Fiend recovering high, there's the neutral.
Okay, just go for the side sig there. But no, you're right. Fiend pretty much just goes forward, which works fine because he's still able to cover all the dodges except the dodge behind. But LX hasn't really been dodging behind. So it's like, all right, whatever. I'm just going to dash up and light. It'll catch dodge in place. It'll catch dodge up. And if you, like, go away, well, I can catch that as well. So it's been working out pretty good for Fiend. Okay. Oh, he doesn't have a dodge there. Ooh, LX kind of missed an opportunity to get some real beefy damage. But now Fiend is unarmed. Needs to find the hit. Can't. Lets him get a weapon. Pocket Sand's coming, man. If you de-light me right now, he's going to eat some Pocket Sand. That's why Fiend's at that distance.
LX isn't throwing out the D-Light, though. It's only been the side light so far. Doesn't turn that one around. Ooh! Dashes back just a little bit to get the reset. Goes for the dare off stage. Completely disengages. Fiend on his heels. Not enough to KO just yet. Gonna still have a dodge. There it is. And LX is ready to punish. Right as he came out of iframes there. Fiend didn't even try to recover back to the wall. He just wanted to go straight on the stage. It was an easy punish. And now it's dead even between these two players.
Yo. Could potentially go to a Game 5 scenario here if LX is able to hold it together. Doing a pretty decent job there. Fiend finds the first side light. The first bit of damage. Nice catch on the dodge right there. Tries to escort him off the top. Might have been able to go for like a gravity cancel end light or maybe a end sig or something. Maybe. But he got a good chunk of damage. With that said, it's still really even. LX has been getting those down airs. But he doesn't go for the end light after. And I'm like, why? It's a true combo. You can get that neutral air. Just chill. I just don't think he expects it to hit when it does.
And he needs damage now, too. He just got Fiend into the orange, so it's not like, okay, I'm maybe looking more for the KO option here. He still needs damage.
Fiend is dead off
Fiend
one hit.
still hasn't put him in the orange yet. This could be rough for Fiend. There is a weapon spawn coming in. It's just going to be the regular sword. There's the dare, taking out the recovery. Has LX in the orange. There's the punish. It's enough. Are we going to see the reverse 3 from LX?
We honestly just might. I was a little scared there for LX. I thought the fact that he was going to be so recovery heavy toward the end, because you could tell he didn't really feel like looking for KO confirm, right? He was like, I just need to find a recovery and I can win this game. And the first time he did it, he got stuffed by a down air from Fiend, but that N-Sig from Fiend was too much of a commitment, especially at that damage range. It wasn't going to KO.
Look at that graph. Look how much damage and how it was spread over time that LX took on that second stock compared to the first and the third. He was really living for an extended period of time. How much is that second? That's like 100 seconds. That's almost 2 minutes on that second stock. That is a crazy amount of time for LX to live on that second stock.
Just like that. Going to game 5 on Brawlhalla.
Oh,
God.
Yo. Oh, yo. Oh, man.
This is actually like, I was talking about final boss colors. This is like the final boss stage. We're saying we're playing no games here. This is South America. We're getting in your face and crazy. You're going to die at a string in yellow and you're going to hate it. You're going to hate it.
Okay, that was maybe a little bit greedy from LX. He ended up taking a lot of damage from that, too. Doesn't have Fiend in the yellow just yet, even after that sidelight.
No, and Fiend has been dodging behind quite a bit. LX probably going to read a dodge in next time he gets a greatsword string. If he gets the chance here, Fiend, one recovery away. Maybe a side sig. Oh, he's fishing under him. He's looking for that recovery. A nice turnaround from LX.
Staying far from the corner, but he's ready to move closer. You saw that recovery coming out. Didn't move too far to the left side, though. Didn't want to put himself in any danger. Getting the counter punish. Side stick comes out. Punish from LX. He's starting to even this one up. Oh, that's the dodge.
Just like that, baby. Just like that. That was like kind of light red, but this is a gray sword we're talking about. From center stage on Brawlhalla, you best believe you dying, man. You're not allowed to make mistakes versus this weapon on this stage, and LX is showing you why. Now, Fiend threw away his greatsword. He's looking desperately for that KO option. LX backdashing, wants to hold center stage, and it's going to be the most important place to be.
Oh, he got the dodge
Beautiful
again.
string. Oh, almost ended his career.
Bro, this set is so sick.
What's he going to do? What is he going to do? Sare, Fiend needs the KO now. Like, right now. You can't let him get back to the stage, bro. You can't let him get that weapon. Oh, Fiend. Loses to unarmed neutralite.
Oh, back to back. Fiend now getting into the orange. This is so scary for him. Throws away the greatsword. Wants the consistent option. Maybe the D-Light recovery. Maybe find a neutral signature. He was using it so well earlier. Oh my gosh, bro. You just got hit by so many unarmed recoveries. That's brutal.
Oh, no. Oh, no. LX. I think LX might have done it here. This moment right here is going to decide it. If Fiend is able to hold on to this stock, get a little bit more damage before he gets KO'd, this could be it. He's just starved.
Oh!
LX, but that weapon spot.
That hurts. Dropping the recovery, that hurts so bad. Chris with the pocket sand, Fiend ready with the punish. Doesn't quite get a reset. You saw the spot dodge come out. Didn't gravity cancel it into anything. Didn't find a follow-up hit. Now he's starting his juggle game again.
Oh my gosh. LX, bro. Bro, you just gotta hit him. Bro, you just gotta hit him. Okay. But he got taken to orange for that. Orange. Fiend was in KO range that entire time, and he's being taken to orange from white from Fiend. Fiend being clutch enough to go ahead and make this still decently close, but needs to find the KO onto LX now, and he has the sword, doesn't have a dodge for a little bit. LX is so close to bringing this home. He needs to queue up another great sword the moment he has a chance, though, because his sword is not going to win him this set.
This is not looking good for Fiend so far. He's going to have to say computer activate Fiendo mode. Weapon toss goes high. Does get a punish there. Doesn't find the KO. Has the greatsword in hand. Weapon toss down maybe to cover his landing. Another weapon toss. Another weapon toss.
Punish, no punish!
He was scared. It seemed like Fiend was scared of getting hit by that. You saw how far away he was. He plays Jaehyun. He knows how far that hits.
The end lag on that move is deceptively low. Here comes Fiend. Yes, the recovery. There we go. We have a last stock scenario. Is he going to be able to bring it back in this game 5? LX has done most of the hard part. He literally needs to pick up a greatsword and get one read. We've talked about this. One read in orange, you're gone. A side sig will KO straight up from the center of the stage right now, but the weapon spawns are not in his favor. It spawns on the right side. He manages to pick it up. And Fiend keep him in the corner. Oh, he's getting aggressive.
Damage. Has him in the yellow.
Recovery will
50
KO.
damage.
He's gone!
Oh!
There it is!
Recovery! Alex did it! Are you serious? He came back with the reverse 3 against Fiend. This is crazy!
Oh my gosh. And you know what Fiend has to say for that? Well played. That's a competitor right there, man. That's all you have to type in the chat. Well played. Well played. I mean, you're right, man. That was well played indeed. Fiend saved. I'm so happy that Fiend saved that dodge right there. Right, he still ended up getting KO'd immediately after, but he made the right play there, saying, I'm not going to press my dodge button until I see the bridge come out, just in case he goes for the greedy finisher. But now Fiend is in the loser's side already. We expected him to be in winners finals, probably against Wesley, but before we can even talk about that, Wesley has to beat DB. We were talking about the gauntlet of greatsword players, and there's nothing but greatsword players left in the path right now, right? You got to beat DB, and then after that, you're gonna have to go ahead and fight LX. But he's been making it happen with that Ulgrim, so we'll see.
Now, one thing I do want to mention, he's playing the bubblegum. Yes, let's go. Let's get some Pog Champs in chat. But before that, I do want to mention one more thing about the previous set, just to give a little bit of historical context. Going back to Mammoth Cup, a similar thing happened. LX won in Winners Finals, 3-2 in Game 5. He won 2 in a row, not 3 in a row like he did this time, but he did win the last 2 games in a row. And then Fiend went through losers bracket, went back up, won the first set 3-1, and won the reset in Grand Finals 3-2. So history is still sort of repeating itself. I wouldn't have expected that. After the month between Mammoth Cup and this, that is impressive for LX. But you already mentioned it, and we're going right into the next set.
DV and Wesley. Wesley on the Princess Bubble Gum, which I'm like, okay, we'll see what you got to say here. You know, this is the epic crossover skin for Lord Vrax, and Lord Vrax especially has some very potent signatures against the greatsword. Is able to compete with that horizontal plane very well with that side signature, and if they jump, that Ensig is ready and waiting. It's quick enough that you can throw it out. But I wonder if he wants the blasters as well. We're going to take a peek here as Wesley go ahead and picks him up right now.
So we saw Cody pick a Vrax pick in response to greatsword previously, and it was more for the blasters D-Sig. He was using that really well to overspace the greatsword he was playing against. And I don't remember exactly who it was. Could have been Sandstorm, but I'm not sure. But he was using it really well to just overspace. Wesley Blaster's coming out, does get knocked out. That lower defense might hurt him here. I can't remember what stance he was going into, but if he goes into the defense stance, that takes 1 out of strength. So he's going to go from 4 to 3 on that front, which can be tough to KO. He doesn't find the side signature, doesn't find the D-Sig either. Again, going for more signatures.
Honestly, I don't blame him. This is Lord Vrax. Throw that Sig button out, bro. You get that D-Light recovery right now to lead to a KO. Tries to find the raw recovery as a punish for the recovery high. Eats some pocket sand. Wesley needs to find the KO. And there it is. Okay, finally gets a very, very solid D-Light right there. No questions about whether that one was going to hit. Wesley still has a little bit of damage to make up for here. Wow, nice backdash. Oh,
yo. Beautiful lance play coming out from Wesley. One of the few really high-placing lances in South America anymore. Dodges perfectly through that side sig. That sig is not easy to dodge through, especially if you're on the edge like that. There's so many active frames around the tip of that lance that it's tough to not get caught. There's the recovery. Oh, he's going to pick up another one. Doesn't even go for the exhausted recovery.
Oh, a little bit. I don't know if he was too slow, if he just couldn't actually get that punish there. He wanted to punish him for going for that end sig. Beautiful dodge. Can throw a down sig here. Yes, there it is. The bubble gum, baby. But it's not going to hit quite yet. And now Wesley gets hit by a raw recovery from DB. And now we're going down to a last stock scenario for Wesley.
Does have DB in the red. Not sure if he's in KO potential just yet, unless you hit a side signature. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Is Wesley going to opt for blasters? No, goes for the lance, but he did kind of move over to the right side. Maybe in case he wanted to pick those up. Has some off-stage play, picks up another lance, keeping DB weapon starved. That is the play here. Oh, hit that and the double! Still keeping DB weapon starved.
Just like that, man. Wesley able to rack up a decent lead damage-wise. DB is mitigating damage here, and Wesley needs to keep him starved here, because now, I mean, for Vrax, this actually might be KO range here, but he has a regular sword, so he's going to be able to play around that pretty effectively. DB looking for that end sig. It's so hard to punish. You see Wesley trying, but he can't get there in time. Not with the Rocket Lance. He might be able to get like a neutral air, maybe a recovery if he's in the right spot at the right time, but other than that, comes down to these final moments.
I don't even think you can even grab it with a Lance Insig, which would be a fantastic punish for it. But unfortunately, I don't even think it picks up if you just hit it raw. There's the side air. Has DB in the red. He needs to GCD Sig on Lance more. That is an insane option. He can get over like maybe the side lights that DB could be throwing out.
Oh, D-Light recovery not enough. DB, though, if he gets pretty much anything here, it'll KO Wesley.
Ooh. That weapon
like,
spawn
please,
did not
where
come.
is it?
That one did though. Oh, side air! Oh, even from the wrong side of the stage, still KOs. Wesley takes game 1.
Barely. Barely. I was sweating for Wesley there, especially in that final moment. He was waiting for a weapon to spawn, and it finally did, but DB was threatening a great sword recovery that I thought, oh man, if you go for the weapon here, Wesley, you might just get KO'd, but he barely managed to get. Look how far back he had to move. Right? He was like,
the longer
inputs.
that game went on, man, the more I was worried for Wesley, because all DB would need, he wouldn't even need really a recovery anymore. All he would need is that great sword Nair, which is such a safe move, such a strong move, has huge priority. Meanwhile, if he's up there fishing for a Nair, Wesley has to find a side air, which DB can dodge through, or maybe a recovery. So the more it went on, the more I was sure DB was going to take that one. But in the long run, Wesley still clutched it out, proving at least in game 1, the next step of greatsword player he is dealing with so far.
Yeah, we even got to see there that, like, I think it said the damage per engagement was 28 for both players there. That basically means that every time they touched each other, it was probably about like twice, right? They got hit like 2 moves. That would probably roughly do about 28 damage, and then they backed off. We actually didn't see too many. Like, if you think about it, DB didn't get any crazy greatsword strings that entire match. You know, you got some hits hitting here and there, but nothing like we saw in the last set.
And Wesley really only got one huge string in the beginning,
right
on early in the game when it was over sort of on the left side of the stage. You got the beautiful read and got the dodge. Okay, getting juggled a little bit here. Nice GCD light, goes for the side air as well. Has DB in orange. If we were doing damage per engagement based off the first few seconds of this game, those numbers are not going to be the same whatsoever.
Yeah, so far DB trying to fight his way back here. This is a good start. Gets that dodge right now. It's over for Wesley. Wesley! Woo!
Ooh. Oh, man. Throws out the blaster's side signature. It's a little bit slow, and you don't move too far, unlike the Lance side signature, so that was an easy punish for DB.
And I love that, too. There are a lot of moments where you are a great sword and you're by the corner, right? And so because of that, your options to punish can be pretty limited. If somebody dodges in, you can backdash and punish it, but if somebody dodges off the stage, Jaehyun's side sig is the perfect option to delete them for it.
Great dare pick up there from Wesley. DB had to go under the stage. Side air is going to send him off. Goes for a little bit of a high recovery punish option there with the side air from Wesley. Doesn't find the hit. Has to find the KO very quickly. D-like ground pound. Good damage on that one. Doesn't find any follow-up right after it. No KO option just yet for DB. But he is getting so close to almost having a 2-stock lead. It's going to get taken away at least stock-wise as now they're even. But Wesley is so far behind.
There we go. And I wonder, it must be like a specific player matchup thing, right? Because we did see Wesley playing that Ulgrim earlier on versus Greatsword, and he seemed to do just fine. I'm wondering what the switch to the bubblegum here is for.
This is one of the characters, like I asked all the players who they were going to likely be playing this weekend. This is one of the options that he mentioned, and it was the second option that he mentioned. Ulgrim was actually the third one, Scarlet being the first. So maybe he's just feeling the blasters here, wants that range, maybe respecting DB's greatsword a little bit more than Gabriel, so feels like he needs those blasters for the increased range.
Honestly, you might be onto something there. I mean, take a look so far. I mean, the blasters played for the past 30 seconds or so has been great, but it's kind of a little too late. I don't know.
Blasters are the sickest weapons to watch in the whole game. I don't care what anybody says.
That is cap, but that is straight cap.
I'll put it on a stack, Flambeau. I'm not capping at all. On God.
There is nowhere else. It is definitely like guitars or something, but it is not. Wes, hold on. Oh, never mind. DB just stared. I was like, is Wesley about to chef? Nah. He put that to rest, but I don't know, man. Blasters, they can do some cool things.
Bar none.
They can do some cool things.
Bar none. Blaster strings are Pog.
Like gauntlets are
Confirmed
right
trip.
there, bro. I don't know.
Wesley really thinking about this one. Probably whether he wants to go to the Scarlet or the Olgrim. Macho Man has served him very well. No, it's going to be the Princess Bubblegum, and he is in the strength stance, so it's going to take 1 away from dexterity. Going to give him 5 strength, which feels really good, but you're still stuck at that 4 defense, which I am not a fan of. The other option is 5 defense, 3 strength, which I just cringe when I see 3 strength.
Yeah, it's just well, what do you have going for you at that point? You know, I guess you're fast. I guess you're really whiffing. But I don't know. There's part of me that still kind of feels like I would like to see the Olgrim, but I don't think the Bubblegum is a bad choice. We have seen like moments of just like clarity from Wesley on those blasters where it's like hit after hit after hit after hit after hit, just finessing in the neutral. But then there are other moments where he can't get anything started and DB's just kind of whacking him around. Okay, nice. Wow, got the dash through to kind of contain center stage.
Wesley definitely playing the spacing game here. You see him running away from DB quite a bit.
Honestly, this can be annoying to fight as Rocket Lance. I mean, not Rocket Lance, as Greatsword. Just because all your grounded options will get stuffed by like N-Light, D-Light, Side Light, pretty much any blaster's option. So you do have to kind of fish around a little bit. You jump dares to try and catch them jumping to try to hit them with nair over and over. But Wesley has done some grounded dares on the blasters that have gotten him punished, so you need to look out for that.
Oh no, ends up landing right in that pocket sand. I'm trying to channel all of my energy to send a telepathic message to Wesley to GC DSig on Lancemore. I don't know if he's going to get it, or he may just say, you're dumb, that's why you're on the desk and I'm playing.
I mean, just like that, finds a D-Light recovery, so he's doing something right, but we'll see if he's able to pull ahead here. Slight damage deficit, and of course, Jae-Yun is going to have more defense as well while doing more damage. So, just like that, man, every single kind of nickel of chip damage that DB is able to find means that much more. Whoa, what a read. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Oh, he's recovering high. This is scary.
I don't know.
I was expecting Insig to really come out of DB there.
Don't know if it would have KO'd on this stage just because of how high the ceiling is, but it would have been close. Oh, man. Okay. Get punish. Oh, I like that. Goes for the 50-50 there. Finds another raw recovery. Doesn't KO. Goes for the N-Sig because it hits on the plat, but Wesley smartly jumps out, but gets hit by another recovery from the Greatsword. And now he's down to his final stock. And I think if he doesn't win this one with the Bubblegum, he definitely needs to swap Legends into Game 4.
Taking a lot of damage. Okay, ooh. Wesley. Oh, man. He's got some stones going back in for that one. Oh, my gosh. Oh, he's still taking damage. He needs to get away from DB.
Yeah, this game is pretty much DB's game to lose at this point. There we go. Easy conversion off of that in the corner. Gets the side light bridge into the side light poke finisher. And now Wesley potentially on his last legs here in the winner's side of things. If he doesn't, I honestly think he needs to swap the legend, man. I really do. At the very least, if you switch over to Ulgrim or Scarlet, you have more defense going for you, at the very least.
This is a very tough decision for West to make here, because we're seeing good work coming out of his blasters. Like in the beginning of that game, blasters were doing fantastic. He's struggling with the Lance, though. He's finding like a couple dares every now and then. Not really finding signatures, though. His signatures are really starting to not only miss, but also get him punished. You're seeing just raw side sigs come out. That is like the primary signature of choice for him when he has the Lance in his hands. And a lot of them are just getting him punished now.
Yeah, and
Usually real hard on this one.
Kind of. Oh, this is a choice. This wasn't on the list, right? You said
this was. I'm gonna double check. I don't remember it being on the list, but I will fill you in. Yep. Nope. This was not on the list, but it is a legend that he has previously played in tournaments this year. He does have a level 29 Thor, so not terrible. We'll see what he's able to do with this, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Thor's a bad pick in the Greatsword by any means, right? I think Orb is one of the best matchups versus the Greatsword. I think it actually wins that matchup pretty convincingly. And Hammer is just always nice to have. We've seen Wesley, previously has been playing with weapons that kind of struggle to KO. Like, yeah, Blasters will KO with D-Light Recovery, but it's still pretty late. A Stomp Sayer from Hammer is going to give you a lot more to work with. Thor Side Sig, quick, hard to punish. And on top of that, you have Sidelights here from Orb as well. We know the Greatsword doesn't have a great time off stage, so, not a bad pick, all things considered. But first, we got to get a couple hits, and there we go.
Wesley's also gonna have a considerably higher amount of defense here.
Oh.
He will definitely feel that. He's gonna have to go under the stage. Dodge coming out.
Lucky boy. Lucky boy.
Ooh, you better go to church after that one. Oh my goodness, someone was smiling down on you.
Oh my goodness, man! Like that's why people pray, man, for moments like that, because that was nothing short of a miracle for Wesley. But it doesn't really matter. Gets escorted to the blast zone regardless. D-like ground pound coming out unarmed from DB, and Wesley on the back foot already. This is game number 4 here. Set point for DB. Wesley can't afford to be behind right now.
Dodges through some of the big damage on that. This Orb is working better than the Hammer so far, but he is going to swap over back to the Hammer. Does have higher kill potential here. Finds the side air right on the corner. Now he's going back over to Orb. I am agreeing with this situation. His Orb is looking pretty good so far. Had some good punishes on whiffed sidelights from DB.
You want to stay like diagonal to the Greatsword when you're trying to shark it from under. That neutral air from the Orb is so good at doing. Oh my gosh, DB, let him land. There we go. This is tough. Nice down air. Yep. Hammer classic. Oh, almost. That ground pound was this close to hitting there. I think the iframes just barely favor DB there, and that Thor defense helping out, but not enough.
Man, he was a lot closer getting back than I would have expected.
Same. I thought he was done, but I guess he saved that recovery, but didn't have the dodge, unfortunately. Now this is really it. Like set point for Wesley right now. Needs to get a crazy string, get some crazy damage, something.
Nice.
KO.
Ace from the middle of the stage. Oh, the dodge is gone. Okay. Oh, DB chooses to go back in, goes for the big play. Gonna have almost enough to get back, couldn't quite reach to that wall. We have ourselves back to an even game. Wesley doing away with the Orb, going over to the Hammer, gonna give DB a free weapon spawn pickup.
Hey, and watching this Hammer is doing all right, but it's moments like this where I'm like, I wish he had Rocket Lance in hand. That's definitely the comfort pick for Wesley, but he's doing the best he can with this Hammer. Has DB in the corner. Actually, a very great spot to be if you're a Hammer player in general. Can't let DB come back yet. What? I don't know about that.
I don't know. Oh, God. Oh, it hurts. This could be the end for Wesley. Oh, and he's done. DB is going to take it 3-1 in the set. We saw moments of inspiration coming out from Wes in that final game on the Thor. We saw some great blasters coming out from Wesley as well, but it wasn't enough to deal with DB's Jaehyun with DB's Greatsword.
This is going to be a very, very tough losers bracket run as well for Wesley, right? Wesley and Fiend are probably the two names we were expecting to be meeting up in grand finals, or at the very least winners finals. But you're taking a look at this bracket and that is not the case. Winners finals is going to be LX versus DB. That means one of those two has guaranteed third place, and Wesley and Fiend will have to fight each other to even get a chance to go for the top 3. So that's a scary losers bracket, and definitely one they do not want to be in.
You're seeing it right there on the bracket on the losers side. That's where we're going down to. A couple sets left for me and Flambeau here. We got Emperor and Gabriel, and then we're going to have the fight between Lopez and Balthazar. Pahe, our last chance qualifier, did get knocked out in losers round 2, 3-1 against Emperor. So Pahe still had a pretty good day. Came in like right at the end. Didn't end up going 0-2. They mentioned that in a previous block, so congratulations to Pahe there, showing he's a very strong player, making it in through the last chance qualifier and still moving through the bracket a little bit. Congratulations to him.
That's the thing about brackets, man. There's always, at least a few people that have to go 0-2 out the gate. That's just the way brackets work. And to be someone who came out of the last chance qualifier, which to a lot of people, you're like, all right, you're the person who couldn't qualify through regular means, so clearly you're going to be the guy who goes 0-2. But Pahe's saying, no, slow that down. Shut it out. That ain't the truth.
Yeah, going into this, who was his first match? It was Pahe versus Fiend. What a rough set to start off with. Went down, got 0-3'd by Fiend. He might be cheering for LX now at this point after LX took out Fiend on the winner's side. Pahe went down and fought against Wish, picked up the victory there, then went up against Emperor, and his Taros and Jae-Yun were not quite enough to come out on top over Emperor. But we do, speaking of Emperor, have him in the lobby here. It looks like we're going to be going right into Emperor versus Gabriel.
Hey, hopefully we're going to see how Emperor is able to deal with Gabriel here. We did see Emperor play that Koji against Greatsword a little bit earlier. And, it did some stuff that I was happy with. Some other stuff I was like, there's a little, there's some room for improvement here. But I do remember that one crazy string. I think it was on Small Enigma where he got that gravity cancel down sig toward the bottom right-hand corner to absolutely obliterate the opposition. See more plays like that, Emperor could honestly make a pretty deep losers run here.
Now we're seeing Gabriel lock in with the Thor. That was his game 2 pick against Wesley earlier. He started off with the Jae-Yun, went into the Thor, and then went into the Petra. The Petra were what you and I were both really enjoying, but he's going to go in with that game 2 pick of Thor first here against Emperor.
Let's take a look here. No great swords here, man. We just got regular swords, hammers, orbs, and a bow to boot. Starting off game number 1. Gabriel already has the orb here. We're gonna get some starving here. No, we're just gonna a little too late.
Now, Emperor had some really good plays on this map earlier. He had moments where he was just getting strung around the entire map, but he also had solid strings. Expect to see him off stage a lot. Expect to see him go in with those really quick ground pounds. Oh man, Gabriel just completely zoning him out from the stage, not letting him land.
The orb not looking bad from Gabriel at all. Emperor kind of jumping around here, comes down with a falling Sayer and gets punished for it. Really hasn't been able to control the ground much at all, and that's kind of what Bo excels at. So if he's not able to control that ground, why even have the weapon? And it looks like he's going to go ahead and pick up the sword right now. We're going to see how he's going to fare against Gabriel's hammer. And that was a perfect neutral dodge. Go ahead and get that gravity cancel D-Light into the recovery.
And he was one of the players who was really good at gravity canceling a move against a greatsword player to punish right after they threw out a move. So expect to see that more here. Oh, and that was also an Emperor special, was the GCD sig to get back on stage. Also, when he had Bow in his hands, it was a GCD light to get back to stage. Gabriel's not having any of it.
Gabriel, he's just kind of, honestly, it feels like he's playing relatively textbook. You're not going for anything too crazy. Granted, he does need to be careful because there are moments where Emperor, oh my gosh, oh, that was a beautiful 4-hit string there to just carry Emperor into the yell. And that's not something you get to see often from Hammer. Hammer's usually kind of 2, maybe 3 hits if you're feeling good. To get 4, oh, that's tough because every single one of those hits does a heaping amount of damage. Granted, Stomp is on the lower end of that. but still, good damage nonetheless.
Now we see a similar thing coming out from Emperor. He doesn't actually GC the D-Light to get back onto the stage, but he does get right onto the stage, and then immediately out comes the D-Light. That was something we wanted to see a little bit from him earlier, is using more of that D-Light when he's on stage rather than primarily relying on the side light. But he's been nailing those neutral signatures. Nailed him against Gabriel, nailed him in his previous sets as well.
And what I love about it is just making great use of Koji as a legend, right? Because normally, you know, if you want to cover right above you, you have to jump and go for that neutral air and throw basically your hurt box at your opponent. But using that N-Sig instead and that down Sig to catch the dodge, that's what I like to see from Emperor.
Sidelight side air from Gabriel. Weapon toss goes low, bounce off the stage. Oh, both of them had their KO options coming out. For Gabriel, it was a stomp. For Emperor, it was a DC on the bow. They were like back-to-back Charlie's Angels style.
Emperor gets the D-Light. I'm surprised he didn't go for the D-Light recovery there. The N-Light did not KO, but the weapon throw will. And now Emperor with a very slight lead. Gabriel, if he picks up, I think he has an orb next. It should be a side light Sayer. Should be a pretty easy KO. But if not, you know it's going to be a stomp Sayer from the hammer. So either way, as long as he can get a weapon, doesn't even need it.
Now, on that D-Light in-light, maybe he just wasn't feeling good about picking up the recovery. Maybe he didn't expect the D-Light to even hit. So the recovery is going to be a tighter window. You see bow players, top bow players hit it all the time, so it's definitely doable. It's not like it's frame perfect or anything, but it is more difficult to hit than the D-Light in-light. And the D-Light in-light will kill about like 20 damage earlier. So really, you could do a D-Light in-light, and then one more D-Light in-light would kill.
Correct. So far, I mean, nice. I love seeing max range neutral light usage. You gotta remember, that's a bow and arrow. That arrow goes far. Even though I always say bow is actually a sword, because none of the hitboxes are projectiles. You know, they're just extremely long disjoints. Because of that, you're basically swinging around a sword across the screen, man, and it works out great. Use the range to your advantage here. As Emperor, he's a D-Light recovery away. D-Light, N-Light might even do it now at this point. Damage combined, yeah, it might just KO. Down Sig, of course, will too. How's Gabriel gonna finesse?
Oh, just going to be an unarmed neutral heavy. Still can't get the weapon. That is brutal. D-Light in-light comes out from Emperor. Another in-light. I think if he would have hit a D-Light before that, it would have KO. But there's the D-Sig. Doesn't even want to risk it for yet another in-light. Finds the KO here, but man, it took a lot of damage. 668. Spread that out over 3 stocks. That is 221 1/3 repeating. Is that right?
Oh, I mean, hey, I ain't a math teacher, man.
222.
But it sounded good to me. I don't know.
222 and 2/3 repeating. No one checked that.
Look, calculate if you want.
Please don't.
But no.
Oh, yeah, I nailed it. 222 and 2/3 repeating. I checked it. I wasn't going to say anything if I was wrong, but I was right.
Oh, there you go. Quick maths. Sparky.
Math, Pog.
878.
Don't ask me to divide 878 by 3. I can't do it. Now we're seeing Petra, though. Looking forward to the Petra here.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think Petra's in the top 5 legends in the game right now. And for good reason, man. She hits hard. Her SIGs are ridiculous. The force is crazy. She racks up damage. She has no problems KOing. And on top of that, not only does she have, like, amazing SIGs, but they give her utility as well. Like, for example, down Sig on gauntlets will just kind of teleport her behind her opposition. She can use it to get some very cheeky wall touches as well.
And if you're not like really paying attention to where they started the D-Sig, all of the like back and forth movement of it, I have ADD, so I just get confused by all of the movement on it. So I don't even know exactly where to punish it when they end up ending it if it doesn't hit me. Getting the worst of the engagements early on, though, we're seeing Emperor with definitely the lead here. He is going to have a significant range advantage over basically everything that Gabriel has. Gets the GC side signature on the wrong side of the stage. Going to send to the right, get the KO there, and he's taking very little damage here. Going to be without a weapon for just a minute. Gabriel is able to pick up the weapon spawn. One comes right to the middle of the stage. Out comes Emperor's bow. Wants to continue the string off stage. Gabriel is going to completely disengage. Goes for the ground pound. No major damage from Gabriel has happened this stock onto Emperor just yet. I don't even think Emperor's orange. Now Gabriel's in the yellow. That sidelight just barely misses. Perfect dodge from Emperor. Gets the side air and the dare. Goes for the... Oh, man, the side signature missed, but he was out of in lag. Out comes the side air. Out comes the taunt from Emperor. 2 big stocks up on Gabriel in this game. Oh, the sidelight. Emperor came with the spot dodge. If he would have gotten a delayed recovery from Gabriel, that would have ended up hitting. But he went for the side air, which was just a little bit too low to end up making contact with Emperor. GC D-Light hits the recovery. Still going to need maybe one more of those. Neutral Sig comes out, almost reaching enough to the platform. Emperor is just a little bit too far away. 3 stock potential definitely here for Emperor. We've already seen 1 3 stock today. GC N-Sig. If that would have been on the platform, Gabriel would have been donezo. Oh, GC D-Sig, and we have yet another 3 stock in South America. 509 damage to 160. Emperor barely turned red. He was 10 damage past the red threshold. That is brutal. I was looking forward to the Petra. I was a little bit disappointed by the Petra. It was kind of like when the last Rambo movie came out. I was looking forward to it, and then it was kind of just a disappointment. And I kind of wanted my money back. But we're going into this next one. And Gabriel coming out with the Bodvar here. Wants the sword v sword match against Emperor's Koji. He's also going to have the hammer here. Going to be putting 1 point into the movement speeds. Taken out of that string. Doesn't quite need as much KO potential because hammer has it out the wazoo. Sword also has it. It'll be a little bit later in terms of needing more damage, but still has some kill potential under its belt. Oh, I'm not sure what that stomp really delayed turnaround nair was from Gabriel. Emperor might be in his head after that 3 stock. Gabriel's movement looking not very confident. He is ready for that stomp side air. Oh, another stomp side air from Gabriel. Emperor maybe getting a little bit hasty, running into some of these moves from Gabriel. Weapon spawn comes in. A GC side signature from Gabriel. Attempting to zone Emperor out, but he gets over to the weapon spawn. Emperor pushing Gabriel off stage, picks up the down air. If Emperor wants to juggle with neutral airs and he's below Gabriel, he might catch more dares just like that. Weapon spawn comes in, another hammer for Gabriel. Weapon toss goes down to protect the landing, and the recovery into the GC side signature. What an option from Gabriel, now taking the lead. What is Emperor doing? Is he having connection issues? He like ran over all the way to the tip of the soft platform. Interesting choice, and then kind of dipped down below it as well. Looking for the edge guard situation, running all the way over to the other side of the stage, almost picking up the side air. Gabriel down airs away from it. D-Sig, and we have almost an even game. A little bit of damage here on Emperor's second stock. There is a spawn coming in. Gabriel grabs it almost for free. Emperor over on the edge. Gabriel not even gonna bother with the edge guard. He knows Emperor's been taking players out on the edge today. He's seen the side airs into the down airs. He's seen the ground pounds from Emperor as well. That bow is so nasty on the edge. Gabriel just completely holds stage control. Not even worried about securing an edge guard situation. He has quite a lead here. Now has Emperor in the red. A lot of damage into the yellow coming out from Emperor's bow. Gabriel not quite sure when he's going to initiate. We do see the side air. Now he's back on the hammer. Has a lot of moves to KO Emperor here with. Doesn't find the immediate punish. His neutral air gets stuffed out. Emperor is too far to the right. Neutral air. Emperor fighting back here. But he's going to fall to Gabriel's side air. Weapon spawn on the field. Gabriel has his choice of weapons. I think he's going to stick with the hammer, and he does. Juggle opportunity. Grabs another hammer. Emperor without a weapon. This swap over to Bodvar playing out so well for Gabriel here. Seems like he's... Oh, no, drops that one. That's rough for Emperor. He needs something, and he needs it quick. This goofy pace of Gabriel's hammer is really throwing Emperor for a loop here. He doesn't quite know how to respond to it. He's finding some punishes there. Emperor maybe being a little bit more careful. Whereas before in some of the previous games, he was just kind of running all over Gabriel, really overwhelming Gabriel just keeping the momentum up. Maybe if he slows that down a little bit, I think he will have the edge here on Gabriel. Even if he doesn't win this game to secure the 3-0, I think the next game will confidently go in Emperor's favor. D-Light there. Solid chase dodge after from Gabriel. Starting to crank the heat up here a little bit. Swapping over to the hammer. And again, we're seeing Emperor go with these like max range side lights, finds a neutral signature. The max range side lights instead of the D-Light option, which leads into the in light as a true combo, or into the D-Light recovery as the true combo with a heavy KO option. There's the side air. Weapon toss goes down. 45-degree angle. Emperor secures it. The game really started to slip away from Gabriel there towards the end. But what a final game there from Gabriel in that set. The Bodvar switch was looking really good. His hammer pacing was just completely changing up from anything we previously saw. The major momentum that Emperor had in his favor, he just couldn't keep that up. It wasn't sustainable to attempt in that game against Gabriel. He's going to be moving on to the next match. You see the bracket there in front of you. That's going to be Fiend versus Emperor, who just moved on after that 3-0 against Gabriel. There is still one more set to play here. You see Lopez and Balthazar. That's going to be our next set for the day. Just to check PRs, that is going to be Lopez PR4 against Balthazar PR6. So relatively close in PR. It's going to be 6.4K earnings to 6.1K earnings, so very close in earnings as well. We're seeing like 14 top 32 placements from Lopez, 14 top 32 placements from Balthazar. So these players are so close to one another in many different ways. I missed you. Wait, you can't hear Flambeau. Never mind. People at home can't hear Flambeau. But Flambeau's coming back. He'll be here in just a few minutes. I heard him. And I already feel safer now that he's here. We're waiting on this next set to start. You back?
I'm back.
Good.
All right.
I missed you.
We here with the love, baby. You know what it be, what it do. Hey.
So did you get to see that set?
I saw
Like the final game?
I did not.
Okay, the final, man, it was a strange final game. Gabriel swapped over onto a Bodvar pick. Does have the black color scheme, didn't quite catch the level, but he was playing just like a really kind of slow and awkward hammer, and it just kind of completely messed with Emperor. So for like the first part of the game, Gabriel was just finding like strange dares and strange stomps as Emperor was trying to push pressure onto him, which he was successfully doing in previous games, but not in the final game. Then towards the end, it was like last stock red for both players, and Emperor barely ekes it out with an edge guard that ended in a weapon toss necessary for the KO. So just the final game, it really kind of made me uncomfortable. It was just different than the pacing that we saw in the previous games. Like, I wasn't ready for the change.
I mean, that sounds kind of strange, right? Like, I feel like when you think of hammer gameplay, you know, I feel like, especially against Bo, I feel like it's one of those matchups where it's like you don't really want to be on the ground too much. So finding the down airs kind of makes sense to me, but the way he must have been finding those stomps must have been pretty peculiar. Maybe a lot of spot dodges. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't really see how
it was also a lot more of Emperor choosing to go for the max range side lights on stage that we saw on Bo instead of going for the D-lights. So I don't know if he is allergic to Bo D-light, but he doesn't seem to tolerate it very well.
I see. Well, if that's the case, man, well, I guess we got to keep it pushing. We're moving on. But the way that kind of the day's been going out, I'm very excited to see how this next game's going to go. Lopez on the Jaeyun, something that you don't, or I guess you see Jaeyun pretty often, but not this skin. I feel like this skin's kind of the one that everyone ignores. I don't know.
All of Jaeyun's skins are so good, but yeah, I think you're right. People are, well, we're not going to see that Azos skin from Balthazar for very long either if Lopez keeps taking him out, but that skin on Balthazar looks so sick in these colors. The bow looks sick, the axe looks sick. That's a very good skin. Two very good skins in this game.
Yeah, got to get that one from a chest too. But Balthazar trying to make it happen right now. And so far, I mean, it hasn't been a great time. Now, granted, Azoth can play very well in the Greatsword as well. You do have that axe, and you do have that bow, which is another one of those great matchups into Greatsword, but so far it doesn't matter, man. Lopez is just kind of saucing them up. That's it.
Now, I would love to look at the range of like a Greatsword sidelight compared to the bow side signature. Oh, he's able to travel up high enough. Balthazar a little bit too hasty.
Nice.
Oh, this is looking rough. Game 1 is probably already in the bag for Lopez.
Yeah, this is looking like it might just be a quick set if Lopez is able to kind of keep it going the way he has been this entire time. Now, granted, you know, I'm optimistic. I'm thinking Balthazar can do this, but he's been choosing more or less to stick with the axe for most of the set, and maybe that's where he feels the most comfortable. So far, he's getting a good chunk of hits here. Nice conversion off of that down signature right there. Looking for even more here. Hold on, Lopez. I don't know if he just feels like playing the sword, because, I mean, there's a great sword right there waiting for him, but there we go.
Coming back to him. Only finding 1 hit so far. Nice punish on that. Balthazar was ready for it, but there's the recovery. Ooh, that's going to send him off screen, even though he's in the orange. Going to have to dodge to get all the way back over. Lopez is going to prioritize the weapon spawn on the right side over confirming the edge guard there. GCD lights the wrong direction, possibly. Not sure, again, just like Fiends earlier, if that was a misinput or not. There's the signature from Balthazar fighting his way back into it. The reverse 3 is possible, though unlikely.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, Lopez, you got a great sword. You start throwing out some recoveries. You see it's coming out already. You can go for another one here. Yep. And probably going to come down and do it again. Yeah, that's what I would do. Hey, at this point, I already got all the damage I need. I'm not going to think too hard about getting the KO until you prove to me that you're going to punish me so crazily for going for these great sword recoveries. I'm just going to keep it going.
You're seeing those replays there. That last game ended in a JV2. That means Lopez did not have any damage on that final stock. Oh, man. What a heartbreaking edge guard for Balthazar fans out there. He was a little bit too hasty with that down air. Didn't expect the gravity cancel neutral signature to go up as high as it did or maybe as fast as it did. So either the positioning or the timing was off for Balthazar there.
Just like that. Going into game 2, right back to Crystal Temple as well, which, I mean, I think is fine. You know, for Spear, you can D-light off the platform pretty easily. Pretty fine time recovering. Lopez, you know, it's not Demon Island, though. Still a good stage, but could be a better one. Okay.
A lot of movement before any attack came out. You saw multiple dashes. D-light recovery.
Nice.
Has Balthazar in the orange, juggling as well with the neutral air. Oh no, Balthazar gonna DC here, and he's gonna lose a stock for it. Not sure what's going on this one. Gonna be a DC here. We're 50 seconds into the game.
Yeah, that might just be
That's a bot.
Oh, we seeing Lopez running up stage 2. Lopez
Is he giving homie stocks here, or is he
I
just
think-
trying to end it?
Well, it could be either, bro. I don't know, because I would just like KO the bot, but
What?
it looks like he's gonna go run off. He might just be giving him a charity game too. That could be a way. But who knows? Maybe we'll see. Lopez could be like, no, I want to get all the wins the way I want to get them, because I know after, you know, it wasn't within the first 10 seconds of the game, so he's gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's a win for Lopez. But we'll see what the official verdict is in just a moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the official production wording on this. I don't know if they have the option if like both players decide to remake, if that gives them the option to remake. I don't really know the full specifics of the rules on this one, and I know the 10-second rule, but just take the dub.
Yeah, I mean, it's the World Championship. There's a time to be
Yeah,
taking
come on!
dubs just now. You know,
Come on!
I'm taking, man. Hey, this ain't land, so, you know, you won't get another chance like this ever again, probably.
Balthazar is back. There was a brief moment where he was out of the lobby trying to probably get his internet set back up while he was disconnected. Gonna be running this Bryn back again in the defense stance. Still waiting on the official word from production, because that would suck if Lopez ends up losing because he just kind of ran it down mid once Balthazar DC'd.
Hey, the bots be going crazy, man. But we're gonna find out on the overlay in just a second. You know,
Maybe he would
that's how
just
we'll know.
rather take the loss. Okay, the game doesn't count, but maybe he would just rather take the loss than have to fight against the bot for that long and get like embarrassed on stream. Because when people disconnect against me in ranked, I do worse against the bot.
The bots, they play weird,
Bots
man.
be
I can't
messing
even
me
front.
up, dude.
Be like, you sure this isn't the chosen bot, man? With the way it's hitting me right now. Okay. We back in it. Lopez. Oh, for that dodge read, can't get it, but pretty close here. That's going to be a nice recovery punish on the N6. That's not something you see every day, but since Lopez was already off stage and airborne, it was the best option that he had.
Side sig there from Balthazar. He threw one out previously, and Lopez was in the perfect opportunity. Oh, goes for the 3-piece. Only got 2, but still good damage coming out. Going to continue to keep the weapon advantage here. Goes for the sidelight insig, but Balthazar was stacked right on top of Lopez after the sidelight.
Wow.
Neutral sig and a KO off the top. Balthazar definitely doing better this game.
All right, and with a slight lead here, Lopez, immediate pick up weapon pocket sand. Man, that's already, I like to talk about how, you know, when you see a weapon spawn, it's hard to know what you're looking out for, because in your brain you have to register, okay, what is my opponent's next weapon, and like what potential like options do they have. So if you pick up a weapon immediately in signature, you're not giving the human brain enough time to actually register the information that that's something you need to be spacing out and looking out for.
Gets the signature there. There is a weapon spawn on the field. He's continuing this pressure, though. Goes for the double dare. 2000 doesn't quite hit. The dodge through on the weapon toss.
Now, Lopez was going crazy there for a second. I think he might have been able to get that second dare, but he realized he didn't have enough jumps and needed to drift into the stage there. So he valued his life over potentially getting a stock, and that's definitely the way to do it. Wow! Wow, that was like the very tail end of that hitbox. Managed to sneak its way into Lopez, and now Lopez, you know, playing from a little bit of a deficit, does have that victory from game 1 though, so can't be too stressed out. But touch the floor. Okay, there we go.
Should have just taken the dub last game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Much
Could've been
more
up 2-0 in the
honorable
set.
warrior than I am. Because Balthazar really starting to run away with this one. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Either one could swap to their other. It looks like Lopez is going to be the one to first take that offer. Grabbing a greatsword. Balthazar ended up disarming himself. A spawn comes in, grabs it. There's the recovery. There's the second recovery. Oh, he tried to go for something else. Weapon toss, the harpoon all the way across. The dodge was out, but it's going to be back now that Lopez has touched the ground.
Hey, Lopez at this point is like in barbecue. Yeah, a recovery absolutely obliterating that stock from Lopez. But at that point, pretty much anything would have killed. I'm sure like even Axe D-Light would have been pretty close to being in range to KO at that point. It was looking rough for Lopez. We're going to see where they're going to go for game 3, though. I'm very curious to see what the stage pick is going to be. Definitely going to ban out any stage platforms for sure.
Leaving a couple on the field. Small Great Hall and Miami Dome still up. We're going to Miami Dome. So we're going to get some 2 soft platforms, but they're going to be different than the ones on Crystal Temple because they're going to be much, much higher. Now, Lopez maybe should have just taken the dub in the last game instead of having to fight against 4-bar Balthazar.
Yeah, this is it's going to be hard to deal with. I mean, granted, Lopez didn't do too bad. I felt like the game kind of escaped him a little bit. The axe in particular from Balthazar, it
Yes.
seems to be where Lopez is just like getting slapped up, man. Like, it is tough for this man to play neutral around this weapon. You can see he's trying to get these D-Lights, he's trying to get these down airs, and Balthazar is just out of the way before Lopez even has a chance. He has to throw away the weapon. He's like, ah.
He wants a weapon spawn so badly. He's like right hovering at the perfect height for a weapon spawn to come in. He was just begging for it. One eventually came in on the left side, right where he was above the soft platform. Oh, only finding 1 hit there. They are still going relatively even, though, almost dead even.
Oh, wow, weapon throw. Interesting. Okay, wants the sword for the KO maybe. Pocket Sand's going to be coming out quite a bit. Maybe some D-Light recoveries, maybe even an N-Sig. We haven't seen too many of those come out from Lopez in comparison to other players that we've seen today, like Fiend. That's it? Yeah.
Perfect edge guard from Balthazar there. Now, I love that nair that he threw out, reading the dodge down, staying very grounded, whether going just for like the D-Light Sair or a recovery or anything like that afterward. I love that option that he threw out because it just kind of bounced Lopez a little bit, got him over more towards the edge, and then Balthazar was just able to clean that up really easily. Love that little engagement there.
Oh, that didn't KO. Lopez probably going to fish for another one. No, goes for a side light into the read with the N-Sig there. That's going to go ahead and secure the KO. Now, granted, on a stage like this, if Lopez really wants to, the height of these platforms is like just high enough that you can just kind of rotate from left to right platforms, throwing out greatsword recovery over and over if you really don't feel like playing the game.
Balthazar is staying pretty grounded until he has the axe, and even then he's not really over the soft platforms. He'll kind of float under them, and then he'll float a little bit higher towards the mid right in between them. So he's not spending too much time camping on those platforms.
He's definitely doing the like axe special, right? Where you like jump down air, and then you jump down air, and that's kind of your approach to neutral for a while. But honestly, it's like it's very effective against greatsword because it can really only like argue with you by throwing some nairs out, and like you're willing to take a few nairs. You'd rather take a nair than like an opener into a string or something.
Who would have thought that one of the better ways to counter the newest weapon that has a major impact on the meta would be playing 2016 ranked axe?
Definitely an effective way of dealing with it, but granted, Balthazar stuck in the corner here.
Ooh.
Baits Lopez to go off stage. Lopez almost throwing that stock away there. Balthazar wasn't able to capitalize, but he burned all of his resources. That could have been a ground pound from Balthazar.
But that was very nice from Balthazar, fast falling in time to get away from the greatsword down air. That was so close. He was ready on the oh! That was so cheeky.
Yeah, that was what goes up must come down, man. Newton's law of gravity, man. What is it? I think it's gravitational potential energy is like, what is it? Do I remember? GPE equals MGH, so it's mass.
Oh yeah, it's MGH. Mass times gravity times height.
That's height. There it is. I was like, why can't I remember what G is? I was stuck.
Here comes slow. Boom, bounces him in, and the weapon toss to finish him off. What a cute way to end that game. Love that.
Yo, Lopez now up 2-1 in the set. You know, potentially, I mean, if you took that initial game, could be 3-0 and just be moving on to the next one. But with that said, Lopez proven, hey, I can win without the hand-me-outs. Doesn't want it, and so far, doing a decent job here, but Balthazar is still keeping it close. Nice conversion from Lopez, optimal, not jumpable from Balthazar, so he had to eat all those hits.
Ooh, getting through the neutral signature. Lopez almost had the perfect read on that. You see him waiting. He wanted the recovery so bad. He could have thrown out a couple safe nairs, but no, he just wanted to wait for the recovery because he wanted that KO option. Still throwing him out. Even the exhausted one almost gets the double D-Light, but Lopez had the dodge, so he didn't get that untrue combo.
And kind of greedy there from Balthazar there with that side signature. Really wanted to get a KO on the Lopez, and granted, since greatsword does stay grounded quite a bit, throwing out a Bryn side signature isn't necessarily a bad option there, but you want to make sure that you're kind of dashing into it so they don't have that chance to backdash on you.
Now, honestly, that D-Light, that double D-Light Sair that he was going for, maybe he should have just done a D-Light Sair because you saw how close he was to the blast zone. It might not have directly led to a KO. Oh, Lopez holding his dodge for as long as he could. Didn't want to burn it too early. But it would have maybe led to a kill or at least put Lopez in a really bad situation. The situation like Balthazar is in right now, taking so much damage on his second stock.
Jeez. Yeah, Balthazar got put kind of in the blender there. Lopez even kind of messed himself up because that's when you like that's egg soup doing it blindfolded. You know that you were just doing the inputs over and over, and he was definitely like, crap, how do I end this again? And just kept doing the loop over and over. But he definitely could have dodged out a little bit there. But it's cool because, I mean, he was able to find the down air into nair to get the KO extremely easily. Now Balthazar playing with an extreme deficit here. And I don't really know if he's going to be able to bring this back.
And you just saw Lopez go for two options out of the side light. You saw him turn around, and then you saw him go the same direction that he threw the side light out. So it's him trying to mix it up against Balthazar. Unfortunately, I don't think either hit. Recovery's coming out from Lopez. He's found a lot of those. That time he does get the N-Sig. And the recovery for the KO off the top. Lopez is going to secure that one. even after canceling the game where Balthazar disconnected. So an honorable victory from Lopez.
Here we go. I mean, look at that. 564 damage to 223 done from Balthazar there. It's basically just the amount done from Lopez. And granted, I will say, the Great Sword, you know, once you learn how to do the punishes and whatnot, it kind of just does the damage on its own, man. You figure out how to use it, and you're like, go to the end screen. Wow, I did that much damage. That's crazy. I don't even remember doing all that. That's what that weapon will do, but Balthazar just could not find the hits, man.
There you're seeing the bracket right in front of you. That is Lopez moving on over Balthazar. He's going to be running up against Wesley. You're seeing the top 6 for this tournament. You see it, LX and DB in the winners finals. Then you have the losers quarterfinals, Fiend and Emperor, and then Wesley and Lopez. Got some great sets coming up. Are we going into a break, or am I wrong?
I think you should be right?
Okay, I am not wrong. Toast didn't prompt me, so I didn't know if I was granted permission to transition over to the break. Flambo, anything more that you have to add about these sets that we did, or any upcoming sets?
I'm curious to see how this tournament ends up, man, because Fiend and Wesley are already the losers. I guess no matter how this tournament shapes up, it's not going to be the standard 1, 2, 3 podium that we're used to. So I'm just excited to see how it all plays out.
I am too. I think I want to see Fiend versus LX again, but we're going to get the Great Sword battle in winners finals of LX versus DB. So we got some really, really good sets coming up. That's it for our block. Thank you so much for watching. Keep watching because the best is yet to come. That's Flambo. I'm Sparky, and we'll see you in just a few minutes after the break.
And it's interesting. Fiend taking the game just well enough, spacing just well enough that we got the aerial hitbox. Ooh, down six, just neutralize. Oh, the down air hits. It's ground pound time. Nope, that 2 stocks. Gravity cancel down light, ground pounds into the Great Sword. That's the same combo that ended.
Again,
Gets the pivot, neutral light, went for the jumping side air, but Alex with the side sig, that's it. Well, he's getting the dodge whiffs, or he's not getting the dodge punishes. He's getting the opening hit every single time. Power now in orange, and that's going to be the stock max. There hits, recovery as well. Oh, he puts it the gravity, comes down, sig, and it gets reversed. It lasted long enough where if Alex spot dodge or dodge down, it would have hit. Oh no! Wow, that down air side air almost hit. This is going to be a 3 stock. West gets the side air. Is that it?
Didn't hit the
recovery
weapons
early.
off.
He has a
One more
dodge.
hit.
Recovery.
Why would you sideline? But it's still a 3.
Big weapon throw forces the fastball.
Oh,
Nicely
that's
done.
off stage. Doesn't threaten too hard. It's the recovery again, but that one's low, so not expected.
it.
This one off the soft platform. Recovery stuff got shoved over to the corner. Still
Slow
fighting
jumps.
back. Doesn't hit the ground.
Oh,
back.
he
In
dodged
again.
under the stage,
Oh,
and he hits
no.
the recovery. This is a perfect recovery knockback.
No movement.
Oh, the downlight misses, but DB gets that neutral light. Just double neutral sig. What? Downlight opener, just so much distance off that move catch. You can see it off guard, but the recovery hit. Oh, but it's been so great for DB. He just suffered that sidelight opener. Oh, slider doesn't hit, but he gets the neutral sig, and that's it.
He does find the bow, which can lead to the katana. That, of course, those signatures are weapon dependent. Another one, and Broly out of there. The Sares and Dares can be so devastating, they can lead to some really bad spots like that. The ground
Throw hits. Oh, gets it.
There it is.
Downlight.
Recovery again.
Yeah, you know, every time that I see it, I'm like, oh, we can't survive another Nair.
Another Nair, and there it
Up top there.
was close. Again, Fiend in position, just not finding the Nair. Nice GC downlight, gonna get that spin around for that finisher,
Whoa.
and a ground pound.
We're
What?
Ace off experts. Oh no,
What?
Balthazar, no! Okay,
It
he
was
makes
a
it back.
falling there. He
It was
still
a bait.
hit the side air. Okay. Again, throwing out these N6. Not
It's
really
slow.
good.
Oh, and the ground gets a
No
slide line.
movement.
That's gonna be it.
Yeah,
Balthazar
yeah.
can't make it back from that. Fiend takes the lead.
Super
And the
back
worst part about that
immediately.
recovery is that every single.
Oh,
no.
what? Knockout.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. Lopez was doing.
Oh!
That was a reference. Just grinding against the wall, still getting a strong hit. Sidelight, that's it.
Dodge, stop the dodge.
The
Better
stock.
come do it.
Oh, that's Sarah.
It's and the turn.
Oh, recovery comes straight up. Down air. It's there. Beautiful from LX. Trying to go for recovery. I think the recovery will knock out if he doesn't catch him completely grounded, but that's it.
What you want to be looking for, but that straight does have a considerable amount of force on it. Wesley used it really well. Charged just a little bit. Oh my gosh, has him in the red! Almost found the side air that would have surely been the stock. Wesley, second stock. How often Wesley spins the game grayed out? He just goes gray almost all the time. It is scary, and the neutral signature and the weapon.
Oh my gosh. He jumped out of that. If Wesley had gone for a recovery immediately after that neutral air, Gabriel would be dead right now, and he still is! I don't know if that was a play. What's for the D-Light? Not KO.
The three-piece. Oh no, Emperor has to be done here. And the taunt on. He doesn't have to rely on the punish game yet. Look at his juggling.
Smoke!
Oh my gosh!
Fiend gonna get the starve here. There we go. The weapon throw. Another NSEG could be coming out. No, screw it. Pocket Sam, baby. Light recovery from sword should give just enough damage. Oh, but first you have to get back to the floor. No, LX.
Oh, what? He'll be dead. Okay, Alex is dead. And then he just holds onto his stock, and the game is over. Yo, Alex fighting. Oh, he's flashing out. Sidelight there, going back to the regular sword for Fiend against LX's great sword. It's the dare. Oh, GCD lights the direction. Oh no! Oh, sword. There's the dare, taking out the recovery. Has LX in the orange. There's the punish. It's enough. He's starting to even this one up. Oh, that's the dodge.
Just like that, baby. He's getting aggressive.
Has him in the yellow.
After KO. He's gone!
Oh!
No! There it is!
Recovery! Oh! That
This is
weapon
like-
spawn did not come. That one did the... Oh, side air! Oh, even from the wrong side of the stage!
Now it's over for Wesley. Wesley.
Ooh. Oh, man.
Tars or something, but it is not. Wes, hold on. Hold on. Oh, never mind. DB just stared.
Going back in for that one. Oh, my gosh. Oh, he's still taking damage. He needs to get away from DB.
This game is pretty much DB's game to lose at this point. There we go. Let DB come back in. What? I don't know about that.
I don't know. Oh, God. Oh, it hurts. This could be the end for Wesley. Oh, and he's done. The weapon, that is brutal. D-Light Inlight comes out from Emperor. Another Inlight. I think if he would have hit a D-Light before that, it would have KO. But there's the D-Sig. Dustin just barely misses. Perfect dodge from Emperor. Gets the side air and the dare. Goes for the... Oh, man, the side signature miss. Would have been done so. Oh, GC D-Sig, and we have yet... Spawn comes in. Another hammer for Gabriel. Weapon toss goes down to protect the landing and the recovery. And Inlight is a true combo. Or into the D-Light recovery as the true combo with a heavy KO option. There's the side air. Weapon toss goes down. 45-degree angle. And
Not this skin. I think this skin is kind of the one that everyone ignores, though.
all of Jayon's skins are so good, but yeah, I think you're right. People are... Oh! Like, compared to the bow side signature. Oh, he's able to travel up high enough. Balthazar a little bit too hasty.
Nice.
Oh, this is looking...
Go for another one here, yup. And I'm going to come down and do it again, yeah.
Now that Lopez has touched the ground.
Okay. Lopez at this point is like in barbecue. Yeah, a recovery.
But that was very nice from Balthazar. Fast falling in time to get away from the greatsword down air. That was so close. He was ready on the Oh! Didn't want to burn it too early. But it would have maybe led to a kill or at least put Lopez in a really bad situation. The situation like Balthazar is in right now, taking so much damage on his second stock. He's coming out from Lopez. He's found a lot of those. That time he does get the N-Sig and the...
What's up, Brawlhalla, and welcome to Top 6 of the South America BCX Championship. I'm Foda, aka Fodacon, aka your guide to this Top 6 with my good friend TWK. How you doing, TWK?
Oh man, I am doing fantastically. This whole weekend of World Championship singles action has been crazy, and now one of the craziest regions has been boiled down to the creme de la creme.
The cream of the crop. The best of the best right now, right, so to speak.
That's yeah.
Top 6 is LX, DV, Fiend, Emperor, Wesley, and Lopez. This is intense. Now, all 6 of these guys are household names, especially at this point. I mean, if you didn't know, now you know. But this is a big deal here. LX and DB, they are the 2v2 champions of South America. And they're sitting in winner's final together. They're going to have to go up against each other. It's going to be a team kill no matter what. That's definitely going to be exciting. And then on the lower bracket side, in each match that we've got coming up here, you've got Fiend, who was taken out by LX sitting in winner's final. And then you've got Wesley, who was taken out by DB before the winner's final.
Right.
So these guys both were robbed of their winner's bracket glory and now need to fight their way through the lower bracket. But the people they're going to be going up against, Emperor and Lopez respectively, have already been fighting their way through the lower bracket.
Oh yeah. I mean, Emperor... Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, I'm just looking now because production was kind enough to send us over Fiend's Road to BCX. You see it down there.
Ooh.
It's all ones and twos. Mostly
a lot
ones.
of first places
place
there,
finishes.
yeah. A lot of first place, couple second place, a lot of first place.
He's so good. He's so good.
It was such a good fight against LX in the winner's semifinals, but couldn't make it to the winner's final. Fiend has quite the road ahead of him to get to Grands. He is the favored to win this. He is rank 1 in South America. And he even defeated LX in a Jayun Ditto in grand finals of the most recent tournament before this, the Mammoth Cup.
That's right.
So, I mean, Fiend has got a pedigree here. Look at the earnings he's made.
So that's
going up against Emperor here.
And Emperor, he's going to be locking in the Koji. And I see Fiend over on the Thatch.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Oh, this is going to be a fun match.
This is going to be great. Fiend versus Emperor. This is a storied battle here, as both of these guys have been on top of their region before. Back in the day, 2017, Emperor was vying for that top spot. And now, though his power ranking may deceive you here, oh geez, Fiend already starting strong here. I'm just saying, anything could happen here. I mean, Emperor has definitely got what it takes to beat Fiend, but you wouldn't, maybe not, dude. Maybe not.
It's looking a little rough. Wait a minute.
Okay. Fiend looks like he's going to get this. Oh, Emperor just barely avoiding it now.
He beat out the recovery?
He's
all
still,
right,
Fiend
still got the wall
more.
touch.
These guys
He's going to
crazy.
survive here. He got a little bit of extra damage, but a lot of those ground pounds, that's a ton of damage. Emperor definitely clawing his way back.
These guys are crazy. The way they're fighting off stage right now tells me that both of them are crazy. And so we're going to see a good match. Oh, nice punish from Fiend. Talk about efficient. I mean, he let him go over. And then waited till he had to fall for the slide kick. And then, it could have been a recovery. That's nice and easy. He's way up there. It may have killed. But the gravity cancel neutral signature, the hardest option out of downlight, he got the punish there. Unfortunately, can't find his way back to the stage. He falls just a little short with that gravity cancel side signature to make it back. I wonder if just a diagonal dodge would have made it.
Probably would have, but I think he was expecting the checkmate ground pound from Emperor,
yes.
And he was hoping to catch that out, get the hit, get the chase dodge for a little bit of extra security.
And it's surprising that Emperor didn't actually go for anything there. He could have gone back up uncontested.
Hey, he saw there was shark-infested waters, all right? The fin, it was swimming, and he's like, it's not safe to go back in yet.
He is respecting Fiend a lot off stage, it would seem. He's already had a couple close calls, and we've barely even started this match. We're only 2 minutes in. Uh-oh,
Oh!
Emperor. Oh, no. What
All
was
right,
that?
Emperor, returning in kind, went for a gravity cancel signature, much like Fiend. But, you
Looks
know, they
too
just didn't go
spicy,
for
man.
the bait.
Okay, Fiend's sidelight defense. He's guarding this weapon big time. Oh, nice grab.
Wow.
Emperor, that was slick.
Yeah, that was so sneaky. Oh, and he
Oh,
just gives it to him. He's
good.
like, all right, you wanted this weapon? I'm going to toss it your
Yeah.
way.
That was a good read to throw up with that weapon. Oh, he might convert it into a KO right now. Fiend, oh, he goes outside to avoid the weapon throw. He's still got a chance. My goodness, what a clever way to get back up to the stage. Emperor, there's nothing he could do about that. It looked like he had the checkmate, but Fiend still had a few more tricks. Still, a nice down light, neutral light combo from Emperor. Bread and butter, really, for the bow user.
That must have taken so much damage to knock out. I understand. Thatch is not a
Yeah,
high
a neutral
defense
light is
legend,
not
but
meant to
still.
kill. I mean, it can. But it's not designed as a kill move, that's for sure. Oh, Emperor! Whoa! Man, that was
Whoa.
slick. He's using the weapon throw to close the gap and keep the hit stun on for just long enough to land another hit. He even got a weapon regrab in that time. Man, that was good.
Yeah, and that brings us just neck and neck. Fiend now opting to swap over to the blasters. He wants to keep Emperor at a little extra distance.
He's going to need it here. We are coming down to the wire here, and somebody's about to lose the first round. This could be it right now. Fiend gets it. That's what I was expecting. Downlight, dash jump, recovery. That map they're playing on, Miami Dome, it's got a real low ceiling, so it lends itself to that kind of stuff. And Emperor immediately bans it out. You can't see it, but Emperor did not like Miami Dome. He's done
I
with
want to
Miami Dome.
mention right there, Fiend actually did less damage than Emperor and got the win. It's because he had those highly efficient knockouts. The slide kick into gravity cancel neutral heavy, the recovery at the end there, it was all just enough to score knockouts.
Every stock he took a little early. There were no gimps there, just a little early. All right, here we go. Game 2, Fiend up by 1. And already a nice start for Fiend, and it just keeps piling on. Oh my goodness. Emperor still hasn't touched a weapon, and he's in red. 15 seconds in, and Emperor's fighting for his life. Fiend continues to weapon starve, and Emperor is just wondering when it's going to be his turn to fight. And finally, he gets the opportunity. He has the sword in hand, but Fiend immediately ends the stock. Holy cow, 30 seconds. Emperor didn't get to do a dang thing, and that's insane.
Yeah,
Fiend's
Emperor
Thatch.
had a very slim window, and Fiend just slammed it on his fingers.
My goodness. I think obviously Fiend and Emperor have fought each other a lot. I mean, not only in tournaments, but I'm willing to bet that their ranked record together has over 300 games total. I mean, it probably more. I'm going with a safe bet to say 300 total between the two of them in ranked. And it seems like Fiend's got something locked down here. The Thatch pick seemed very intentional, specifically
Seems
for
real good.
Emperor. I don't think he's done playing Jaeyoon in this tournament. I think this is a character that he knows he has an advantage against Emperor with.
I mean, so far, it's definitely panning out. Sword, blasters, seems like every single option is working out. He's working on a 3-stock. Emperor needs to get this edge guard before it slips away.
Ooh. Okay.
Unconventional way to go with an edge guard, knocking him off the top of the screen. But hey, man, whatever gets the job done.
Pivot, slide charge, he even bounced off the wall. And it looked like it was almost like he still might have survived through it. Oh, Fiend, he's getting crazy. He's got room to play with here. He can be all kinds of silly right now and maybe still get away with the win, but that's probably what Emperor is counting on. Like, let your guard down, and I will take advantage.
I mean,
Still
right now
a full
he's gone
stock lead.
positive quite a bit. Getting Fiend into the orange, you know, Emperor still hanging on to his final stock, but those opportunities aren't going to last forever.
Just barely. It looks like Fiend is... Oh, and look at this corner guard. Oh, he messed up!
Oh,
He messed up, and Emperor took
wanted
advantage.
to
Back on
slide
the
charge
stage
that.
now, finally. Emperor's got a shot here. Oh, goes for the weapon throw. Ooh. New weapon. Here we go. Emperor Knocking Fiend off the side, looking for the kill right here. He's got to get it. Oh, Fiend slipped up for a moment, and Emperor did not take advantage, but he did not need to because immediately afterward, he scores a down air KO. And now with Fiend on a brand new fresh stock, with Emperor being about one hit from death, he's got to play a perfect stock here to somehow bring it back. So far, so good. He seems to really be in control of this, but again, Fiend, just one good hit. Oh!
Yeah,
he missed the
definitely
killing
went
blow.
for the three-piece there. Fiend now slicing Emperor off. He's got the weapon
Oh,
advantage.
jeez.
Tries to be tricky with the backslash.
He's running out of opportunities here. Fiend's running out of lives. At this point, he realizes it. He can tell his moves are a lot more calculated, and there we go. Gravity cancel sideline. A great move to kill somebody off stage like that. And he scores
and that
the
final
KO.
one, I mean, you could see it beat out Emperor's side air. Emperor was looking for the hit. He could have gotten the chase dodge back to stage, so Fiend was just so good at sniping it out early to even prevent the opportunity.
And it looks like we'll be going right back to Mammoth Fortress once again. Now Fiend is up 2-0. Emperor is staring down the barrel of a 3-0 loss. You know, you don't want to go down to a clean sweep.
Yeah, you got to get something on the board.
There's a moral victory at stake here.
It's important.
Oh, nice.
Oh, jeez, that's so much damage.
Man, Fiend really is playing at range here with the blasters.
I mean, he has to. Look what happens every time that Emperor gets in. Fiend last game was working on a 3-stock. Emperor managed to cut that down to 1.
Oh, it's Emperor's opportunity here. Oh, man, that was crazy.
Is he going to get the slide charge down sig this time? He went for it that last game.
Dude, he doesn't have it. He can't go to the wall. Oh, nice. He knew he couldn't go to the wall, so he went way up high. And, uh-oh. Oh, he's in trouble. No, Emperor, no, not like this. That wasn't even a KO for Fiend. That was just a death for Emperor.
It's like they both went into
man.
that offstage deciding one of us is not coming back.
And now Fiend has a stock advantage here, while Emperor he has no second chances. This is an elimination match. Whoever loses this match is out of the tournament. Oh, what is Fiend doing? Oh my goodness, this is getting wacky. I think Emperor might be donezo here. We're gonna watch him fight to his last breath, but it would be hard pressed to find Fiend losing this game right now. Oh, I love it! Look at that!
The back-to-back.
That is so nice. We see very few people pulling that off. We see very few people playing Thatch at all. But did you know he's got a true Sig combo? Oh, Fiend! What a madman!
Slap
All right,
off
Emperor
the wall.
looking to prevent the
no!
three-stock. No!
The three-stock!
Wow! 3-stock, 3-0. Fiend greater than Emperor, undeniably. Holy moly. That is it. Emperor is out of the tournament in 5th place, and Fiend's going to move on to the losers semifinal, where he'll be waiting for the winner of our next match coming up. It's going to be Wesley versus Lopez.
Man, so, you know, if you were looking, hey, is there going to be a 3-stock in top 8? Look no further. That's just immediately delivered.
Fiend was looking so nice throughout this entire set. He really had control the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
And check out this bracket here. Like I was saying, Fiend waiting now for the winner of our next match, West versus Lopez. And you still got LX and DB up there in the winner's final. We'll be watching that one after this next match coming up.
Ooh, all right, so Wes versus Lopez. Now, here's the thing. We've seen Wes, you know, he played a lot of Olgrim. We did see, what was it, I think the Princess Bubblegum in one of these matchups.
Very
And
exciting. Hope he does it again.
I really like that pick just because we've seen it. The Blaster's down signature outranges pretty much all the greatsword stuff, so you're able to, I don't know, have a little bit more breathing room in the matchup. But wait, there's an even more different pick coming from Wes right now.
Even more different? That is even more different. It looks like he's playing Koji. That's wild. You know, I feel like Wes has got the advantage here statistics-wise. But I kind of fell in love with Lopez's gameplay in the doubles tournament, in the BCX doubles for South America. So, I don't know. We'll see. And Lopez is going with Jaehyun. He played it in the winner's bracket. He did not play it in doubles. It's a little surprising to see him on it in singles, but looks like he knows what he's doing. Wesley picking Koji. That is very different. Has he played Koji at all through this tournament? This seems like a very direct anti-Lopez pick here.
I think it is, because I'm looking through all the past matches. We've got a ton of Ulgrim. We had the Princess Bubblegum. There's some Thor in there. And, yeah.
Okay,
right now,
no way!
It's just
my
the right
goodness! Wesley, how did that even... Yes! That was something else.
He's wild. He's absolutely wild.
I can't believe that landed. Lopez must be kicking himself right now. I've been there. You know, you mess up an easy punish, and fall into a charge signature. At that point, all Wesley could do is wait and hope, right? And, it worked. It worked out. I don't think you can count on that one happening again. He got out of that one, luckily.
Sometimes, you know, sunk cost might be a fallacy, but, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah, at that point, he went in for the pound, big time. Oh, nice combo.
Yeah, bouncing him off the ground there, slicing off the top. Wesley did build himself a little bit of a lead, but Lopez can erase that if he gets just the proper dodge read.
That's true. Yeah, you're never really safe here.
Are you
oh,
serious?
My goodness. He charged it a good bit there. It wasn't quite like the last time, but... Oh, Wesley is going for hard reads now. He has decided that he needs to be inside Lopez's head to win this game.
I mean, nice. It looks like he's already there.
Yeah. He's renting space in Lopez's brain.
He's moved in, first and last deposit already done.
Yeah, and Lopez really doesn't like him taking up shop in there. Lopez down to his final stock now. Wesley, he's pretty healthy on this second stock. He can make a few mistakes here and still come out on top. So let's see if Lopez will equalize or Wesley will push his lead even further. Oh,
Lopez?
Man, looking good for Lopez. Wesley's barely even gotten a word in edgewise.
Pocket
Off
save.
the side, that's not enough. Lopez looking for the finisher.
Whoa.
Wow, he goes for it. And Wesley, really nice dodge, managing to stay alive through that ground pound.
Yeah, it's like a little earlier or a little later, and he would have just been done.
Now we've got a classic sword duel here, of which
Sabers
Wesley
at
seems
dawn.
to be winning. Oh, but here comes Lopez, a beautiful three-piece for the finish. Taking
right, so
Wesley down to
Lopez-
his final stock.
Yeah, he's set himself up here nicely. He's got the great sword, Wesley coming in. That respawn invulnerability's gone. Oh, got the dodge read a little bit.
Little bit. 1.5 seconds. Oh, whoa, Wesley!
All right,
Wow.
that was one of the most efficient knockouts
I've
have
never
ever
seen that.
When he got hit, he flashed orange. So he wasn't even full red yet. That was wild.
Let's see that one again. Okay, well, we got this kill. Okay, next one. Look at this. Look at this. What in the world, dude? That was like a true combo. Off the side, slide out. Oh, he used the built-in movement with the roll on that side signature to fall off the side. It wasn't so much a slide charge as it was a fall off. A tactical fall.
You know, you just got to tuck and roll. That's right.
He tucked and rolled, dude, when it mattered most. And now Wesley's up a game here in this set.
So we are swapping over to Demon Island. The walls are going to be a lot shorter, so those offstage interactions that they've already had, we're going to see even more of those. I think, you know, Wesley's probably going to pressure a lot of those edge guards.
You know, I gotta say, for the longest time, we've been watching Wesley compete in South American tournaments. Uh-oh, wait, hold on. He might be in trouble here. Ooh, that's all he had left. No, what a madman! Oh my goodness. I think I knew his jump count better than he did there. I can't believe he still went out for more without resetting his jumps. He had nothing left. Lopez kept knocking him out. Oh my goodness. Well, I was going to talk about how much Wesley impresses me with his ability. You know, oh my God, Wesley!
That was all right.
insane.
I felt that one.
What a way
that
to
one
turn it
hurt
around.
me. The bow ground pound, it's so incredibly strong, even just normally, but hitting it that low, I don't care what damage you're at, you're gone.
He could have been at white. He could have been untouched, and that still would have killed with where Wesley landed at. Unbelievable.
Ooh.
Holy cow. All right, you know, as I was saying, wait, every time I try to bring it up, a kill happens. Come on, Wesley, let's get back to the stage here. Okay. Dude, okay, so we've seen Wesley competing for a long time this year, and it's almost always been on Lance, right? A lot of Ulgrim from Wesley throughout the year.
Right.
And that gave me the impression that Wesley is a bit of a one-trick, right? He's all about the Lance. He does well with the Lance, and without the Lance, he's not going to do so well. But I could not be more wrong, dude. He's here doing it with Koji now. Before that, what was it? Princess Bubblegum. He's brought out Thor. It's like every weapon he's actually a master with.
Yeah,
and I thought he was just a Lance player. I'm incorrect.
He is That's what I was looking at too, but man, this Koji, it's been doing work. However, it does have to do quite a bit more to bring back this match. Lopez has been really catching these dodges and turning it into maximum punishes.
Yeah, as good as that ground pound kill was, Wesley still is at a major deficit here that could get worse. Oh, nice. Oh, my goodness. Wesley's movement is unbelievable. I think... Yeah, that'll do it. That far off the side, pocket sand.
So Lopez, in decisive fashion, tying up the set. I think it was a lot of, he was just starting to key in on where Wesley likes to dodge. The first game, Lopez wasn't really able to get any extended chains from the greatsword or even strings from the sword. Here, he seemed to catch so many dodges and turn them into maximum conversions every single time.
Yeah, Lopez is dialing in onto Wesley's dodging habits. How he reacts out of hit stun makes all the difference. If you get that read on Greatsword, you can make a lot happen.
Oh, yeah. So now
without that read, not so great.
Well, Demon Island is out of here. So Lopez opting for the stage closest in flavor. We're going over to Apocalypse.
Better than Demon Island, for Wesley anyway. There's less runway here for Lopez to get going with the greatsword strings.
Oh yeah, and that soft platform up top gives him somewhere else to land that's not just all this flat ground that Lopez can use so well.
Yeah, he is catching these dodges like crazy now. Again, okay.
Man, we were talking game one about Wesley living in Lopez's head. Lopez just hit him with the deed, saying, nah, I got this.
Oh, right.
The delay?
Wesley dodges away, and Lopez catches him with the downlight finisher, which reaches forward just far enough to land the hit on that dodge away. Whoa, Wesley's running away with this now. I mean, Lopez. Lopez is running away with this now. Wesley's running away from Lopez.
I mean, listen, he's got it. Lopez even spacing out those arrow shots. He got in front of it once. He got behind it the other time. He is just cutting up Wesley. No recourse.
Oh, my goodness. This is brutal. 1 minute in, Wesley's lost 2 stocks. It looks like Wesley... I don't know,
He's got to change something.
I don't know what it is. He might be defeated mentally at this point. Lopez just seems to be in his head. Everything is working. Oh, never mind. Wesley's not giving up here. Look at this. Ooh, he was just over the side. Doesn't matter. He caught it with the side signature. Wesley's got to play a perfect stock just to catch up. A perfect stock.
This is certainly going to be a tall order. Lopez really hunting for these dodges. Oh, yo, nice. Let's go, Wesley.
Yeah, that was nice. Uh-oh. Okay.
Wesley,
Wesley dodged pretty early there, and it was looking like go time for Lopez, but Wesley still managed to make it up over the stage.
Ooh, I like Wesley. He's noting that Lopez is looking for a lot of these dodges, so now he's just walking or jumping out of these chain resets.
Oh, are you serious? Downlight into pocket sand. Wesley could make it back. Wait.
Oh, okay. That was actually 4D chess they were playing.
Yeah, it actually was. Because at that point, Wesley, he needed to land a chase dodge to make it back. He could have just dodged back to the stage, but Lopez was in position for a checkmate ground pound. So Wesley tries to do something that baits out a way for him to get the chase dodge. Lopez, realizing what the situation creates here, he just ground pounds, and he finishes himself. He knows he's a stock ahead. Don't give Wesley the ground pound chase dodge. Hilarious, dude. That's hilarious.
That was such a smart finish. Like, actual big brain plays. So that puts Lopez up 2-1 in the set now. Wes, I wonder, is he going to be shopping around? Is it time to bench the Koji and bring in something
it's time to bring out the classics.
familiar?
It's time for Ulgrim. You can't go out. This could be his last game of 2020, and he can't go out not playing his tried and true, the character that got him this far. You know?
Yeah, I'm expecting some sort of change. I'm just not entirely sure. Is it the return to Ulgrim? Is he bringing out the Princess Bubblegum again?
Bubblegum would be great. You know, the Vrax signatures have a lot of range on them, and they're really fast. That will beat the Greatsword before Greatsword can even do anything about it, you know?
Right.
But that's a playstyle we've never seen Wesley use before. I don't know if it would work out. But Bryn.
It's going to be the Bryn. Taking one out of
I don't know what to
speed
think about this.
to go for the Dex. So he's going to have the spear. He's got the axe. You know, those are pretty long-range weapons all said and done. But I think it's really, you know, Bryn just has great signatures for scoring knockouts.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
We'll see how this goes. I mean, at this point, I know better than to doubt Wesley. I'm sure he's just also a master of Bryn, in addition to all the other characters he's masterful at.
Yeah, I mean, so that long time play of Ulgrim, that gives him the axe. The spear, a little bit more of a question mark. So I'm very curious to see what happens when he swaps over to that.
Good start already for Wesley here. Uh-oh, Lopez gets the starter but cannot continue on Wesley. Wesley doing a great job getting out of these greatsword strings before they come too bad. As soon as I say that, though, as soon as I say that, Lopez catches his dodge and finishes him for it.
Yeah, that's the thing. They were kind of trading blow for blow, but a lot of Wesley's were those mid-range weapon tosses, which all said and done, they don't do that much damage, just in the single digits at best.
Oh, no. Oh, off the side. Wesley's got an opportunity here. Oh, this is it. Oh, and Wesley covers himself with a weapon throw. He had nothing left. Wesley had the opportunity, and Lopez still managed to get back safely. Wesley taking out Lopez's first stock here, but he is pretty far behind. And again, Lopez is on match point.
Yeah, that's the thing. Wesley, to hope about continuing on in the tournament, he's got to win these next two games with one stock to do it with. That's going to be rough.
My goodness.
Lopez almost lapping him. That is such a lead.
Yeah, man, Demon Island is exactly where Lopez wanted to go. When Wesley didn't ban it out, Lopez was like, jackpot, because he's scoring kills the same way. He gets him, he gets him into orange, gets him near the edge, and if he can get that downlight finisher combo, it might just be over, and Wesley's done. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Lopez wins the match, and we'll move on to the loser's semifinal, where Fiend is waiting for him. Wesley out of the tournament in 5th place.
Incredibly well played by Wesley, but I gotta give it up. Lopez, with those, especially the Demon Island map picks, I mean, he used that for maximum effectiveness, and we saw every game that was there, it was just so dominantly in favor of Lopez, and as he got better and a little bit more adapted to all the different dodge directions that Wesley was prone to, he really just turned on the gas.
So now we've got our top 4 here. LX and DB, Fiend and Lopez. That is your South America top 4 for BCX, the most prestigious tournament. We've been waiting all year for this. These players have been practicing all year for this, competing, blood, sweat, and tears. It all comes down to this now. We're going to be watching Winners Final next. Get hyped. This is going to be an exciting one here because it's a team kill. We're looking at LX and DB, who are the 2v2 champions of Brazil, of South America. And only one of them can win here. The loser will go down to Losers Final, where they'll be waiting for the winner between Fiend and Lopez. And I think we both know that Fiend or Lopez is capable of taking out LX or DB. At this point, we do not know. There's no way to know. Anyone's prediction is as likely to be wrong as anyone else's at this point.
Yeah, I do want to say, LX and DB, although they are teammates, I guess the best you could possibly hope for is you're both guaranteed top 3.
Yes.
Obviously, you're going to hope, hey, could we get 1 and 2 and take the doubles? That would be such an amazing closeout to their year. And, you've got to fight each other eventually. That's just how tournament brackets funnel out. So it's great that they managed to do it as late as possible as Winners Finals.
Yeah, at least they didn't meet before this, I suppose. Lucky them.
Yeah.
Because we had a lot of other team kills, right? Emperor and Broly, brothers, had to fight each other in the first round of this tournament. Later on, Fiend and Baltazar, twin brothers, had to fight each other, and that was just in round 2 of the winners bracket.
Man.
DV and LX, while not family brothers, are brothers in arms, and they didn't have to meet each other till winners final. So we're just waiting for LX and DV to join the lobby now. Looks like LX is having some troubles. He's coming. Yeah, he's ready. All right, I think we're ready to do this. LX versus DB. Okay. You know it's going to be a Jaeyoon mirror match. They've been playing Jaeyoon since the moment he came out. These are the 2 best Jaeyoon players around right now in South America, surely.
I see DB sitting on level 51. He's on the back half of the 100. So he's definitely.
And LX even more than that. I don't remember the number. He just left the lobby, but it's like 60-something.
Jeez.
They are the most
crazy.
practiced, the most experienced Jaeyoons. And but they're gonna fight each other here. And I don't know how they handle the mirror. To me, in fighting games, competitions like this, a mirror is a very different kind of match than anything else, than any other matchup. Because whatever tools you have, they have too. It changes things, man.
I
wonder how this is going to shake out.
I know Taz mentioned this time and again, where he's like, there are 2 types of players. They either relish the mirror match or they absolutely hate it. So
it's good analysis.
It's just the question of what kind of players are DB and LX? Are they going to stick it through all the way? Are we going to see any switches off? And who's it going to be?
I wonder. Yeah, I wonder how they feel about the mirror match. I personally cannot stand a mirror match. That's an easy way to take me out of a tournament is mirror me. Even if you're not as good with that character, it's something about it just messes me up. LX and DV, I get the feeling they're both up for the challenge here.
Oh, yeah.
So let's get to this. Winners final of the South American BCX Championship.
Getting right into it. First weapon going the way of DB. It's the fire extinguisher. That's actually a sword. Watch out.
DB uses the fire extinguisher. That's, who does that belong to? John Cena, I think.
Yeah. John Cena.
I don't know if chat's going to like that one, man.
A little bit of a stretch, but you know what? He's the one who picked the weapon
No,
skin.
that was good. That was good. All right, both players in orange here. It's looking even. LX gets out of his combo early. He didn't even go for the finisher. He thought, that was enough. I'm going to get out while I'm ahead. Ooh, gravity cancel. Gets the downlight finisher with that. Really good move from LX there. He's got a good lead. He could end DB. Oh, that would have been it. And that'll do it as well. Picking him up off the floor with that recovery. DB was damaged enough for that to kill. It's already in red. LX in orange. He can take a few hits here. He's got room to work with.
Whoa.
Except that would have killed him, yeah.
Yeah, that was a big attempt. LX managed to stay just above it, and now DB trying to make sure he stays above everything else. Those recoveries looking to knock out.
Oh, nice dodge from LX. My goodness, he should be dead right now. DB still looking for the killing blow. He tries to get it with that sidelight. Oh, LX knew! LX knew exactly what DB was up to there. Did not go in for a punish until the finisher was done. And DB could have stopped early. He could have dash canceled out, but he was counting on LX going for a punish too early. LX not going to fall for that. He is a master Jayun player. He knows what DB wants to do. Oh, this is it.
Ooh.
Nice. DB catches the finisher there.
And so important to catch LX right before he landed on the ground, because that would have reset his dodge cooldown and made him able to get out before that finisher.
DB super damaged here. He's got to play an amazing stock, or LX could just end him. This could be it right here. Oh, man, recovery. He's going in for it deep. DB without a weapon, and LX has a second greatsword ready. Oh, my goodness. Dash canceled into the neutral signature. LX scores another KO, putting him one full stock in the lead. And this is huge. I don't know if DB's going to be able to make it back from this at this point.
Yeah, now just getting fully lapped by LX. It's going to be a tall order. He's got to catch on to those dodges. Oh, went for one read, but LX going outside instead of in.
Oh, man.
Both of them are just trying so hard to get some sort of dodge
he
read.
got
LX
the
is the one that finds it, turns it into a ton of damage, and DB's now in the orange.
Man, these Jayun Dittos, between these two players, as good as they are about landing the strings, we're really looking for the first dodge read. Oh, there it is. DD scores a KO, but he's in kill range right now. It's going to be real difficult for him to come away with a win here when LX can just finish him with a neutral signature, any of the signatures. They'll kill at this point. Even a recovery. Oh, my, but DB might just take it from him. Oh, that signature would have been it. LX, the neutral sig, it actually wasn't enough. I'm surprised. DB's got one more chance. Nope, that was his one chance. It's gone now.
He had one chance. LX had one more neutral signature. It all evens out. LX on top.
That's game one going to LX now. 1-0 in this set. Pretty close from DB. He was always like a stock behind. He never had the lead in that game.
It's really, really rough having to make that comeback consistently, because if you just trade all the way down, but you were behind a stock, well, that's the game in your opponent's favor. So we're going to be running it right back. Same legends, same map.
Same
Only
map.
changes in the gameplay.
I like that we're playing on Crystal Temple. This is cool.
Oh, it's a great map. I know Flambeau was talking earlier about this one not being too bad for Greatsword, because he's like, all right, usually you want that open runway, right? You want to go for those chains.
Yeah.
Platforms are usually just somewhere for other people to get away from your chains. But here, these ones are low enough where you can actually threaten with your neutral signature in between.
Yeah, I was going to say, the soft platforms here, you can land your neutral signature when you're standing on them, so they're absolutely unsafe to be on. Oh my goodness, look at LX chasing DB, looking for the dodge. DB is being more and more conservative with his dodge, which is good. He's not being predictable with it. On the other hand, LX is catching on to the fact that DB's not dodging as early as he could, and is just going ahead with his combos then. If DB doesn't dodge, then LX can just continue.
Yeah, that is, kind of the RPS rock, paper, scissors going on there. Ooh, just outspaces the pocket sand, turns it into a little bit of a chain, but DB fires back. Keeping the damage trade fairly even, but once again, DB is playing back a stock.
Yeah. But in this whole set, DB has never been in the lead here. This could be it. Nice. LX manages to avoid everything. My goodness. He ducked under the weapon throw. Perfect dodge through the recovery, and LX is somehow still alive. DB is just trying to catch up here. He just needs one more hit.
Man, he is trying his hardest to get it. The side air even bouncing off stage. That cuts its force quite a bit. But the
There we
sword
go.
recovery.
All right.
Just
All right,
uncorks
DB
the
has
fire
caught up
extinguisher.
here. There's a damage deficit to deal with, but it's not too bad. Unless LX catches his dodge again, which he almost got it right there. Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, LX is a beast.
Yeah, because I like how he did the opener bridge, dashed out, and wasn't even going for another opener right after. He was actually just pacing with DB, just following and being like, all right, what are you going to do, buddy?
Oh,
Ooh, caught the recovery, but not
Is
the
he?
dodge, so Alex was
Ah,
able
he's
to
not dead.
challenge with the gravity cancel.
okay, DB is oh no, he was catching up. I was going to say he's close now. And then LX just takes him out.
Yeah, that rock
once
spray
again-
is so deadly. Even, especially when you're that damaged, it doesn't matter how much stage you have left to cover. That's a horizontal send.
Right, yeah. At a certain point, the position doesn't matter anymore, and a kit's gonna kill with enough force. Once again, DB is playing from behind here. He has to try and catch up, and oh my, LX just keeps catching him. He's just gonna take him out again. It's gonna be a 2-stock lead.
Oh my gosh,
Oh.
gets right behind the pocket sand, punishes with the recovery, and that's LX now 2-0.
Unbelievable. Look at this last stock here. Okay, there's the first one. That was cool. Here comes the second one. We all know how that one went.
Yep.
But this last one here, look at, he gets around the pocket sand. Perfect punish with the pivot recovery. Taking DB out, now up 2-0. It seems pretty clear that LX has got it over DB. I mean, DB is a worthy adversary here in the Jaeyoon Ditto, but it seems clear, man, that LX is the better Jaeyoon, and we might be looking at a clean sweep here. I'd love to be proven wrong. I'd love to see a comeback from DB here, but I don't see it in the cards, man. LX is just too much to handle.
I think it's going to be very telling. DB needs to take the first stock here, set up a very, essential lead. He needs to do it in commanding fashion to send the message and break the momentum of LX. Because if LX
Breaking
can just
the
ride
momentum
this
would do a
wave,
lot.
yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that's a real thing, the momentum here. Because look at this. I mean, LX has got him. You can see the mental advantage he's got here, where DB is falling into traps. LX is setting things up, and they keep working out. His punishes are on point. Look at this. DB thinks he thinks he can go for a safe opener here. Goes for that sidelight. LX manages to punish it. DB goes for a read. LX gets out of it.
Jeez. Yeah, LX just always seems to be pacing DB. Even a lot of these openers, he's playing perfect footsies, just out of range of the opener, and actually gets a punish in with it, usually like a dash sword sidelight or something.
And once again, LX has a full stock lead here, and DB's trying to catch up. And he's gonna be he's capable of catching up.
Ooh.
It'd be a lot easier for him if he was in the lead ever in this set. My goodness, LX.
Oh man, LX jockeying for position. DB just trying to keep him out. You see a lot of these openers, and he tossed the great sword, now going unarmed, over onto the fire extinguisher. A little more freedom of mobility.
Oh. Man, DB's still looking for the first KO. Whoa, okay, he scared him.
Oh, all
that
right.
works, dude. The mental gimp. Mind gimp.
So now DB does have an opportunity here. He needs to catch several dodges in a row to
Yeah,
bring back
it's
this
a-
damage deficit, and ideally, you can't go down to your final stock before LX. But LX denies it.
This is potentially DB's final stock of the tournament, and LX seems all too happy to take out his teammate. I mean, look, double season is over. He's not his teammate anymore. Not till next year.
Great late dodge by DB, getting just around that opener. But he's got to turn it into something more significant. He's building the damage that he needs to, but unfortunately, he's taken quite a bit himself.
Yeah, even if he takes the stock off of LX, he's got quite the road ahead of him. And that's it. LX takes him out with a 2-stock lead. Clean sweep 3-0 in winners final. Oh my goodness. LX with a commanding victory earns his spot in grand finals. And I mean it when I say earns his spot.
Oh, yeah. I
That
mean,
was
he
brutal.
was just dissecting DB's play. Every dodge, he was going for openers. He wasn't going for extended chains if he didn't see that dodge yet.
Look at this. Oh my goodness, his reads are so good. He knows when to cut the greatsword string short and chase with a jump, or just dash cancel and follow. His pursuit was really, really nice, and his reaction to what DB was doing was split second. I mean, this guy is fast.
I
so we're
can't
gonna-
fathom those kind of reactions. Absolutely unreal.
I mean, he was really dialed in there. And so now we're going to go down to the losers semifinals match. It's Lopez versus Fiend. The winner will move on to fight the loser of the last round, DB. DB's just waiting to see who among these two is worthy to face him in the losers finals for a chance at grand finals, where LX is just hanging out.
And he's got the winner's bracket advantage, too. He just needs to win one set. Whoever comes from lowers needs to win 2 sets to take the tournament.
Yeah,
Alex
Alex
is
is sitting
chilling.
pretty, man. He is in a good. That's the best place to be. Winner's side grand finals.
He's
All
chilling,
right,
but
ladies
even
and gentlemen.
colder than that, there's Fiend in the depths, those deep, dark, cold waters with the Shark Thatch.
I believe in Shark Thatch. I think Shark Thatch is the ticket to victory here.
Think it's enough to take on the Jae-Yun from Lopez?
Well, I think, at least Fiend doesn't need to worry about counter picks anymore. I think he knows what his opponents are going to pick now.
Right.
Because everybody left in the tournament aside from Fiend is on the Greatsword now, right? Yep.
Right?
Is playing Jaehyun. And Fiend as well. And that's what, that's the thing, is that Fiend might have a better Jaehyun than Lopez locked and loaded. So if the Thatch doesn't work out for him, he might go for the mirror instead, and that might work out better. But, man, if that first stock is telling him anything, it looks like Lopez might have the advantage here.
I mean, look, Lopez, he absolutely loved the Demon Island pick in his previous set, and the fact that Fiend is on a low defense legend. The low damage on the early openers from the Greatsword doesn't matter as much, because you're going to knock him out that much.
I'm surprised we're at Demon Island here. Didn't Fiend watch the last game Lopez played?
Oh my gosh, I mean, I hope so, but right now,
my goodness.
Lopez
Never
making
fight
it look-
Lopez in Demon Island.
Just don't do it.
Fact.
Lopez is the demon. This is his
island. Oh, nice. Okay, Fiend catches him with the neutral signature. Well done. He's got a full stock to take just to catch up. If he plays a perfect stock here, we'll be evened up. Lopez is in a pretty good position here. Nice. Okay. Oh, Fiend is in his head.
That was big.
This is Fiend now.
Great. We were looking for Fiend to do a ton of damage without taking a bunch. So he started to make that comeback, but oh no! All right, crucial dodge outs here.
Oh, that's not going to be enough. Oh, okay, I was wrong.
The efficiency.
It's not a short ceiling on this stage, and he didn't look that damaged, but caught him with the downlight recovery.
Oh, jeez.
No, Lopez, quick to answer back, taking game 1. Look at them in their synchronized poses.
Yeah, that last stock, that last knockout there, it was all just classic unarmed, catch him as he's trying to land.
All right, Fiend switching to Jaehyun.
All right, so one of those
it's all
players
Jaehyun's all day now.
that kind of relishes the mirror taking Lopez on I don't know, common ground.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking Fiend, you know, despite LX having the most experience on Jaeyoon, I reckon Fiend might be the best Jaeyoon. We've seen Fiend defeat LX in brackets before in a Jaeyoon mirror match.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, Lopez just dodging the finisher there. That's where the bulk of the damage is on these chains.
Now, Fiend's getting spicy with his greatsword combos. He keeps trying to end them with the dash cancel signature. Rather than using the built-in finishers, he wants a sig to end it and catch Lopez off guard. But Lopez has not been caught off guard by it the last 2 times he's attempted. And it might be safer to just go for the finisher. Just go for the downlight ender.
Oh!
For the side light ender. Oh my goodness. Okay.
I thought for a moment that weapon toss was going to save Fiend's life and just knock him out of the final hit from that signature or right after. But Lopez, you know, he did the math. He was like, all right, area under the curve equals Fiend's stock.
That's good math. Oh, Fiend gets disarmed. I think he's got a sword coming up next. Oh yeah, he'll finish him off with that sword there. Downlight recovery for the ender. And he's going to keep the sword. Look at that. He got rid of his greatsword. He's got a second sword queued in. I think that was more about weapon-starving Lopez than grabbing a second sword. But in any case, we've seen Fiend's sword. He is a master.
I mean, it's the commonality between this and his previous Thatchman.
Oh, yep, that's true. He's got some great sigs on this character too, so seems like a good pick. Go with what you know and add a little extra spice to it.
Ooh.
Okay, Lopez getting close to death here on his second stock. Fiend not too far behind, but he's got a damage advantage at the moment. Whoa, that could have been it, though. Oh, Fiend looking for a finisher. Oh, what's he going to do? Okay, Lopez was so afraid of getting edge guarded that he actually left himself in a position where he could not make it back. Look at this. Fiend actually getting rid of the greatsword. He is not interested in fighting with greatsword right now.
I mean, hey, the regular sword, it's been working out for him. It's
a
you know,
good
kind
sword.
of one of his tried and true weapons that he's played for years.
Oh! Oh! Lopez! That was such a sick combo!
Yeah, that was awesome. Rolling off of that top platform and immediately following up with the extended edge guard. And couldn't have come at a moment too soon.
All right. Oh, Fiend looking like he's going to take this game here. He's getting closer and closer. Lopez, is that going to be it? Oh, Lopez avoids the weapon throw, and Fiend finishes him off with the side light. That's game for Fiend, tying up the set now 1-1.
So Fiend going over to Miami Dome, swapping over to the sword greatsword combo instead of sword blasters. Definitely working out.
I'm going to Mammoth Fortress. Once again, it's a mirror. But it's not really a mirror because Lopez, he favors the greatsword and Fiend favors the sword. Little sword.
This is one of those like Jaeyoon looking at himself in the broken mirror, just being like, ah, that's my shadow self.
I like that I like that Fiend's using a default Jaeyoon.
Oh my gosh,
whoa,
double pocket
whoa!
sand!
Is he done?
Oh.
Okay, that was interesting. I think maybe he'd have gone back to the stage faster without the gravity cancels, but that's a hard calculation to make here just by looking.
Yeah, Fiend was definitely scheming.
That was a scheme. That was some Thor stuff. That's the kind of stuff he used to do on Thor, right? He had a lot of shenanigans with the neutral signatures to make it back. But the thing is that neutral signature, though it does jump high, has almost no horizontal movement. Oh, that's going to kill. Wow, he caught that all the way over on the side. Fiend is getting slammed this round.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, you know, Fiend, he goes for, you're right, a lot of those signatures to end his chains, but Lopez was always dodging away from them. And I guess Lopez was like, you know, that looks kind of fun. Why don't I mix in a couple SIGs?
Oh, good catch. He's still not dead. Okay, but he is, though.
Yeah, that extra distance, you know, he caught him up in the air after you'd already spent several of his recovery options.
Dude, this would be a miracle for Fiend to come back from this.
Yeah, that first stock was so early in the favor of Lopez. I mean, it was actually monumental. The double pocket sand, he was just emptying everything he had.
Oh, how's he going to avoid this? Oh, nice. Covers himself with a neutral. Oh, it doesn't matter. Lopez catches him over the corner with the pocket sand. Now, Lopez is up 2-1 in the set. He just needs one more game to make it to top 3. This match, this is an important match here. This is a podium match. The winner makes it to the podium. The loser falls just short.
Oh, man. You know they're vying for those medals. Jeez, that last knockout was like the dirtiest thing. That was eye-level pocket sand. Hit it right in his face.
Right in his eyes, dude. That's awful.
See, that's why he's got the one eye closed there. It's not the scar. It's actually
right.
just a little bit more dirt he's got to wash out.
It's all that pocket sand, yeah. Fighting all these mirror matches. Okay, so Fiend left small Brawlhaven open, and Lopez picked it immediately. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lopez is on set point here. Fiend with his back against the wall. He's got to win twice in a row. Lopez is just looking for this one more sweet victory. Will take him to top 3. Such a prestigious place to be. BCX final, top 3. My goodness. Okay, oh, Lopez catches him. Gets a little 3-piece there. But Fiend manages to get out without his dodge getting red. Fiend's turn here. Oh, no. He can only get the 3. Man, Lopez with these dash cancels. Oh, he caught. Oh, my goodness. Oh,
jeez.
He's so quick. No! Wow, I can't believe it. Oh, my goodness. That was so early. He caught him while he was way up in the sky with the second recovery, and Fiend is now in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This small Brawlhaven pick, Lopez, it gives him the open ground that he was looking for. You're scoring earlier knockouts, so double recovery, double pocket sand, all these double hard hits that Lopez is a fan of.
Oh, Fiend's got an opportunity here. Oh, man, he tries to catch him with the second. Lopez going around the other side. Is he going to be able to make it? Yes, he's got his jumps back. He's going again, and he's going to sneak up.
Oh!
What? He catches Fiend off guard. He's going up into the sky. One more recovery will do it. But Fiend manages to escape, disarming Lopez now. He's looking for the finishing blow, and he catches him with the neutral signature. Well done by Fiend, but look at this. He's still got a full stock to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wonder, fantastic that he did manage to cut that first stock of Lopez down before losing his second, but, man, he's got to do some significant work. Massive dodge reads need to happen here. Those signatures at the end of chains need to start paying off, or he's got to switch it up.
Well, he's catching up right now, actually. He's got Lopez in orange.
Oh,
Slaps
yeah.
him away. Oh, but what a good play by Lopez there. The weapon throw is coming in. That would have stifled his attempts to counter Fiend there. Instead, he dodges, cancels out of the dodge with the downlight, and finishes off Fiend with the follow-up. It's a beautiful play by Lopez, really. But here we are, Fiend potentially on his final stock of the tournament, unless he wins this. It takes us to Game 5. Oh, man.
The double recovery goes for the triple.
That side signature would have been it. Fiend is clinging on for dear life. Lopez might just finish it
my
right
gosh.
now. Oh, man, he wants it. But Fiend fights him off. Not before
There's a
getting
chance.
knocked into red health. He's got to play a perfect stock here. Oh, and Lopez almost ended it with an unarmed recovery. Lopez wants it bad. He's going for, whoa, Fiend. Okay. Oh, man, this is close. This could be Fiend's tournament life here. Anything, a lot of things will kill Fiend
Oh,
here. That's
the
one of them.
pocket
That is
sand.
it.
Lopez taking that 3-1 over Fiend. He's going to be moving on.
I'm sad. I'm sad that Fiend's out of the tournament. I wanted him to win.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. Like, I know production is sending us over this note. Fiend made every 1v1 Grand Finals in every major this year, so this will be the only one that he hasn't. Even last tournament, where LX was tearing it up with the greatsword on that Jae-Yun, Fiend still took that one.
Yeah, he made it to Grands and he won.
But this
and
time,
so here we
Lopez
are, the
cutting him
first
short.
tournament. The first South American tournament in all of 2020 that Fiend is not in Grand Finals of.
Ooh.
He's out in 4th place. Lopez moves on to the podium. Now he's going to face off against DB. The winner of this next match, DB versus Lopez, will go up to the Grand Final to face off against LX. Man, I don't know what's going to happen here. In my mind, Fiend was the only one that could defeat LX. So DB and Lopez.
I think so.
I don't know. I've been surprised a few times today, and I wouldn't be surprised at this point to get surprised again.
I mean, so that's the thing, right? Any given Sunday, but something needs to change because so far LX has shown he's got the wherewithal, he's got the stuff to take this. So I wonder, Lopez and DB, are they going to learn something from each other to better take down Grand Finals?
In this entire bracket, LX had not lost a single game to anyone except Fiend, who took him to a last hit game 5. That's why in my head I'm like, Fiend's the only one who could take out LX. I think Lopez taking out Fiend now might have actually just sealed the deal for I bet LX is breathing a sigh of relief right now that Fiend's out of the tournament.
And can't be relieved too quickly, though, because this match is heating up. DB and Lopez both doing a ton of damage. No one really ran away with the first stock here, and that was kind of the hallmark of the last set of Lopez versus Fiend.
Nice side signature to finish him off. It would be interesting to see Lopez win this match. We've not seen Lopez versus LX. Oh, yes, we have. Yes, we have, and LX won 3-0. LX has beaten DB 3-0, and he's beaten Lopez 3-0.
Man, so I know LX is just going to be watching this set to be like, how can I make my Grand Finals experience even quicker? Doesn't want to get surprised by any last-minute tricks from Lopez or DB.
Yeah, let's see here. Who's going to make it to Grand Finals? Another shot at LX. You know both of these guys want another shot at LX after he's swept them earlier in this bracket.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, DB getting great damage. Big dodge punish.
He caught that dodge very nicely and got a lot of hits off, but Lopez takes him out. DB down to his final stock now. Oh, good catch.
Yeah, just caught him peeking. There was the clash that set him just off stage, and now we're neck and neck, dead even.
Uh-oh. Oh, DB's in trouble. Oh, but he escapes with his life. Lopez with the double recovery. Man, he's been landing that a lot. He's the double recovery guy.
Yeah, he's just all about it. He'll hit the 1, hit the 2, just at the right damage. Weapon toss high, forces DB low, but DB getting back on stage. Oh, you can't dodge like that.
Okay.
The long startup of that signature catches so many dodges, and Lopez knows just where to space it, right when you're scared.
My goodness. Lopez taking the game here. I would have predicted that DB would win this matchup, but it's looking like Lopez has got some good control over it. That was close enough not to call it a blowout, though. That was last stock orange.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that could have gone either way at any moment. Each stock, they were just neck and neck.
3, 2,
Oh, but it's Lopez's island. What are we doing here?
Oh no, this is not where you fight Lopez. I should write a book. Never fight Lopez in Demon Island. Bestseller.
Everyone would buy it. Read it, cover to cover. Uh-oh.
Oh! There's something about this stage that empowers Lopez. Gets the earliest kills you possibly could.
Well, you know, that having been said, DB is keeping with him on the damage war. Ah, unfortunately, Lopez still the first one to take the first stock. Jockeying for position. Is it... All right, when he hits one recovery, I always expect the double from Lopez.
I
Double
know,
recovery from
yeah.
DB now. Okay, okay.
With sword. Okay, Lopez has a nice damage advantage here, but DB's fighting back. Oh, DB might be... Oh, okay! The weapon throw to cover! Nicely done by DB. He'd be dead now if not for that. But
Now he's dead a
doesn't
little bit
matter.
later because of those dodge reads. Lopez, those signatures landing so much. It seems like he's kind of absorbed that from Fiend's gameplay.
Oh, slapped off the side. Oh my goodness, it really was looking like he had that read
Oh
on the
my
weapon throw.
gosh.
Doesn't matter. Slams him away with the side signature. DB might be getting 3-0'd yet again.
I feel
Up
like
2-0
we're
now
watching
for
the Cell Saga here, and we just let Lopez absorb Fiend. And now, you know, he's in stage 2. If we let him absorb DB, he might actually just take this whole tournament.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. He did, you know, he's absorbed the power of Fiend, which is great. I think he needed that, right? Now he'll absorb the power of DB, just make him an even stronger Jaehyun player. That might give him what it takes to defeat LX in Grand Finals.
Why are we on Demon Island again? We can't escape.
No, we know this. We've already, the studies are in. Lopez wins on this stage.
It's like, you know, I'm not saying correlation's causation, but like, there's something about it.
DB had the power to ban this. And I know what you're thinking. They're both playing Jaehyun. It's an equal advantage. No, you're wrong. This is Lopez's island.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, his name's stamped in. If you zoom in real close on that archway, you see Lopez. Just a nice little signature.
Oh, checkmate!
jeez.
That was a good weapon throw. Nothing DB could do about that one. Lopez takes the first stock and has the lead here. Oh, nice spot dodge. He's still going. DB avoids the recovery. Oh, tries to fight back. Lopez still on a tear
Oh
though.
my gosh.
Oh no, DB! He might be down 2 stocks here in a moment. Lopez covers his entry back into the stage with a perfectly thrown weapon.
Ooh, just
And-
dodging through that signature, but not the second one. Lopez is so good at finding
What?
these big hits, and now he's working on a 3-stock.
see
This guy
that?
is unreal.
Dude, he gravity cancels slide kicked, and instead of like, I don't know, recovery, jump ground pound, gravity cancel neutral sig, he leaves for a second to grab a sword, comes back and hits him with a neutral sig to finish. It was like Alright, DB's fighting back here. He's got Lopez near kill range. Oh. Oh, there we go. That'll do it. All right, DB might break the curse. He might actually be able to defeat Lopez on Lopez Island.
I mean, if he can manage to do that, nothing would be stopping him from taking this set. But
Yeah, at that
there's
point,
still
right.
quite a bit.
Well, he's on the way here. DB in the lead now. For the first time in the set, he is technically in the lead. Lopez has got to be sweating. Uh-oh. Oh, nice. Okay, we're down to the wire here. Is Lopez about to end this and move on to grand finals? Or will DB keep himself in the set? Oh. Oh, yes, he's done it. He's broken the curse. Anything can happen now. Lopez had a hex cast on this tournament. And
I mean, all right, so
DB has
here's the
finally
thing
broken
now.
it.
Now that it's still 2-1 Lopez's favor, but I want to see this momentum shift in favor of DB. He managed to break Lopez. It's almost like a service break in tennis, you know? That was his home team advantage, his home stage. And managing to take that game there, absolutely crucial. I'm
going
not
back.
sure if
We're
I
going
would want to
back.
go back here.
Going
This is
back.
a little bit of a 50-50
He's pressing
choice.
his luck.
All right, I mean, if ever there was a time to do it, go for it.
DB is a gambling man, you can tell. But you know what? I think he's got what it takes now. Obviously he does. We've just witnessed that he has what it takes. And now, I mean, at this point, maybe he's the one in the advantage state. Maybe
I mean, right
this
now,
is
he
DB's
seems
island.
to be. He's got a massive lead. Did he just steal the deed from Lopez?
This is ridiculous.
Oh,
Oh,
beautiful
whoa, nice.
read, and DB taking the first stock commandingly. Look at this massive lead he has built for himself.
Yeah, DB, man, that was a nice dodge read. He totally caught it and executed the punish perfectly. It's been a while since we've seen such a clean one from DB against Lopez, but he managed. And still in the lead here. Lopez looking for the first stock on DB. DB pushing his lead further and further. We might be on our way to game 5.
I mean, DB's already settling down that road, challenging every finisher Lopez tries. The recovery finally finds purchase, but Lopez is deep in the red. He's poised to get knocked out.
Yeah. Yeah, it won't take much from DB at this point. Oh, he's looking for it. He knows the recovery might be enough. Uh-oh,
Oh,
DB.
yeah, you see it
Whoa,
get beat
DB! Lopez was getting crazy there. He's still alive.
I mean, he knows he's got to make the comeback. There it is. Does a little bit of the work that he needs. Still a little far back.
Oh, good
All
punish.
right, that
Wow,
was
he
gutsy.
didn't have a
Ooh.
weapon. He didn't care. Dived in, throwing a haymaker. And DB is a stock ahead here. He might bring us to game 5.
He's definitely looking for it. He wants to get a starter. He knows Lopez, he's deep in the white. Like, he doesn't need... All right. Now we're just neck and neck. Dead even. Final stocks. DB trying to stay alive and go to a game 5. Lopez looking to move into grand finals.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Lopez is on his way back, and suddenly the tides have changed here, and DB is now trailing behind. But he's catching up as well. Oh my goodness, coming down to the wire here once again. Uh-oh.
Single
Lopez
recovery.
disarmed. Punches DB off
Oh
the
my
side. to
gosh.
cover. Great sword. Oh
Are you
my
kidding
goodness.
me?
Whoa! And Lopez has done it, stealing the game from DB at the last moment. It looked like we were going to game 5, but we're not. The match is over. DB takes 3rd place in the BCX final, and Lopez goes back up to grand finals now to face off against LX.
So not only did Lopez win the set. He also won back his island. That is his to claim.
Yes.
And I think he might have absorbed DB in the process. So LX
Hopefully he
certainly
did.
has quite a match coming his way.
Yeah, hopefully he did absorb DV here, because I think he's going to need it. He's got one match left. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one match left in the BCX final. This is the season finale for South America. It's LX versus Lopez, and it seems in favor of LX. It's sure
All right,
looking
you know,
like LX is the
history
guy
would
for
dictate.
this. I
Because
mean,
you
he
did mention-
won 3-0 against Lopez already earlier on in this bracket. So, but Lopez, maybe he's picked up a few tricks along the way. It sure looks like he has. I mean, he
Now-
took out Fiend very convincingly.
Here is something worthy of note, though. When they played and, LX 3-0'd Lopez, Lopez was primarily playing, I think I'm looking at the Brawlhalla here, was
That's
the
right.
pick against the Jaeyoon. He didn't seem, eager to play the mirror match there. So now that he's coming in
Interesting.
off of all these Jaeyoon games, I think he's going to go in full bore with that pick.
Yeah, he's all warmed up on the Jaeyoon now. He was just cold when he fought LX before. Don't even worry about that 3-0 from before.
Personally, I'd be
LX
worried about it.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
Lopez,
LX
he's-
is looking nice, dude. He is
Alex
he is
so
the most
good.
experienced Jaeyoon. He has the best results by him. He is the 2v2 champion of South
Oh, yeah.
America. It doesn't get much better than this. All
So
right,
map bands
here we
coming
go.
in. We've got, Miami Dome.
Okay. Okay, smart not to go to Demon Island, but we'll see how this plays out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, grand finals for BCX South America is LX versus Lopez happening right now.
And just to make everyone very aware, LX just needs to win one best 3 out of 5 set to be crowned the champion. Lopez, he's got to
Whoa.
win 2 best 3 out of 5 sets.
Dude, Lopez just did one of the coolest looking combos I've ever seen. And I think maybe he does have what it takes here.
I mean, he's starting out with a little bit of a lead.
Be so great for Lopez to start this set off with a win, I mean, after going down to LX earlier in the bracket 3-0, just to show that he is capable of winning. Oh
jeez.
my goodness, LX could not have been in a better position when he landed the finisher of that combo.
Yeah,
That
was
took out Lopez
maximum
as
distance.
early as it
Oh!
possibly could have, but whoa, Lopez just fires back.
All right, so this is definitely going to be a very close game
Yeah.
either way. You were saying it right. Lopez, he wants to start out strong. It would feel great to break the momentum that LX has going into this set. It would feel great to continue his own momentum and get a little bit of revenge for that past set.
Yeah, revenge would be pretty sweet here. Okay.
enough for the
Oh,
knockout.
wow.
Oh!
Lopez had him in the checkmate. There was really nothing else LX could have done but cover himself with a perfectly timed hitbox, and that he did. Lopez could not get through, and LX makes it back to the stage in a situation where he was pretty much done.
Now Lopez trying to find his way in, score the knockout, downlight side air, not yet enough. It did disarm LX, and
Nice.
the ground pound to seal the deal.
All right, Lopez takes the lead here. He's in kill range, though, and LX could end him just as fast. But we'll see as Lopez has an opportunity to push his lead and help secure a Game 1 victory. The Game 1 victory would go so far in terms of momentum, mental.
Oh yeah, the
Nice
benefits
punish.
are endless. And it's also one game closer to that trophy.
Yeah, not to mention just the score being in your favor. That's always good. LX takes out Lopez's second stock, and he didn't take very much damage. That's a negligible damage lead there. So we're basically even here, 1-1. Final stock, Game 1 of this set.
I like, oh my gosh, just a little bit late on that combo. LX finding the dodge, avoiding a ton of damage.
Uh-oh, LX might be in trouble here. Lopez is nearing the end. Okay, that was a bit of a prayer. Oh, he's lucky not to have died for that one. Just a raw side sig, and he got the pocket sand. Lopez takes game 1. He had not been able to take a single game off of LX earlier in this tournament, but he comes in hot on this first game of Grand Finals and takes it from LX. Well done, Lopez.
Man, so Lopez, you know that's got to feel good. That's got to feel so incredibly good. Watching LX just kind of tear opponent after opponent apart, and you're the one to start the set off in your favor.
3, 2,
Yeah, that's huge. That's really huge for them there. All right, here we go. Game 2, new map, same legends.
So we did still keep one soft platform. I know Lopez, he was actually using those soft platforms on Miami Dome to great effect, just staying very quickly mobile ahead and above of LX's attempts. So he was able to kind of, you know, flit around almost like a pixie play style. And right now, he seems to be adapting fine to the ground.
I like how Lopez tosses his weapon upward while recovering to the stage, kind of leaving a... He does a good job of covering himself. And Lopez takes... that was a convincing first stock. Oh my goodness. It's looking like Lopez might actually be able to defeat LX. I was so sure this tournament was LX's. Now I'm not too sure. He absorbed Fiend's power. That's what it is. You were joking before, just making DBZ references, but I think maybe something's happening here.
Oh, don't worry. They'll keep coming because it is just such an apt comparison. Lopez looking so strong.
It seems significant. Lopez in round 2 of winners versus Lopez
like
in
this
grands.
change.
It's an entirely different beast.
So we see Lopez, you know, he goes for a lot of those side light openers, but now that LX started playing a little bit more of a range game, he's, ready to score another knockout. Yes!
My goodness, Lopez!
How can he be working on a 3-stock against LX? What is happening?
Dude, he's warmed up on the Jeyun now. You brought up a good point, and that's when LX defeated Lopez earlier in this bracket. Lopez wasn't playing Jeyun, he was playing Jala. He switched to Jeyun at the very end and still lost, but he wasn't warmed up on the Jeyun by then.
You know, maybe when he was on Jala, he was really looking for Jeyun. You know, it was one of those alphabetical drop-down lists.
He actually just
he didn't
misread
quite go
2 games in a
spot.
row. Game 2, he's like, that wasn't right, but I feel like maybe it'll just...
You know, he
That's
forgot
silly.
the autofill was on, so he
That's
was like,
silly.
okay.
Lopez looking for a weapon here. He kicks LX away to grab it. He's got the greatsword now. This is what he was looking for, but he is in kill range. LX could end it quickly enough to make a comeback here.
Whoa. Repiece, LX
man.
in danger.
Wait, LX...
Disarmed off stage.
Okay.
Oh!
Interesting. I think he was done no matter what. I don't think even a dodge diagonally upward would have helped him there. So he goes for a gravity cancel haymaker in hopes that Lopez tries to edge guard him. And maybe he gets a chase dodge off of this or something. That was wacky.
That was a gutsy play for sure.
A gutsy play. Oh, we can see now that LX has changed his skin. That's what he needed. Last skin wasn't doing it. This skin, a whole new array of power.
That's the transformation. He's powering up.
So
LX
if we
final
were to
form.
continue with the reference, Lopez has changed into Perfect Cell now, and LX is going Super Saiyan now to keep up in power level?
You got to go Super Saiyan 2, man. You really just got to You got to pump those numbers if you got to hope to stand.
This is too much referencing. Hopefully everybody watching has seen DBZ. All right, here we go. Even so far, trading blows here. Maybe
Lopez,
it was the skin.
I see. All right, so Lopez, he's made a number of adjustments against LX's gameplay that I really want to hammer home. Uh-oh, big pocket sand.
Please
There's
do.
the weapon toss. I'll talk about it after this edge guard, because LX,
I
he's
need to
about to
know.
get knocked out.
As long as nobody dies, we can talk about other stuff. Uh-oh.
Somebody's going to die.
Somebody's
gonna die
Someone's
real
about
soon.
to die, though.
All right,
Oh,
that
this could be it.
right
Ooh.
there, we see a lot of the side light openers, but Lopez, he's been adjusting to the down light openers,
Yeah.
outranging a lot of LX's options, and that leads to all this damage, it leads to these knockouts, and when he's on regular sword, he even pushes that further, using mid-range weapon tosses to beat out LX's own great sword downlights.
That's interesting. Yeah, it does seem that
Like, look at
all
that.
great sword
Outrange the
players-
side light with the downlight.
Yep.
Again. Text.
Yep, LX is purpose built for side light openers that lead and then dash cancel and lead into all kinds of new stuff. Lopez is simply countering LX's. He initiates with the side light every time. It's uncanny actually. And Lopez, you're right. The downlight opener on Greatsword is the perfect counter to that.
Is the rock to his scissors.
Okay, nice. LX finally taking Lopez's first stock, but wow, Lopez he's looking to reset this bracket clean. All right, now with the sword, how's he going to do it?
Mid-range weapon toss, pocket sand,
Yeah.
all those
it seems
long
that LX
range
is
options.
catching on.
Oh,
that'll
looking
do
for the
it.
knockout. Yeah.
Pocket Sand was a good option. And now a full stock lead for Lopez here. LX looking for a weapon spawn. There's one. Oh, Lopez not going to let him have it in time. He has to fight his way to it. And now LX has got his great sword. Now let's watch here. I think you got a point. LX keeps opening with the side light. And as soon as we're in a neutral situation, Lopez has the counter to it. Oh!
Caught the landing there, and just like that, a two-stock
That's a
victory,
reset.
a reset, 3-0,
reset.
absolutely brutal.
That's a reset. Yeah, we're going to change that 2-0 to 0-0 now. As Lopez just clean sweeped this bracket. Oh my goodness. I thought this was LX's tournament, but Lopez is really changing the tune here. Now, we often see a bracket get reset on someone that someone levels up a little bit here. And I think we might be seeing Super Saiyan 2 in just a moment. I wouldn't be surprised if LX takes the first game after the reset. It's just something about it. Bracket gets reset. The guy who was in winners levels up.
Ooh, and LX starting unanswered here. Just a slight lead over Lopez. You know, that can evaporate very quickly. But, oh my gosh.
Ooh,
yeah,
wow,
what
Lopez,
an answer.
LX is actually looking leveled up here already. Again? Woo! Wow, he even turned it around. That was so good. He used the dash cancel to turn him around and get the kill. Had he continued that combo in the same direction, it wouldn't have killed. It was turning him around to where he was already near the edge. That downlight finisher could end him.
All right, so my question is, what's the prediction on this set? Just because LX 3-0'd Lopez earlier in the tournament. Lopez just 3-0'd LX. Are we getting another
Yeah,
3-0
and
or
now
are
we
we
don't
going
know.
full game 5?
Well, we truly don't know now, TWK. It seems that anything could happen here. So it was nice to look back at the first 3-0 and be like, oh, LX, statistics, he should win. And now, now statistics tell us we have no idea.
We have no idea. All we know is we're at 2 stocks apiece, damage in the yellow for both.
Nice.
LX just getting caught by a full chain.
Uh-oh. Ooh, LX almost had the big turnaround on Lopez there. Oh, LX gets disarmed. Lopez steals the weapon from LX at the last moment. He's going to take advantage of this opportunity. LX finds the sword. Lopez
Oh
doesn't
my
care.
gosh.
And now Lopez has a pretty significant lead on LX here. Whoa! Could have been it. That totally could have been it. LX
So
lucky to be alive
dangerous.
right now.
Oh
here
my
comes
gosh,
Lopez.
the double
He wants
recoveries
it.
goes for the triple.
No, it's
How
not
many of
gonna-
those
that's
has
triple.
Lopez
That's
landed
too
today?
much. That's too. The triple was greedy there. You can't withdraw that much from the bank at once.
Listen, you say
Oh,
that.
again! Alex did it again! The same story as the first stock there. He uses the dash cancel to turn his combo around, catching Lopez at the worst possible time, and he's able to end his stock at the earliest possible moment. But unfortunately, LX is so damaged that Lopez might just end up here. We're looking for some pocket sand to end it. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
One more time. Oh, he caught him. Gravity canceled down light to catch him. And Lopez takes yet another game. 4 games in a row here in Grand Final.
Looking so strong. And that last knockout, it was like a really great conditioning play because, you know, you're expecting the pocket sand, right? So what do? You've got to
Right,
get up
right,
over the
right.
pocket sand.
He
and
even
what's
showed him
waiting
a
for you?
pocket sand
A gravity
first.
cancel down light.
He even showed him the pocket sand, too, to help with the conditioning.
So good.
Oh,
so
LX,
good.
he's reached his final form. It's now perfect LX.
fully ascended. You know, it's just the base skin. Everything else just turns stark
It's
white.
base. Yeah.
He's Ultra
that?
Instinct
What's that
now.
form? Ultra Instinct. That's what it is. I'm like, what's the form Goku goes into where he kind of looks like his base form, but he's obviously all powered up?
Yeah.
It's Ultra Instinct LX here. And we're on Great Hall too. We've never seen these guys fight on Great Hall. Just changing everything now.
Listen, I'm just glad it's not Lopez's Island anymore.
Yeah. LX does seem to be intentionally avoiding Demon Island, and I agree. I agree with that.
He's learned. He watched the tapes.
He read the book, dude.
Bestseller.
He read the bestseller. And Lopez is starting off with a lead here already. Oh man, are we might actually see a 6-0 grand finals. And how
gosh.
crazy would that be when we've already seen the reverse of this? It was a 3-0 in the opposite direction. That's
I mean, that is
really
just-
like that's Lopez leveling up during the tournament.
He actually just absorbed Fiend, absorbed DB. He
Yeah,
made all the
it's-
adjustments, and now it's go time.
The absorption theories are really starting to gain some credibility here. This is the only way to explain it. Okay, but Alex is fighting back here. He's got Lopez in a good spot. He might actually be able to end him. I don't think Lopez can make it back here no matter what he does. Nope.
And it was that weapon toss from LX forcing him a little bit wide. I think if Lopez had a clean line back to stage, he might have just tapped.
Yeah. But he had to drift away to avoid the weapon throw, and by then there wasn't enough to get back. Doesn't matter, though. Lopez ties up the stocks and damage immediately, and here we are, back to the even.
Single recovery. You know there's another
I was
one.
like, where's the next one? Where's the
Lopez, he just wants the
that's,
double.
That's Lopez, dude.
Ooh, okay. So here's what's going to start happening now. LX, we see him, again, poking with those side lights. Lopez comes in with the down light. But now, LX a couple times has hopped over that down light to answer back.
Lopez gets disarmed off stage, and LX arms up with a second greatsword. As soon as he loses this one, he'll have another one waiting for him. Lopez is going to get it done with sword, but LX manages to avoid.
Both in the danger zone. Pocket sand, not yet enough. LX making his way back to stage. Lopez swaps over to the greatsword. Recovery from that low,
Wow.
not gonna do it.
Not enough. Not on Great Hall. Not from that low. And Lopez is not letting LX have a weapon. LX just danced around till he died. He did not want to engage unarmed, and Lopez kept him weapon starved until he could find the finishing blow. Uh-oh. Lopez now finds himself unarmed in a similar situation that he had on LX earlier. He manages to grab a weapon. Oh, stops LX mid-signature. Can he make it back from this? LX looking for the... Oh, Lopez just fights his way back up onto the stage. He's got an opportunity to push his lead now, but LX picks him up off the floor and ends his stock. Down to the final stock now. LX has not won a single game in this grand final.
Yeah, it's been 4 straight for Lopez. He's definitely looking to make it 5, even getting fancy with these slide charge
Lopez.
pocket sands.
My goodness, it's anyone's game here. Ooh, nice by LX.
Yeah, that was very unconventional, but so much damage. Great reward.
Uh-oh. Oh, this might be LX's game here. He's in position. Oh, Lopez snatches the weapon right under LX's nose.
Definitely needs this
tensions
break
are building.
point.
I've not seen Lopez play so unsure of himself in the entire set, and that's it! LX has done it! Broken the seal here. Now the set's tied up 1-1, and we know that LX could be victorious. At this point now, it's anyone's set. I mean, the momentum was on Lopez's side there. LX finally changes the momentum here, or at least just puts a stop to it.
Yeah, and that was
Or
only
slows it down at the very
a
least.
damage difference of 2 between the players. That game was as
Wow.
close as it could have been.
Wow, that's crazy. A damage differential of 2.
Lopez leaving my... Oh! We're
my.
going there?
He's tempting fate. We're going to Demon Island.
He's looking for a rewrite photo. He says you gotta update version 2.
I mean, if LX wins this, he's basically won the rest of the tournament. And he picked it too. I mean,
Yeah. Those 3
he
were available.
could have avoided it. Lopez left it open. Of course, he's not gonna ban out Demon Island. LX here is choosing it, tempting fate. And maybe it wasn't the right pick. Maybe.
Oh,
maybe-
no!
Oh,
Oh, no!
my! Never fight Lopez on Demon Island.
Just don't do it!
Coming soon to stores near you.
It's actually going to be a 3-part trilogy. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Part 1 versus Feed. Part 2 versus DB. And now Part 3, Grand Finals. Oh my goodness, a full stock lead for Lopez. This is crazy.
Ooh, little far to make that connection, but still, you know, he's just pushing that damage time over time. Side light, neutral light, even the pocket sand to cap it off.
How's he gonna do this? Unarmed? Can he be so brave?
Oh, he's thinking about it. Oh, delayed for the finisher.
Wow. Yeah, the spot dodge is not gonna work there. He just finished his combo anyway. Oh my goodness. Oh, LX.
Jeez.
He gets disarmed. He's getting beat up now. He's on his last stock. Okay, nice.
Okay.
Nice turnaround from LX.
Yeah,
He's still got a
signs
lot
of
more to go.
life. But, I mean, it's like a stock and a half lead for Lopez. This would be such a wild comeback for LX to make.
There's no way. Unless?
Unless?
Oh,
Yo!
unless?
Let's go, LX! Getting away from that signature.
Oh,
There's
Lopez
one
wants to
recovery.
finish him here. He's so close. Oh, LX is putting in so
Yo!
much work. I can't believe how well he's done here after getting knocked to his last stock, but it might be too little too late. He's like one good hit away from death. Lopez knows. It's pocket sand time.
It's going to be pocket sand time.
Probably
But LX...
kills him from anywhere on this stage. But holy cow, LX is determined.
Ooh, punishing the pocket sand over the
No
corner.
way. LX might actually... He might
do
do
it.
this. Lopez picked up his damaged weapon and gets disarmed on the next hit. Oh my God, Alex! Two perfect stocks to take that game. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I want to put the blame here on this last stock to Lopez being foolish here to pick up the damaged weapon. I can't believe it. Look at this. He throws the greatsword away and re-grabs his damaged sword, loses it immediately because it was almost broken. He fought with that sword for so long.
Yeah.
And LX ends him. Wow.
So LX now going up on tournament point, taking it over Lopez on Demon Island. You couldn't ask for anything more monumental.
Yeah, now it's like, now what do you do if you're Lopez? Oh, Lopez actually banned out Demon Island. He's given up the deed. LX now owns Demon Island.
Yeah, he just crossed out the OPES and just put an X over it.
Yeah, it works that way. Or actually, he just X's out the OPES and it's done. The X counts.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
All right, here we go. Potentially the last game of the tournament here. If LX wins, Lopez could take us to Game 5 of the reset. That's exciting.
Man, Lopez had all the weapon advantage for so long, but actually came out worse for it on the damage.
Yeah, honestly, what LX did there was totally incredible. He was done for a long time. He was one hit from death. He took 2 full stocks pretty much without getting hit at all to take that last game. It's unbelievable. How do you come back from that now as Lopez? I mean, you know you got what it takes. He 3-0'd him to reset this. Alex, are you serious? Okay. It was a lag thing. This is deep rooted in the South American community. They have a bit of a lag spike. They taunt, and the other player knows that taunt means, hold up, dude, I'm lagging. And while Lopez has no obligation, and that taunt means I'm ready. Oh man, the sportsmanship. The sportsmanship. They have no obligation to do that. If Lopez blasted LX, that would have been fine by the rules.
Oh, yeah.
But the sportsmanship is real.
Yeah, they just regard each other so well as competitors, and LX regarding that stock so well.
And LX deep in red on his first stock. Lopez could take him out pretty easily here. Oh, but what a convenient weapon spawn for LX now. Now he's got an opportunity to push this even further. Lopez, okay. I was going to say, man, Lopez might be regretting disengaging off of that edge guard to grab a new weapon when he could have potentially just ended his stock earlier. Doesn't matter. He equalized in time.
Yeah, not too much of a lead here for LX. Lopez, he could tie it back up with a couple dodge reads. Let's go.
Yep, like that, maybe.
Not enough. Each individual greatsword hit doesn't do much
not
damage.
much. Right.
You're hitting single digits on each of those openers. So you really need those continues just to get as much damage as Sword would from downlight recovery.
Right, yeah, you need to either hit the finisher or catch a dodge read with some dash cancel goodness and keep that combo going because, yeah, every little hit feels bad, but doesn't actually hit that hard. Oh my goodness, a full stock ahead, and LX is poised to take this tournament. He's a full stock ahead, and he just needs to win this one game to be the South American BCX champion. He's so close. And Lopez knows it. Lopez needs to play 2 perfect stocks here. Oh, he's on the way. Oh my goodness, Lopez. Oh, he can do it. No, stop him. Oh, he had the checkmate. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay. Oh, we got his lag count. This is once again Lopez. Hey, I mean, this is the most important stock for a long time here. We cannot reset this.
Lopez, you know,
Oh,
the amount of
Lopez.
sportsmanship to just be like, I will wait.
This is,
again.
I know, it's painful at this point how much sportsmanship he's given him. But you know what? We want this last stock to be clean. And here we go. This is it.
I mean, this is legit, you know, Goku throwing the senso bean to Cell. He's
Oh
like,
my
you're the
God,
big bad,
you're so
I gotta
right.
heal you. I
Oh
got
my
references for
goodness.
days, man. Don't
The
worry about
references
it.
never stop. It's all so appropriate. That's exactly what's happening here, dude.
Now Lopez, he's got the ground control. LX,
Uh-oh.
caught
Oh!
it. The chain right at
This
the
could
edge.
be. Oh. So close. Lopez in danger now. LX could end him with one big hit. This could be it. Oh, he gets disarmed. He is so close to death. He's got the great sword back. Oh! Oh my God,
gosh.
Lopez is crazy. He's so crazy. He's not letting up on this momentum at all that he's going in unarmed against the great sword. He could be one hit from death, but likewise could end LX as well. Oh my goodness. We might be
This is
coming
so
up on the final
incredibly
moments
tense.
of this tournament. And that's it. It's over. LX is the South American BCX champion.
Unbelievable. Skating on through, all the way through the top bracket, getting the bracket reset on him by Lopez 3-0, and managing to hold his ground and claim victory through it all.
Oh my goodness. What a roller coaster that was. Lopez bringing it back in a clean sweep to reset the bracket. He had all the momentum in the world. It was really looking like Lopez actually, I mean, at first it was like, oh, LX takes this easy. Then 3-0, and we're like, oh my goodness, Lopez is on his way. He wins game one convincingly, and we're like, I can't believe it. Lopez might actually take this whole tournament. LX turns it around, and in one clean sweep, he turns it around and wins the tournament. He wins BCX. It's the most prestigious tournament of the year. These players have been competing all year long just to see who could participate, who's worthy of participating in BCX.
Yeah.
And
That's gotta
I
feel-
don't think
That's got to feel so good, you know, after
Yeah.
the way that the Mammoth Cup Grand Finals went, LX getting denied there, to now the very next tournament, the World Championship, to go and grip victory.
Victory is his. Congratulations to LX for winning BCX and becoming the South American BCX champion. Wow. Well, that's it for tournaments this weekend. We've still got one more weekend of tournaments in the Brawlhalla 2020 season. This next weekend coming up is going to be Europe on Saturday and North America on Sunday to close out the entire season. I hope you join us next weekend for what will definitely be the most incredible competition we have seen in esports thus far. So thank you all for joining us here this weekend. It's been a blast. Come watch us next weekend. It's going to be even better. We'll see you then. Thank you.